Okay. My thing is not on.
Oh, she said, IT said give her 5 minutes. They're trying to connect.
Okay.
Hey, Crystal. Oh, yeah. Hello? Hello? Yeah, no, that's fine. Cheryl told the magistrate. Okay, no problem. Bye-bye. She took her stuff. Judge, do you think we should do like an announcement? We're not doing the 9 and 1 o'clocks anymore. So if there's someone here who came in at 9 and they're like the last person, they're gonna be at like the end of the day. Just because I know people have to go to work and stuff. I don't know.
Say that again.
So, so we're not doing the 9 and 1 o'clock anymore. There's some people, half of the people are getting subpoenaed for 9 and the rest for 1. So it was, like if you came at 1, you would be heard towards the end. You don't have to wait as long, but now it's just everyone at 9 o'clock. So if you came in at 9 o'clock and let's say you're at the end of the calendar, you're gonna be here all day. So I know some people don't really expect that and they have to go to work or whatnot. I don't know if they need to
So,
be prepared to know
so
that.
let me understand.
Yes.
If we sent them a notice for 1 o'clock, why would they show up for 9?
No, we don't. We're not doing that anymore. That's how we were doing it.
Uh-huh.
So this hearing, everyone had 9 o'clock.
Okay.
But I know, we go pretty late and it's a big calendar. So if you're like the last person on the list, you're not gonna be anywhere near 9. You're gonna be towards the end of the day. So I know a lot of people come thinking I'll be there for maybe a couple hours, but not the whole day. I don't know if they have other stuff.
Okay. So you want me to tell them what?
Just expect, just expect to be here because we're going in a specific order. I guess
Okay.
if you want. I mean, I'm just
I
saying
know, but
because I think
I'm thinking that if you're in court, you're here for a hearing. It's whenever your case is called. That's when
okay.
your case is called.
We have the arborist here, so we're gonna do our cases first.
Okay.
Good morning. I can't tell. You could do it.
Good morning.
Everyone's scared of the big crowd.
That lady from the last time,
Which one?
she was crying.
Oh yeah.
But no president visited. I'm some other residents.
Is she here?
She's gonna get interested in that one.
Fun times.
Eric Schiller, attorney, the new properties, new attorney. So attorneys can go first.
So no, the way our system works is it gets shut off after a certain time. So it's gonna be in the order that it's already set.
Could I find out what order I'm in?
Um,
Let's just remind me.
business. So we have civil violation ticket appeals, and then it's number 12.
Okay, I'm gonna need a continuance on it, because I have to do some data on
You
the
have to
10
wait
o'clock.
to address the magistrate.
Hi, Magistrate, how are you? I'm gonna need a continuance. I appear number 12, and I have to be in court at 10 o'clock downtown.
He didn't come on time, so it's already set. It's already closed. You know how they close it after you check in and then they close it after a certain time? She actually waited pretty late today. They close it. I, it depends on the clerk, but obviously by 9.
I mean, we were downstairs in line, I was here at 8:45.
Yeah, it was a long
I saw
one.
you come in, actually.
I don't know what page. I just have it on the computer that he's number 12 under new business.
Because, I mean, yeah.
This is
Bimini Properties LLC.
give me 1 second. It's under Bimini Properties Inc. It's number 12 under new business.
Barry Shevlin, Shevlin. E, V as in Victor, Lin. There's no violation of the property. I even have the pictures to show. There's a City of North Miami Public Works issue, not ours. And I have all the pictures. I brought them today.
You're asking for continuance, right?
Yes.
So we're not hearing the case right now. So then when
I
it gets
was just telling the judge.
okay, when it gets continued, then
Well, I just need to, it's continued now, so I can leave.
yeah.
Perfect. And do you know when it's gonna get continued until, Your Honor? Do you know when it's gonna get continued until?
I don't know if they reset it within 30 days. In the meantime, if you have something, you can contact me.
Vanessa Willis, I've been dealing with.
Vanessa Willis.
Yeah, that's who I've been dealing
Should
with
tell
all
you.
of them. And, all right, so I'm good to go?
Yes.
Thank you so much, I really appreciate it. You made my day.
Yeah, it's not Jeff. It has its code. Yeah. I know. Yeah, they have it so it's when we did the switch to the just straight digital. They close it I think by 9, and that's what I was saying. If you're here and you just happen to get down to the list because you have like a Z last name or a V or W, whatever. You know.
Good morning, everyone. Just give us a few minutes. Both the officer and the clerk went downstairs to check in on, the registration. There's a long line downstairs. It wouldn't be fair for me to start the case and call on someone who's actually waiting in line to be checked in. So I'm waiting for the clerk to come back up. I'm waiting for the officer to come back up so we can begin. Thanks for your patience.
Junior.
Good, how are you? Hmm? No. Shouldn't be everything being here? Okay. It's still not on, but let me at least read the introduction. My computer's not on. Yeah. Do I need to push the button?
Dunia, it's her system that's not on.
Meanwhile, let me do the introduction. Good morning again. Um, This is a code compliance hearing for the City of North Miami. Today is Wednesday, November 20th, 2019. Huh? My name is Beatrice Casual. Are you calling someone? All right, I'll do the introduction while you guys work on this. My name is Beatrice Kezo, Special Magistrate for the City of North Miami. The purpose of this hearing is to determine if a code violation exists at your property as observed and cited by the code enforcement officer of the city. If the city is not able to prove its case, then I will dismiss the case and you may leave. These proceedings are being recorded, therefore all persons who are speaking should do so one at a time to ensure that all testimony is clearly audible on the recording device. If English is not your primary language, then please inform me when I call your case. We have a translator who will assist you during the proceedings. When your case is called, the property owner, agent for the property owner, and any witness that you may have should come forward to the podium on the left side of the room. When asked, please speak directly into the microphone and say aloud your name, your business or mailing address, and your relationship to the property. If you are not the property owner or an attorney representing the property owner, then you must present a notarized power of attorney affidavit in order for your testimony to be taken. What happened? Was I supposed to just push the button? Okay, I didn't want to do that. Thank you. If you are not the property owner or an attorney representing the property owner, then you must present a notarized power of attorney affidavit in order for your testimony to be taken on behalf of the property owner. For new cases, you will be asked for the record if you are aware of and understand the violation that is being heard today, and do you understand what is required to resolve the violation. Please answer accordingly. The city will present its case first, and then the property owner and or violator will be given an opportunity to testify on their own behalf, to bring forward witnesses to testify, to present evidence and photographs, and to cross-examine the city's witnesses. Following the case presentation, I will issue a finding of fact on the case. If I find that a violation of city codes exists or existed at your property, then depending on the case type, I will set an abatement date for the violation to be resolved. Or, for repeat violations, I will impose a daily fine amount. For new, non-repeat cases, my order will include an abatement date by which you must resolve the violation, and a daily fine amount that I may impose at a future hearing date should the violation not be resolved by the abatement date. If I find sufficient cause to postpone enforcement action at this time, I will table this case proceeding to another hearing date in the future. If you do not agree with my finding or fact and or ruling, then the property owner may appeal the administrative order on the case to the circuit court. An appeal must be filed within 30 days of the date of the execution of the administrative order to be appealed. In accordance with Florida statutes, if a person decides to appeal any decision made by the special magistrate with respect to any matter considered at this proceedings, then the person will need a verbatim record of the proceeding. This record includes the testimony and evidence upon which the appeal is to be based. The cost of obtaining the verbatim record of the proceeding. The verbatim record shall be the sole responsibility of the appellant, and it is recommended that persons who plan to appeal their case should provide their own court reporter at this proceeding. pursuant to city codes. If the city of North Miami prevails in prosecuting a case before the special magistrate, the city shall be entitled to recover all costs incurred in prosecuting the case. The current cost assessment amount is $100 per case. Once the city records an order that imposes a fine and authorizes a lien against the property, then the city will charge additional administrative fees to record and release the lien. If you are present and will be given testimony on a case, please stand and raise your right hand so the officer could administer the oath.
You're gonna be speaking up here on any case. I need to swear you in. Please stand up. Raise your hand. I can swear you in. Interpreters, please say it in Spanish. I see a bunch of people sitting.
Is there a Spanish interpreter person? Okay.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, say aloud, I do. I do. Everyone, please stand up so we can do the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please be seated. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the translations which you are about to give in these proceedings will be accurate and correct to the best of your knowledge, skills, and ability?
Please announce for the record if there are any additions, deletions, corrections to the hearing agenda.
The following cases have been postponed. Case number CEGMP 2019-00113. Case number CEBPR 2019-00036. Case number CEEXP 2019-00143. Case number CELDR 2019-00008. Case number CEPFY 2019-00228. Case number CEGEF 2019-00009. The following cases have complied. Case number CEWWC 2019-0074. Case number CEEXP 2019-00165. Case number CEWRA 2019-00050. Case number CEEXP 2019-00116. Case number CEIVY 2019-00208. We're going to call 3 cases before the ticket appeal. Mesa Hussein. Case number CEFLR 2019-00016. Officer Edme St. Louis.
Yes, sir. Good morning. Please state your full name for the record.
Firas Hussein, I'm the owner of the property,
All right, sir.
and thank you for letting me in for restoration.
I understand you have an emergency, so yes.
Good morning, Court Officer St. Louis. The 3 violation, give me 1 second. Okay, the three violations, the first one,
Yes, sir.
beginning with CEFLR 2019-00016. It's in regards to the business tax receipt for the business located at 13649, which is the high-tech business. They have outstanding fees, and their business tax haven't been paid since 2016.
Since 2016?
Correct.
This is not the height, I'm sorry. Height is the next one.
Yes, he has two.
Oh, okay.
Hussein, S-H-U. I know he showed you something. What was that?
No, he was saying that it wasn't high tech, but I told him high tech has two. One for the business tax and the other one is for certificate of use.
All right, sir, do you understand the violation?
Yes,
Okay, and what are we gonna do about it?
actually, I'm the landlord, and I'm the landlord of the property. So the business owner, he should be here today.
Oh. What's going on? Was he noticed
Being
today?
that he's the landlord, folio falls on him. So he's here so he don't get a fine.
Okay, and where is the business owner?
He's not here. But he's aware of everything because
Yeah.
I've even went to Stephanie Thomas to get a printout of the outstanding fees.
Mm-hmm.
Gave it to him. Also handed him the notice to appear. So I'm not sure why he's not here. He said he was going to be here, but I don't know if there's a delay, but no contact was made.
Can you do me a favor? There's someone talking in the audience.
If you have to make a phone call, please go outside. You're disturbing the magistrate in this proceeding.
Okay, so the business owner hasn't had a certificate of, was it a certificate of use?
Certificate of use and business tax receipt.
Since 2016?
Yes. Because if one is not paid, the other is not going to be issued.
Okay. All right.
And he has another one too, another business.
Another business or?
Yes.
Okay. All right, sir. The individual is not present. And based on the unrebutted testimony of the code enforcement officer, I find that the violation exists. And so I rule in the favor of the city. And what is the fine amount?
For
Hmm?
Give me 1 second. As far as for the outstanding fee, that would be with BT business tax receipt and also community planning and development because the fees has changed.
All right, so then I'll just enter an adjudication.
No problem.
Okay, next.
And then the following one is also high tech for the certificate of use. It's two separate cases.
Mm-hmm.
So haven't been it's still outstanding since 2016.
Okay. And we're talking about the same owner?
Same owner, same business.
Call out the case for them. Mhm. I'm trying to find his case.
Mesa Husan, case number CEZCU 2019-00014.
That one as well is for certificate of use since 2016 as well.
Based on the unrebutted testimony of the code enforcement officer, I find that the violation does exist. Enter an adjudication. I understand there was a third?
And the CEZCU 2019-0014.
What's that about?
Certificate of use as well.
17.
Hmm?
I thought we just did 17.
I just called out 14.
Okay, so 17 certificate of use as well since 2016.
Again, based on the unrebutted testimony of the code enforcement officer, I find that the violation still exists. Find in favor of the city, enter an adjudication. And I find good notice.
Okay. I mean, that means they will, what will happen for them, for the business owners now?
Now it's just a matter of playing the waiting game to see if they're gonna pay.
Okay.
And if not, by the next time we come here, maybe a fine, a late.
All right. I will enter a daily fine amount of $150
Starting when?
for each,
No, it's just the first part.
and an abatement date. So I need to give you an abatement date. That will be by December 11th.
So I got to pay $150 each day until they will,
No,
No, I'm sorry.
the tenant?
So why do you guys give me this?
it's the first time you're here, so
Yeah.
right now you're just found guilty
Okay.
to have the business owners come and pay for
Okay.
the.
Oh, thank you. Okay.
The property owner needs to, the business owner needs to comply
Okay.
by December 11th.
Okay, I got it.
Thereafter, there will be a daily fine amount of $150
Okay.
for each day that goes by without compliance.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay, perfect.
All right, sir. Good
Thank
luck to you.
Thank you very much, and thanks again.
All right. Okay.
Judge, may I proceed with the civil violation ticket appeals?
Yes, please.
First case is Gerald M. Uribe, CTTRA 2019-000009. Your Honor, I don't know if you recall, this case was on at the last hearing. We heard testimony from the officers, from the homeowners, and you had reset it in order to hear testimony from the arborist. You wanted the city to bring in the arborist to be able to explain her letter and be able to be questioned.
All right, let me review it for 1 second.
Sure.
Tree abuse, pet tracking, let's see, Joe. All right, let me see the pictures. Maybe that will jog my memory. Pictures.
And if I may, this was the case, they had cut down the tree because of the hurricane that was coming.
Okay, so I see
And-
the tree. I remember now.
Okay.
Okay.
Would it be okay with Your Honor to proceed with testimony of just the arborist since this was a continuance from the last case, or did you need to hear testimony all over again?
No, from what I remember, Mr. Uribe testified and the code enforcement officer testified.
Correct.
And then I said I wanted to hear from the harbor. Okay,
Yes. So is it okay to proceed with just her?
absolutely.
Okay, great. Thank you. The city would like to call Ms. Allison Walker. Good morning.
I think it's on now.
Okay, just speak into the mic so we can hear you.
Okay.
Good morning. Can you please state your name for the record?
Allison Walker.
And can you please tell us what is your job title?
I'm the consulting landscape reviewer and arborist for the city of North Miami.
Now, do you have a job outside of the city of North Miami?
I do. I own my own business, consulting, doing horticultural and arboricultural work.
Okay, and can you please explain to the court a little bit about your training and experience as it relates to trees?
Sure. I got my bachelor's degree in plant sciences from the University of Florida. And then I went on to get my master's degree in entomology and integrated pest management, which is another branch of plant sciences from the University of Florida also. I'm an ISA certified arborist. ISA is the International Society of Arboriculture, and they're the primary international certifying agency for arborists. So I'm currently a certified arborist, and I've worked in plant sciences for 25 plus years.
How long overall, I know you said 25 plus years, does that encompass the amount of time you've been working with trees is 25 years?
I've been a certified arborist for 4 years. So I've worked in a variety of settings, from labs to field work to, I worked for the U.S. Department of Agriculture for about 4 years. I worked at a botanic garden for 15 years. So I've specifically been a certified arborist for 4 years, but worked with plants and trees in different capacities, doing research, education, field work for many years.
And how long have you worked in the consulting business? I know you stated you had your own business.
Sure, I started that 3 years ago.
Okay.
Mr. Uribe, you might want to pay attention. So if you have to cross-examine the witness, I'm assuming if you're playing on your phone, you're probably doing research?
Yeah.
Okay.
Judge, I'm hearing like some background. Is
I
that
think it's a baby.
There's a baby here?
Yep.
Okay.
You have noticed.
Now, Ms. Barker, did you have the opportunity to, on September 9, 2019, to visit the property at 12490 Croton Road?
I did.
Okay. And how were you called out to this property? Can you tell the court a little bit about that procedure?
Sure, I received an email from Code Compliance, I believe on September 9th. I have notes here. And they said that they, had found what they believed to be a code violation, and could I go to the site and confirm? And so I did that the next day.
So what are some of the things that, as it relates to this property on Croton Road, that you were able to witness and evaluate in this case, besides your site visit, which we will talk about in a second? Were there any photographs or?
Yes, I was sent photographs with the email from Code Compliance on September 9th, and I could pretty clearly see that it was already a case of tree abuse from the photos, but I did want to go by and do a site visit to confirm.
Can we please place the photo on the screen? Now, these photos were already into evidence from the last hearing. Is this the tree that you saw at the property?
Yes.
Okay. Now, can you tell the court a little bit about what you actually saw and your procedure when you actually visit the property?
Sure. One of the things that I look at is first the species of tree, and this is clearly a sea grape tree. Then I look at the size of the tree. We define specimen trees as trees that are greater than 18 inches in the trunk diameter, and so I check to see if it's a specimen tree or not, because they're treated differently. And then basically I look at the way it's been pruned.
Now, did you determine that this sea grape tree was abused?
Yes, I did.
And how did you determine that?
Basically, per the ordinance and the definitions in the ordinance, there are certain things that constitute tree abuse. Hat racking is one of them, and I can read the definition of hat racking if you would like me to, but this tree was clearly hat racked. And then the other, it's basically, it was cited for hat racking and for removal of more than 25% of the canopy in one growing season, 1 year, which are both listed as criteria for tree abuse in the ordinance.
Can you go ahead and define the definition of a hat racking?
Sure.
As it relates?
It's to uniformly remove the major part of the tree's crown, reducing it in height, and leaving a number of large bare limbs characterized by a number of stubbed off branches, or by pruning a tree by removing any branch 3 inches or greater in diameter at any point other than the point where the lateral branches meet the main trunk. So in both cases, it was clearly hat racking as defined in our city's ordinance.
Now, was a tree damaged to a point where you feel as if it was not able to recover? Like, was a tree dead?
No, the ordinance does consider tree abuse effectively removing the tree. So it kind of treats it the same biologically or physiologically. It's not dead. Will it recover? It will recover to an extent, but it will definitely be physiologically stressed and more susceptible to not only pests and diseases, but definitely to storm damage. What happens, and do you want me to go?
Sure,
Okay.
please, go ahead.
What happens when you cut a tree like that is it tends to send out many sprouts, and those sprouts are very weakly attached to the parent branch, and they're physiologically stressed. There's nutrient deficiency, there's possibility for pest and disease susceptibility, but mostly those branches are not strong branches. They're not well-attached branches, and they're definitely more susceptible to wind and storm damage.
Now, I know you've said you've been doing this for a really long time, and you went on to speak about how the tree becomes weakened after it's been hat-racked like this. Would it be safe to say then that the tree is in a more dangerous condition for another hurricane if a hurricane were to come?
Potentially.
Potentially, okay. Now, would the tree be able to be saved, or is the only remedy would be to remove the tree?
I mean, again, the tree isn't inevitably going to die at this point, but it's just going to have poor overall structure and form, and will be nutritionally stressed likely because the leaves are where it gets its resources and its energy from, and they've been removed, so it will just be a stress tree. I mean, so according to the ordinance specifies that the tree must be replaced.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Mr. Uribe, do you have any questions for the witness?
Yes. Could you please tell us what if there is a minimum of pruning the tree that the Florida State demands or allows, according to the ISA?
General ISA and ANSI, which is the American National Standards Institute, they specify that no more than 25% of the canopy should be removed in 1 year.
In 1 year. And according to what you said, the tree needs to be replaced?
What we ask, again, per the ordinance, we don't require you to
But-
remove that tree at this point, but we do require you to replace the canopy that was lost.
Right,
So
no,
it's your choice if you want to leave that tree there. It may be, again, potentially more susceptible. It will be potentially more susceptible to storm damage. But in addition, whether you leave it there or you remove it, the city asks that you replace and mitigate that lost canopy.
And in your personal opinion, if I think you kind of figure how much the tree was big enough before.
Yeah.
If there will having an impact of a hurricane over the area, would you consider this tree to be a risk towards others, like people per se?
Honestly, no, it's a sea grape tree, and not that you would necessarily know this, but it's a coastal species that lives basically in our dunes, and they're well adapted to wind and storms. So a lot of arborists would make the argument that not pruning trees, that trees are naturally designed to, they're naturally resistant, and when we go and we severely prune them, it again makes them more susceptible to issues.
Right, but this tree is in a front yard of a house. It's not on the beach.
Yeah.
Per se.
Well, I mean, for storm damage, minimal pruning, or for preventing storm damage, minimal pruning. Removing dead wood from the tree,
No,
reducing it up to 25% if you feel it's necessary.
the reason why I'm
but
asking is because it's happened before, in which the tree snapped and it already hurt part of a property, and could have possibly caused damage to myself, my wife, my kid, because our bedroom is right there in that corner.
Yeah.
So
I understand that. A lot of times the trees that fail during storms are ones that have already been what we call hat racked.
no,
And
no,
again,
it was
have
never
that
been
weaker-
touched before. I'm just letting you know it's not by itself throughout
Yeah.
the storm that it happened
Yeah.
before.
And I understand that, but possibly less of it could have been removed.
Okay.
And Ms. Walker, you did issue an opinion previously in this case, correct?
The process is when code compliance sends me an email and asks me to verify if there was a violation, I go by the site. I send them a memo, a little report summarizing my findings, and then I give that to them.
And in your summary, you did state
you're-
that.
I'm sorry,
I
I
haven't
don't think
finished.
that he was done.
Oh.
Allow him to
I don't
do
know
his
why
cross.
you're asking more.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I thought you
was
said that you were
finished.
over with questions. I'm sorry.
Go ahead. Thought you were done.
Okay, so one last question.
Yeah.
Um, are you familiar with Mr. Chris Herbert?
Yes, I know
And-
his name, and I've spoken with him on the phone.
Okay.
Yes,
Because he also belongs to the ISA.
yes,
He follows the ANSI procedures and everything.
yes.
And I have a statement of him saying that this was a necessary procedure, even though the tree, it was at a certain point top, but that it was going to recuperate with no issues, that there's really no harm to the tree whatsoever, and that it's not under stress. It's a tree that is in a front yard, and therefore it needs to be prepared for hurricane seasons.
My response to that would be, one, I'd like to see exactly what he said, because I have a hard time.
It's a full report.
Okay.
And Judge, I'm gonna object to that because I don't have the opportunity, just like we continued this case last time in order to have Ms. Walker here. I don't have the opportunity, I don't recall the gentleman's last name, I believe his name is Chris, for Chris to be here, so I'm able to question him and look into his background and experience,
I have his
and-
card right here.
and
You
ask
can
him
call him if you
as
want.
well. So he's not here for this proceeding for the city to be able to question him.
My second point to that, I do want to add something else, but I don't want to interrupt.
Generally, I allow hearsay evidence that I feel are competent and reliable. The only situation here is that we don't know who this person is.
Right.
And this person is not here to testify and be cross-examined because you're presenting him as an expert. What I did at the last hearing was to give you an opportunity, was to request that the city bring in the arborist so that she can testify and give you an opportunity to cross-examine
And I did.
her statement. And she did produce an opinion, and I did not rely on that solely because I know you had questions. So I postponed it so that you can have an opportunity to cross-examine their arborist. And so now if you want to present something that you're saying that's quote unquote from an expert, then the city would want the same courtesy and the same opinion to be able to cross-examine your expert witness. So do you see where?
Right, no,
where
I
I'm going with
understand
that?
that. I mean, if I would have known ahead of time that I need to bring him here personally, then I will do so. I will call him and let him know so he can answer to me and say, okay, yeah, I'll be here in the hearing. But he gave me his professional report from what he saw about the tree.
So-
He gave me his contact numbers. I mean, do we have a professional report already in hand from the arborist?
Yes.
From
she
what
had
I
one last
remember, she
time.
did.
Okay.
She produced, the city produced, her opinion. And because I remember you had questions, and then I told them that we're going to table this proceedings, and I needed them to subpoena her to be present today, and that's the reason why she's here. And that's the reason why I did not rule on the case the last time it was heard.
Okay, but what I'm trying to explain here is that I know she's a professional, and Mr. Chris Herbert is also a professional, and they're in the same field. The difference is that she works for the city. Mr. Herbert doesn't work for the city.
I understand that. I don't want you to think that I'm confused as to what you're trying to present. What I am saying is the city is asking for an opportunity to cross-examine your expert witness.
Okay,
But your expert witness is not present here today.
then I would
The
like to
same-
get the time available for him to come.
Judge, he knew that we had postponed this. This has been over a month for this hearing. If he was able to get that professional opinion, and the whole basis of us moving the case for this date was because we were in the same situation last time. I would object to a continuance of this person to now come after he's seen that the city produced an expert regarding the tree abuse.
Can I add one thing too? I'm not giving my opinion. I am following the ordinance. So I am interested. I mean, I'd be interested to see what Chris had to say, but I am referring to, or everything I'm, evaluating is specifically per the ordinance. So even if Chris says, oh, the tree will survive, the tree was still hat-racked and the tree was still cut more than 25%, and those are specific criteria in the ordinance. So I just want to say that it's not my opinion. It's
She's applying
what's
it
in
to
the
our law.
ordinance.
Correct.
Right, and I am also trying to follow the ordinances. I mean, the state of Florida defines pruning of seagrass in a different way that the city of North Miami is doing. And that's why we have institutions like NC and SIA, which define this on a bigger spectrum. So therefore, if an ordinance has been passed through the city of North Miami, it has to be
All right,
also
I'm
put
not
in
going to
consideration.
postpone this case again, so let me entertain what your expert has to say. Give it to the city attorney, and then
That-
give it to Miss Walker.
Judge, that's over the city's objection. We had to
Understood.
postpone this case in order to bring in an expert to be questioned, and now our hands are tied in order for Your Honor to consider this, and we're not able to have the same courtesy to be able to question this expert.
I will rule on whether or not I will allow him to admit it when I make my ruling. But for now, I want Miss Walker to take a look at what he has, and if you're able to, make an opinion on it. But I will. I'm not saying that I am going to allow it. I'm saying that I will not postpone this case again
So why
for
are
him to subpoena or not subpoena, for him to bring in an expert witness.
So why are we entertaining someone who is allegedly trying to become an expert in this case, who we don't even know if he applied the facts and what he's witnessed? We don't know what he's witnessed in this case to our actual code. I don't know what he applied it to. It's not reliable evidence to even witness in this case.
I'm sorry, but Mr. Chris does work in this area, and he does work also in Biscayne Park and in different cities.
Miss Walker, are you familiar with this individual?
Yes, I am minimally. I know his name, and we've spoke on the phone, and I know that he is an ISA certified arborist. Yes.
Okay.
And again, and I work in several municipalities too, not just North Miami, and so I'm familiar with different
I'm just answering to
ordinances
what
of
she
different cities. And I'm happy to look at the letter, but again, I think there's a distinction between, is the tree able to survive, or was this a violation of the code? And when it comes to a violation of the code, yes, but I haven't
Well,
seen the letter yet. I'm willing to look at the
Let's
letter.
just recap. It was an emergency situation that we were under. It was not just a...
Sir, I understand. Can you pass the letter
Yes.
forward, please?
Yes, of course.
Give it to the city attorney first.
Once again, it's over the city's objection.
Got it.
I mean, I'm reading through it quickly for the sake of not
Miss,
taking.
I would ask that you wait for him to ask you a question and have the magistrate first decide if she's going to allow this into evidence for you to be even questioned on it. Judge, were you going to
Okay.
take a look at it
Yes,
before?
I am.
If you can pass it up, please.
Thank you. Okay. All right. What questions do you have for
Judge,
Ms.
for the record,
Walker?
are you gonna be allowing this into evidence?
All right, let's be clear.
If she's,
These hearings are not usually conducted in accordance with the formal rules of evidence. So we have allowed hearsay evidence, which we find to be competent and reliable every time. So, having said this, I do not wish to reset this case again. So if we are able to address this issue today, we will. If not, I'm happy to reset it so that he can bring his own expert witness in. What do we want to do?
Judge, I'm not for resetting it as well. It's gone long enough, but my concern is, on behalf of the city, is that it does not indicate anywhere on that piece of paper from this person who we don't know whether he actually made this opinion based on our code, and that's the most
And that's
important thing.
that's your argument, and I'm okay with that. I haven't said what is your opinion on this issue. All I was saying, I asked your expert witness to look at the documents, and then if she has an opinion on it, I'm happy to hear it. If she has a position that differs from what he says, which I believe she does, she has testified to it. I know that she testified that she actually went there and she visited the property. She saw the trees and she has her opinion on it. I have not read from what this document said that this person actually went on the scene and saw for himself, or whether he just saw the pictures. So he's not here to testify or cross-examine. So whatever decision that I make based on what Mr. Uribe has presented, I'll take everything with a grain of salt. But don't make it seem like we always go by the rules of civil procedures or evidence when it comes to how we present cases here. We have always relied on, reasonable hearsay, on everything that we do here.
Correct, and I totally agree, but my issue with this is that I don't believe it's reliable because we're talking about an expert.
And
that's
I
that's
understand,
all.
and that's exactly what I said. I told Mr. Uribe from the very outset that you do not have an opportunity to cross-examine his quote-unquote expert witness.
So why are we going to be able to rely on it for the hearing? Why are we even considering it or asking this expert if you believe it's not even reliable?
That's not exactly what I said.
So is your understanding that it is reliable evidence?
No, I said that I will listen to all the evidence, and I have not yet made up my mind whether or not I am even going to consider what Mr. Herbert or Hubert have written. But I am asking Mr. Uribe, does he have any question for your witness?
Your Honor, just to clarify, he has been in my property. It's dated there.
Okay. The only issue is that the city wants to have an opportunity to cross-examine him, and he's not present.
If he's
Okay.
going to be considered, then we would judge. But if he's not, then no, then we don't. We think it's
All right, Miss Walker, what is your opinion based on what you saw, based on what you know, and based on your 25 years of experience?
I mean, again, the way I want to move forward is by following the ordinance and doing that more than my opinion. I question a couple of things in Mr. Herbert's report that, that's beside the point, but I think what the issue really is the code and the ordinance. And he's giving his opinion that the tree will be okay and will recover, which I said the tree will recover to an extent. It will be a weaker tree. It will be a weaker tree. I'm not saying that the tree is dead. It will be a weaker tree, but I think the bottom line is that there were multiple indicators that the ordinance was violated, and I think that's kind of
So-
the bottom line. I mean,
So Ms. Walker, I'm sorry, so there is no permanent damage to the tree?
Yes, I would say there's permanent damage. It will recover, but there is permanent damage, I would say. Yeah.
I think that it's very difficult for a lot of people to grasp. Miss Walker is not the first harborist who have testified here, and I've been doing this for some time. Just because the tree looks pretty and it has green leaves does not necessarily means that it's a strong tree. Does not necessarily means that it has not been damaged.
Right, no, the
Do you
question was...
understand?
Yes, I understand, but the question is if there's permanent damage or not, because...
I think she testified to it, that there is permanent damage, that even if it's sprouts, is that the word that you use?
Yes.
And the branches are now weaker than they were before.
Yeah.
So it may look pretty, but it's still a damaged tree.
If I might, I would like to read...
No, I'm about to wrap this up.
Okay.
I've heard enough. Anyone else needs to add anything else?
no, Judge.
Based on the evidence presented, I find that the violation does exist. I find in favor of the city. I will enter an adjudication and I will affirm the ticket. Thank you, ma'am. Call the next case.
The next case is Neville R. and Alan J. Reed, CTTRA 2019-00015. The city would like to call Officer Jose Perez.
I'm sorry. Good morning, sir.
morning.
Please state your full name and relationship to the property.
My name is Neville Reed, and I'm the owner.
Thank you, sir. Another hat racking case?
Yes. Good morning, sir. Can you please state your name for the record?
Jose Perez.
And can you please state your job, what your job is?
I am a code compliance officer for the city of North Miami.
And how long have you been a code compliance officer?
Coming on 2 years now.
Now, Mr. Perez, did you come across the property of 155 Northwest 120th Terrace in North Miami, Florida, 33168
Yes.
on October 2nd, 2019?
Yes.
And how did you come about this case?
I was patrolling the area and I observed the tree.
And what did you observe specifically?
Well, I noticed that there was a large bulk of tree debris on the swale, which led me to look for any trees that could have possibly been abused. In which case I saw directly across from the bulk trash a tree that was severely trimmed. At that point, I reached out to the arborist and I got her expert opinion.
Now, if we can please put my screen up on the main screen. Now, do you recognize this?
Yes.
How do you recognize this?
It is the citation I wrote.
And how do you know that you wrote it?
It has my name and my signature on it.
Okay. At this time, the city would like to introduce the violation to get into evidence.
Noted.
Now, Mr. Perez, if you can bear with me. Do you recognize these photos?
Yes.
Now, how do you recognize these photos?
These are the photographs that I took and submitted along with the ticket packet from the citation.
And when were these photos taken?
Roughly October 2nd, 2019 at approximately 9:13 a.m.
Are they in the same or substantially the same condition as when you took the photographs?
Yes.
The city would like to introduce these final photographs into evidence.
Noted.
Now, Mr. Perez, I'm showing you this image here. Do you recognize this image?
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
That is actually the image I pulled originating the tree. So I wanted to get a comparison of what the tree was before and after, and that's pretty much how I noticed that the tree was severely trimmed.
Now, what date are these Google images from?
March. That's the street view was taken in March 2019. I can't recall exactly what date I pulled them, but those are from March 2019.
Okay. Now, did you have the opportunity to speak to anyone on the property regarding this?
No.
Did you see anyone on the property the day that you witnessed the limbs on the floor in front of the home?
No.
Did you have an opportunity to see if there were any permits issued, posted on the property anywhere?
I did look up a record search to see if there was any possible permits, but I did not find any.
Now, throughout your investigation, you previously stated you went ahead and reached out to the arborist, correct?
Yes.
Is that Ms. Ellison Walker?
Yes.
And did she give you an opinion in this case?
Yes.
Your Honor, would you like to review the opinion that was given to Mr. Perez?
And is that Ms. Walker's opinion?
Yes.
Okay, she can testify to it.
Okay, perfect. No further questions for this witness.
Sir, do you have any questions for the officer?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Mr. Perez passed there every time I cut the tree. I cut it like 4 times already before he come. When I cut the last 2 branches off, that's the time he gave me a ticket.
Yes, because that's when I observed the pile on the swell area.
But that would be the 4th pile because you only could put a pile of tree washing machine. So I got to watch what I cut before I could put out there.
Yes, but in regards to the tree itself, I didn't notice the tree until I noticed the pile, at which point then it led me to observe the violation of the tree.
But the pile was always be 2 piles, one at my sister's house and one at my house. So it's impossible for you not to really see that I cut and then I make 2 small piles all the time.
But we're not in questioning the pile or the trash. That was just what led me to see the tree. The trash and the tree are 2 separate incidences and aren't correlated. That's just what led me to observe the tree.
But I have another question. This is just a mango tree. It's not an oak tree. It's not a sea grape tree. Just a regular mango tree. The mango tree have disease, so that's the reason why I'm cutting it.
Yeah, unfortunately, whether it's a mango tree or a palm tree, all trees should be treated the same. That's why there's specific codes for them.
Well, I still haven't finished cutting, so that means I can't cut no more off of it. If that's the case, because you give me a ticket, that's why I stop.
Right. So if you were to wanting to remove the tree, you would have gotten a permit to remove the whole tree as a whole piece, not severely trim it to where it's not going to come back to its original shape and health. At that point, the tree is severely damaged.
So the tree is damaged now. So that means I need to go pull a permit to take it out then.
The mitigation requirements were established by the arborist. I'll let her go over that.
Okay.
Anything else, sir?
No. That's
All right. Proceed with your next witness.
Judge, do you want me to go back on the training and experience, or do you want to pass that for the arborist? since
Yeah,
you-
that's it.
Okay. Good morning again, Ms. Walker. Now, we're speaking on 155 Northwest 120th Terrace. Did you have an opportunity to go to that property on October 7, 2019?
I did.
Okay. And were you called out by code enforcement in order to review this tree for tree abuse?
I was.
And what did you determine when you were there?
Again, as soon as I got there, it was a clear case of hat racking. I saw that pretty much about 90% of the foliage had been removed, and there was just remaining stubs of trunks So it was very clear to see that it was a case of hat racking
Now,
and improper pruning.
was it your opinion that more than 25% of the canopy was removed,
Yes.
which altered the natural shape of, and destroyed the tree?
Yes.
Now, what was the actual square footage that you determined of the canopy that was removed?
Because the tree was already removed and at that point the pile of debris was gone, I had to refer to the Google images to estimate an amount of canopy, and I'll be honest and say that I tend to err on the conservative side looking at Google images. So I estimated that the canopy was 14 feet in each direction, which is likely low. And then we have a formula for calculating the mitigation requirements based on that.
Now, were you able to determine if this was in fact a mango tree?
Yeah, I could clearly tell that it was a mango tree. There was like I said, about 5% maybe of the foliage remaining. So yes.
Were you able to tell if there was disease on this tree?
No, I was not.
Okay.
And just for future reference, if you believe that a tree is diseased or damaged or a threat, then you do need to get that verified by the city before you remove it.
Wait, all right, I got a question. There wasn't one mango on this mango tree was good this year. Not even one.
Yeah, some
Everything was
years are
on the
bad mango
sidewalk.
years.
I gotta be cleaning that sidewalk every day. I don't even get one mango off of it. So
Yeah.
I decided to cut it.
Yeah.
Get the mango tree have a disease.
I don't know. I wasn't able to inspect it to see if it had a disease. And
As a mango lover, I'm offended. But based on your opinion, does this tree now needs to be removed and replaced?
again, the tree is permanently affected. If you want to remove it or not is your choice, but leaving a tree that has been pruned like that creates a weaker situation, as I explained in the last case, where the sprouts that regrow are not strongly attached. So it's up to you if you want to leave it or not, but what the city does require is that it's mitigated for the damaged canopy that the ordinance says was effectively, destroyed.
Okay. Anything else?
Nothing else from the city, Judge.
All right. I'm ready to rule, sir. Anything else?
That's it.
That's
No,
it.
I'm good.
All right. Based on the testimony of the code enforcement officer and the tree arborist, I find that the violation did exist. I find in favor of the city. I will affirm the ticket. Good luck to you, sir.
All right, thank you.
Anything else for Ms. Walker? Is there another case?
There is, Ms. Sanders. Do you need her for another case? I believe there's one more case that she might have.
Okay, let's call it.
If we can call that out of the way.
Okay.
Is Regazio. The property address is 1915 South Hibiscus Drive.
Good
Case
morning.
number
Please
s-
state your full. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Case number CETRE 2019 00001.
What's the last name?
Regazio?
Regazio.
Okay.
Good morning, ma'am. Please state your full name in relationship to the property.
My name is Maritza Rodriguez Regazio, and I'm the owner.
Okay. Can't find it. But
My apologies. Give me one moment. Since we're calling out of order, I need to locate it. I have it. Shanna Sanders, City of North Miami Code Compliance Officer. This is a new case for a tree that was removed from the property for property address 1915 South Hibiscus Drive. I inspected the property on May 9, 2019, whereas I observed a gentleman outside. He had already cut the tree and he was placing the branches onto a truck. I spoke to him. He then contacted the property owner. We had a conversation by phone. I explained to her that she needed to pull a permit. She stated that the tree was damaged. It was a lot of dead limbs. It had already hurt somebody in the past, so she felt that it was an emergency. So again, she wanted to go ahead and cut the tree so that it won't hurt anyone again. I did explain to her that she needed to obtain an after-the-fact permit. I did not know what type of tree it was, so as we do in our practice, we called the arborist and asked them to come out. As Allison went out, she did send me an email stating that a permit needed to be pulled. I don't recall what type of tree it is, but she did say that they needed a permit. I believe the property owner then reached out to the city. They explained to her what she needed to do to mitigate the violation. As of this date, the notice or mitigation letter was sent out to her, but nothing has been done to my knowledge at this time. So I'll let the property owner explain, what's going on when she plans on replacing the tree. But again, as of last week, Wednesday the 13th, I have not heard back from the property owner. Tree, again, has already been cut, and the mitigation letter has been mailed out.
Okay, so 5 years ago, when I bought this house, there were 2 black olive trees in front of the house, and they were both sick and dying. And I called the city, and there was another arborist. I forgot his name, but I believe his first name was Kent. And I called, and I told him, this tree is in very, very bad condition. The sap was oozing, everything. And eventually, he came out to the house, and he agreed that both trees were sick, and they needed to be removed. So he said to me, I'm going to take this tree down, and he goes, I'm going to come back and do the other tree. And he said, eventually, I will replace those trees. And he said that the city did not have a budget to replace the trees at that time. But he said eventually. So I waited a year. I kept in touch with the city. Nothing happened. Things got worse. The tree was removed. The other one that was sick was still there. The branches, big branches, started to fall. And this girl almost got hurt, a pregnant girl that works for one of the families down the street, by an inch. So I said, you know what? I just can't wait anymore. And I'm a tree lover. That's not a problem with me. The more trees, the merrier. But this tree was in a very bad situation. I have photos of the diseased tree. And what happened was that same day, I said to my gardener, I said, please do me a favor, just cut down the tree. In the past, when I had spoken with the city, they had told me that I could put whatever tree I wanted, just plant a tree. If we don't come within a certain amount of time, because we don't have the budget, you can plant a tree. So I did. That same day, there was a tree planted. I have the photo of it that was planted, a Japanese fern. And I thought that everything was fine. Nobody ever told me that I needed to get a permit, by the way, because the arborist had already been there. So after the fact, when Ms. Sanders came by, I said, look, I didn't know any of this, because the arborist that was there before had explained that they were going to take care of everything, and they never did, because the city didn't have a budget for it. So he had said at one point, and I brought a witness today, she had to leave, that she was actually there when all of this happened. And she's my neighbor. She's also the treasurer at Keystone Point. And she was there, and she goes, I remember clearly that he said to you, go ahead and plant your own tree, because right now we don't have a budget for it. So when she called Miss Walker out, she came, I spoke with Debbie Love, and I said to her, you know what, let's plant another tree. I don't mind planting another tree. What happened was I got everything notified, the notarized, and I sent you that. And I just never had a chance to finish the paperwork. I didn't know that there was a time constraint. So basically, my mother has dementia, all this stuff. So what happened was that because I've been so busy, I just haven't had a chance. Because again, I was never told that I needed a permit. And I already had planted the tree. And I did everything that I was supposed to do except the permit. Because I didn't know I had to get one. So basically, that's it. And I have photos of the tree that's planted, and I have photos of the diseased tree as well.
At this time, we're asking for an adjudication in, or we would like information on when she would be trying to get this mitigated. I know she stated that she has a sick mother, but again, this has been going on since May, so we would like some type of date or time frame as to when this is going to be rectified if we don't give an adjudication.
Not necessarily, it was cut down, right?
Yes, it was cut down, I'm looking at the letter here. It's on the screen. It's more so stating that she doesn't need to obtain a permit at this time because it was already cut, but it is stating that she must apply for the tree what it says that she needs a tree mitigation permit in order to replace the tree that was removed.
And what's the date on this letter?
I'm showing here this letter was August 5th, 2019. And it came from Ms. Walker.
I can't even pull the case. I don't know which one we're on.
It's
That's
on
why
the
I have to look
screen,
at it from
yeah.
here. And I can barely see what's up here. Oh, good, okay.
Let me start
Yeah, I
from the
can
top
see
so
it.
you'll see.
Mhm.
Dated August 5th from Ms. Walker, CC to my code manager and the zoning manager, Derek Cook. Let me know when you need me to move up.
Okay. All right, so she is partially what is the amount on the ticket? Because I can't pull it up.
With this one, I made contact just as we do before writing the ticket. I contacted Allison as well as she stated, Miss Love. She's the director of community planning and development, and she sent me an email stating because the tree was because it was damaged, that she wouldn't require her to pull a permit. So she wanted her to more so just do the mitigation for, as you see here in the photos, it was pretty much a dead tree already. So we stated that she wouldn't have to pull the permit for removing the tree, but she needed to at least do the replacement of the tree and do the mitigation of that.
The tree,
Okay,
I'm sorry, the tree was replaced that same day. I have photos. It was replaced. I didn't know that I had to do paperwork until after the fact.
Okay.
So when I started doing the paperwork, I didn't know that there was a time constraint. So, but the tree was planted the same day that it was cut down.
Okay.
The letter does say that.
It does say that she's in partial compliance.
Yes.
It says she has partially complied. Okay, so what are we asking?
Now since she's saying she didn't know that she needed to do, about paperwork, we're asking that she go ahead and submit that paperwork to community planning and development so that they can notify me that she has met all the requirements, because I think there's a certain number or placement or whatnot that they require. I want to make sure that she has met those requirements, and they'll notify me so that I can close it out. So I don't mind, either tabling this case in or giving an adjudication so that could be done in a timely fashion.
All right, so based on the evidence provided, I find that the violation still exists. Ma'am, you have, December 11th, by December 11th, how lengthy is the process? Will she be able to get it done by December 11th?
Yeah, I would definitely say that, because as you see, the letters have already been mailed out. I've already been in contact with community planning and development. So, and she seems as though she's fully aware of what she's needing now. So I don't think it would take a long process.
All
If
right,
it
so
does,
I'll
I'll
enter
ask.
an adjudication, and ma'am, you have until December 11th by which to resolve the violation.
Okay, so basically, the paperwork that I got notarized is what I have to do, and I have to bring it downstairs, is that correct?
Speak to the code enforcement officer, and then
Okay.
she can tell you what the procedure is.
Okay, and that's it?
That's it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you,
I
ma'am.
don't know where you were at, I think.
Thank you, Ms. Walker.
Are we hearing this case for me before I walk out?
No, you, I'm postponing it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I wanna make sure.
The next case is Giselle Chow, CTB PR 2019-00133. We're asking for this case to be postponed.
Okay, which one was this?
This is number 3, Giselle Chow, CTB PR 2019-00133. She did show up this morning, but
Okay,
didn't sign it under the proper name. So we're asking for the case to be postponed.
okay. About 30 days?
That's fine.
Yes.
The next case is Immaculée Jacqua, CTNUS 2019-00009. We are going to be dismissing this case.
Okay.
And the last ticket appeal is Jerry Turner, CTBPR 2019-00132. Officer Aaron Barber.
Good morning, sir. Please state your full name in relationship to the property.
Jerry Turner, owner.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning. Can you please state your name for the record?
Erin Barber, City of North Miami Code Compliance Officer.
And Ms. Barber, how long have you been a code compliance officer?
A little over 24 years.
Now, Ms. Barber, did you come across the property at 13831 North Miami Avenue? I'm sorry. 729 Northeast 127th Street in North Miami, Florida 33161 on September 23rd, 2019?
Yes, I did.
And how did you come across this property?
I was doing a routine inspection of the area, and I noticed that there was some bulk trash items that were outside, and I had gone in to post a regular notice of violation for the items that were outside.
Now, if we can place the ticket on the screen, please. Do you recognize this ticket?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
That's the citation that I wrote.
Is that the citation that you wrote to the property, to the owner, Mr. Turner?
Yes, it is.
Is it in the same or substantially the same condition as when you wrote it?
I don't understand the question.
Does it look the same as when you wrote it? Does it appear altered or anything in any way?
Oh, no, that's the same.
At this time, the city would like to introduce a civil violation ticket into evidence.
Noted.
Now, Ms. Barber, did you have an opportunity to speak to anyone on the property?
No, I did not.
Were you able to take some photographs of the property?
Yes, I was able to take a few photos.
1 second. Do you recognize these photographs? And I'll scroll through them.
Yes, those were the photos that I had taken on the 23rd, prior to issuing the citation.
Are they in the same or substantially the same condition as they were when you took them on September 23rd, 2019?
Yes.
At this time, the city would like to introduce these photographs into evidence.
Okay.
Ms. Barber, can you please describe to the court what these are photographs of? Is this what you previously testified to, the bulk trash that you witnessed outside?
Yes, that was that's the first thing that I saw. That's what prompted me to stop at the property, take the photos of the, excuse me, of the waste, and to write up the 24-hour notice of violation for the bulk trash.
Now, these photographs that I'm scrolling through, these appear to be inside of an apartment, correct?
Yes, that was on the second floor. When I was posting the notice, I did hear that there was someone upstairs, so I'd gone upstairs to see if there was someone I could speak to. The door to the unit was open, and this is what I saw when I'd gone upstairs.
Now, did you witness, I see a man in one of these photographs. Did you witness this man doing work on the property?
Yeah, he appeared to be doing something inside the unit. I'm not sure what it was. I didn't go inside the unit to take the photos.
Now, did you have an opportunity to see if there was any permits issued on this property that the owner was allowed to do construction without a permit?
I did check. I didn't see any permits posted. So after I took the photos, I went and I called the Building and Zoning Department to verify whether or not there were any open permits, and they said there were not.
Okay. I have no further questions for this witness at this time.
All right, sir, do you have any questions for the witness?
Ms. Barber, it's my understanding, at least it was my understanding at the time, that if I was simply replacing, in this instance, I believe it was kitchen cabinets, I didn't need a
Speak into the
permit.
mic, Judge.
Yes, sir, bring the mic down.
I'm
Okay.
sorry. Was I in error?
Wait, what was the question?
I'm sorry.
It was my understanding at the time this was done that if I was simply replacing an existing damaged kitchen cabinet, that I did not need to obtain a permit. Was I in error?
I believe so, yes, sir. I did have an opportunity to speak with Officer Gary Beswick, and it was noted that permits would have been required for the amount of work that was being done.
But if it's just simply a replacement of an existing unit, you said a permit was required to be obtained under the circumstances?
I believe so, yes, sir.
So if I was in error, then I'm guilty.
Well, so ruled. Well, I appreciate your candor, Mr. Turner. Based on the evidence presented, I do find that the violation did exist. Find in favor of the city, and I will affirm the ticket. Thank you, sir. Good luck to you.
Judge, could I ask you to reduce the fine? The fine is like $500. It's a lot of money.
And was it just the cabinets, or were they doing any hardcore construction, Mr. Barber?
The only work that I'm aware of is what I was able to capture in the photos. I do have a hard copy of the same photos that are on.
Okay, I saw them.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Okay, it's 500. I'll reduce them to 350.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barber.
Do I go downstairs to pay that or what? I don't know what the procedure is.
You will receive, he will receive something in the mail, correct?
I will? Okay, thank
All
you.
right. Thank you.
That wraps
Um,
up the ticket appeals, Judge.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I just need a 2-minute recess. I need to run to the restroom. Is
If anyone needs to
Nubia?
go to the bathroom, this is the time to take it. The judge is gonna take a 2-minute recess. Go to the bathroom, come right back, please. Thank you. Don't take too long. Take your time.
I'm about to leave.
Oh, my clerk. Okay, she's here. Okay. Yes, please. All right, we are back on the record. Let's call our next case. Quiet, please. Okay.
Starting for new business, right?
The first case is going to be 14050 Northeast 6th Ave, Prestige. The case number is CEFAW 2019-00199. The officer is John Dorville.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir. Is, what is the name?
Prestige.
Is Prestige present?
14050 Northeast 6th Ave, Prestige.
Nope, let's proceed.
Okay. Once again, good morning. John Dorville, City North Miami Co-Compliance Office, representing the, actually 3 cases for this particular property, 14050 Northeast 6th Avenue. This property was posted for all 3 cases on 11/6/19, proper service. The first case is in reference to, which is CEFAW 2019-00199. Please repair damaged concrete wall on the south of the property. Photo as it exists. This is a concrete wall. Rotate as such. This is actually concrete wall with rebarb showing and has wood on the outside.
So the wood paneling or on
Either side of the wall.
either side of the wall?
Correct,
Okay.
and there's actually trash and debris, as you can
Yeah.
clearly see on the item.
Mhm.
So that's why I cited the property. This is a commercial property with residents. And as I stated before, it was, proper service was given on 11/6/2019 at, I'll give you the time. The time was 11:12 a.m.
Okay.
And that's for the fence was a CEFAW 2019-00199.
Okay. Based on the unrebutted testimony of the code enforcement officer and the evidence presented, I find that the violation does exist. Also find good notice, given proper notice, the owners have failed to appear. Hereby find in favor of the city and in turn adjudication, property owners have until December 11th by which to resolve the violation. If the violation is not resolved by the abatement date, there will be a daily fine amount of $200.
The second case is same property, 14050 Northeast 6th Avenue, Prestige. Case number MHVIO 2019-00425. This is in reference to posting a current elevator certificate. Proper service was given once again. It was given on, the property was posted 11:12 a.m. at November the 6th, 2019. And the elevator certificate is out of compliance. It says 7/13/2019, so they haven't really, it's several months.
7/13?
Yes.
As in July?
Yes, ma'am.
Again, based on the unrebutted testimony of the code enforcement officer and the evidence presented, I find that the violation does exist. I also find good notice, given proper notice, the owners have failed to appear. Hereby find in favor of the city, enter an adjudication. Property owners have until December 11th by which to resolve the violation. If the violation is not resolved by the abatement date, there will be a daily fine amount of $200.
Final case for this property, 14050 Northeast 6th Avenue, Prestige, MHVIO 2019-00427. This is Violation is for their laundry room doors that didn't have a lock nor handle on it. Once again, proper service was given 11 November the 6th, 2019 at 11:12 a.m. Picture of the door.
Based on the unrebutted testimony of the code enforcement officer and the evidence presented, I find that the violation does exist. Also find in favor of the city. Enter an adjudication. I find good notice. Given proper notice, the owners have failed to appear. Owners have until December 11th by which to resolve the violation. If the violation is not resolved by the abatement date, there will be a daily fine amount of $50.
Thank you.
Next.
The next case is going to be Alani M. Adkabi. Adakambi. Case number CESTA 2019-00033. The officer is Jose Perez.
Good morning, sir. Please state your full name and relationship to the property.
Good morning. My name is Alani Adakambi, and I live there.
Good morning. City of North Miami Code Enforcement Officer Perez. Today we're hearing the case in reference to the property located at 12630 Northeast Miami Court. This violation is in regards to short-term rental advertisement that was up, and here we have photographs of the advertisement on Airbnb. We also have photographs depicting the front of the home on Airbnb itself. And today we really like just an adjudication. I did notice that the advertisement was taken down from Airbnb, but we'd like to reiterate that no advertisement is allowed, period, for the rentals. And as a warning for future occurrence, if it were to happen, to have an adjudication.
Mr.
Adakambi.
Okay.
Don't worry about it. Thank you.
All right. Do you have anything that you want to add?
No, not necessarily. Basically, we received the notice to appear. On the notice, it stated that if you corrected the issue, you're able to call. We called multiple times. We didn't get anybody until yesterday. We spoke to him, told him that it was taken off. I also have the proof, the email that it was taken off of Airbnb. It was a one-time occurrence. We didn't know that it was wrong. It was corrected. It won't happen again. That's why I'm here.
And just to state up, I did get calls over Thursday and Friday of last week, but I was out of the office, and that's why I didn't return his calls until yesterday. Nonetheless,
You didn't return. We had to call back.
Right. Nonetheless, I didn't return into the office until yesterday, and I was catching up. Nonetheless, the violation has been corrected, but again, we want an adjudication because the city's really strong right now on getting these advertisements removed and not having any future occurrences.
Understood, but did it say that if it was corrected and they called, would this matter would have been taken off calendar?
No, it did not say that on the notice.
Okay.
I have the notice on here, actually. Should be.
If you have any questions regarding the violations cited or have fully complied with the violations, you may request an inspection by the code officer prior to the time specified for correction by calling code compliance at the number. If the violation is corrected and then reoccurs, or if the violation is not corrected by the time specified for the correction, this case may be presented to code enforcement special magistrate even if the violation has been corrected prior to scheduled hearing.
And might I point out that the reinspection date was July 23rd, 2019, and my final reinspection was actually November 13, 2019. He didn't call me back until I think it was Thursday or Friday, and then we spoke yesterday.
We didn't speak, but we called multiple times prior to that. But I mean, the issue's
Nonetheless,
been fixed.
Nonetheless, we just seek an adjudication because this is a recurring issue throughout the entire city. So we just want to establish that the violation did exist, and to prevent it from occurring in the future.
This is a recurring issue with this property?
Not this property specific, just several properties
It's a
throughout the
one-time
area.
thing, which has been corrected.
I will dismiss it with cost. Or do you need to re-inspect the website?
I have the email.
It's fine. I've noticed that it was taken down. Again, we just want the adjudication to show that at one point it was up. That way, in the future, if it were to happen again, then we could bring them back to the magistrate.
You have the record.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Judge, that's not sufficient for us just to have the record, though.
I understand.
What's the?
If I understand, the notice says if it's taken down, to contact us, and it may be brought up before the special magistrate, and it was taken down, and it was efforts tried to reach the code enforcement officer. And if that were to happen, then it probably would not have been before me today.
But
So I
there
take
was a
that into
spec- but-
consideration.
Right, but there was a specific date by that he should have contacted, and he didn't meet that criteria. I
That's
don't-
not correct. He testified that he tried to reach Mr. Perez.
After my final reinspection,
Right. The final reinspection date was November 13th.
November 13th.
And he reached him the earliest Thursday of last week. That was.
We've reached Mr.
That's
Perez
not what he said.
multiple times before that.
That's not what he testified to. He said he tried to reach Mr. Perez, and Mr. Perez said he tried last week, and Mr. Perez was not there.
He said he wasn't there Thursday and Friday. But
That's
the
correct.
reinspection
We've
date was
reached
the
out to Mr.
I
Perez multiple
understand.
times before
His
then.
His testimony was that he reached out multiple times.
But that's not sufficient. We have a lot of people come here and say that they've called, and there's
I'll
no
note your
evidence of that.
objection for the record.
Yes,
I
we
made my
object for the
ruling.
record.
Next,
Am I good to go?
I dismissed it. Yes.
Thank you so much.
Sir, understand that it's still a court cost, okay? Yeah. Just so you know, it was dismissed, but it is a.
Just so you know, it was dismissed, but it was a court cost, just so.
I don't understand how much is a court cost.
The court cost is $100. You could speak to your code compliance officer. He can give you the details about everything afterwards.
So, I have a question. Again, I tried to reach out to Mr. Perez. If he were to inspect this, it wouldn't be in court today. I'm not sure why I have to pay a court cost.
You sure you want to go down the line with me?
Yeah, I don't want to. I'm just
Okay.
asking.
Okay. Have a good day, Mr.
Likewise.
Adams.
Thank you so much. Take care.
The next case is Alicia Levinson, case number CERCV 2019-00135. The officer is Edney St. Louis.
Good morning, sir. Please state your full name and relationship to the property.
Good morning. My name is Sergio Livi. I am a representative.
What does that mean?
I have a power of attorney for the property.
Oh, you have the power of attorney?
Yes.
Okay, can you show it to the code enforcement officer in the city?
Yes.
I don't think so. is what it is. Any objections?
None from the city.
Good morning, Code Officer St. Louis. This violation was open since June 28, 2019. It's in regards to the recreational vehicle that he has parked on a property. Violation was posted on 11/1/19. This is the initial picture, dated back June 28, 2019. And as of the final recheck, November 13, 2019, the recreational vehicle is still there. Now, I must say for the record, the city was in the process of making amendments to the variance process, so we had to hold off until the amendments were made. But the process is complete now. Now it's just a matter of the property owner going to apply and obtain the variance to allow the recreational vehicle on the property.
Okay. Do you intend to do that, sir?
Yes, and after I received this notice, she explained to me the process. I understand clearly what I need to do, and that's what we're gonna do.
Okay. So what are you asking?
Well, we're looking for adjudication and give him time to go ahead and apply and go through the process of the variance.
In
applying for that variance.
How long is the process?
That process typically takes up to 30 or more days, depending on Community Planning and Development Department.
Okay, so December 11th wouldn't work.
No.
All right, sir, get started on the process as soon as possible. I do find that the violation exists. I find in favor of the city. I will enter an adjudication. I will give you until January 8th, by which to resolve the violation. But if you have submitted your applications, I don't know what the process is, you know, on January 15th, if you need more time, if you're able to prove that you have actually, you know, done the legwork and now you're waiting on the city to decide, then I will not take any actions against you. But if you do not take the necessary steps to resolve the violation, there will be a daily fine amount of $200. Okay? Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you.
Next.
Alvaro Merchant. The case number is CELDR 2019-00007.
What happened to Alicia Levington? Oh, or Alan Jack?
I'm sorry?
What happened to Alan Jacks? 6 and 7 and 8.
The next person on my list is Alvaro. Right after Alicia Levinson, I have Alvaro.
Okay. Was it one of the ones that were postponed or complied?
I have Alvaro.
All right.
I'm not sure. I have Alvaro.
Okay, mine, I guess, is set up differently, but I have an Alan Jacks. All right, go ahead.
The case number is CELDR 2019-00007. The officer is Shanna Sanders.
Good morning, sir. Please state your full name in relationship to the property.
Good morning. Alvaro Merchan, owner of the property.
Thank you.
Shanna Sanders, City of North Miami Code Compliance Officer. This is a new case for property address 1451 Northeast 132 Road for violation of the land development regulations. In short, is for the driveway, not having the proper driveway installed at the property. This violation was first observed June 12, 2019, whereas I sent the notice of violation to the property owner. I then sent a second notice of violation to the property owner again in July 25th because we had a conversation. He stated that he was going to submit a permit to the city to install the proper driveway. As of last week, November 13th, there is no permit submitted to the city. The individual is still parking the vehicle on the front lawn, whereas it is nearly dirt at this present time. I have photos if you would like to see, and I'll let the property owner explain what's the delay in obtaining the permits and why he's still parking on the front lawn.
When did you say you have that conversation with him?
We had the conversation actually when I first went there in June. I was taking pictures of the property. He came outside the door, stated, finances was a little tight and that he would be pulling a permit within, he said, a couple of weeks. I then went back to the property in July 22nd. Again, we had a conversation. He stated he's been doing some home renovations, whereas he does have permits for. He stated, again, he would pull necessary permits. Again, as of last week, still no permits, and still the vehicles are being parked on the front lawn.
Okay. Pull up the photos.
As you see here in the photos, clearly he's been parking here for a certain time frame. All nearly looks like dirt.
Okay. Is there a swell area?
It is a swell area, but as you see here in the last picture depicted, he has already several vehicles at the property. Again, another violation that we spoke about, as I explained to him, what this ordinance in reference to. But again, because he has several vehicles there, there's nowhere else to park.
Is that a commercial property or residential?
It's a residential property. It's a residential, as you can see here. It's a home, single family.
Okay. Sir, do you understand the violation?
Yes.
Okay. Do you understand what is required to fix it?
Yeah, no parking in the front or get a driveway with permit and everything.
Okay. You had a conversation with the code enforcement officer?
Yes.
You understand what you need to do?
Yes.
When are you going to start working on it?
I just getting money. It's a money issue only. So I hopefully as soon as I can do it, but I cannot say that I'm gonna do it in the next 2 weeks because I'm not sure.
What are the options? Does it have to be concrete? Does it have sod?
Well, that's what we were talking about because he was asking me before the hearing and when you took a recess, what type of materials. I know definitely it is, concrete or some type of asphalt. I think they're at least allowing rocks now, but definitely not grass as he stated he wanted. But I would direct him to building and zoning. They would give him the definite type of materials that he can install. I don't want to give him any misinformation, especially on the record. So again, I would direct him to building and zoning, whereas they would tell him the exact materials to use.
Okay. All right, sir. I'm going to give you some time to meet with building and zoning.
Okay.
But I will enter an adjudication. I do find that the violation exists. I find in favor of the city. You have until January 8th to comply. Otherwise, you will incur a daily fine amount of $200. You understand?
Yeah, January 8th?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah.
So get started on it now, because I know you had a conversation with the officer, but you haven't done anything about it. Okay?
Yes.
All right, sir. Good luck to you.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. Next.
Andre C. Garcia.
Garcia.
Case number CEF W 2019-00153. The property address is 997 Northeast 145th Street. The officer is Karen Jean Lewis.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Hi.
All right. Do you need a translator?
I try to.
I don't want you to try.
Okay.
Okay. All right. I need you to fully understand,
Yes.
okay? All right.
Yes.
Yes, sir. Help him, please. Thank you. I'm sorry, please state your full name for the record.
Anesi Gracia.
My name is Anesi Gracia.
All right. M'vle ko pou tande,
Oui, oui.
kite l répéter, pas vrai?
Yes.
Pas lavel, et puis li même n'a répéter. All right?
Yes.
Okay. I just asked him to speak through the interpreter.
Good morning, Co-Compliance Officer Karen Jean Lewis. The property 997 Northeast 145 Street was cited to repair the damaged chain link fence. The notice of violation was issued on July the 5th, 2019. Notice to appear was posted on November 20th at the property at 3:46 p.m.
Wrong picture?
Wrong picture indeed.
Can't find it?
I'm trying to go back. Give me just 1 second. This is the picture of the damaged fence. Because I initially received a complaint about the pole sticking out and how it can be dangerous to pedestrians on the sidewalk, which is why the property was cited.
Okay. I noticed something.
When
Do
I
you see the
spoke,
cracks in,
yes,
was there an
when-
accident?
When I spoke to the property owner, he explained that there was an accident. I can allow him to elaborate
It seems like
further.
a car went through the fence or something, because I can see cracks on the,
Yes, here's a
walls of the
better
property.
picture.
Okay.
They can put it up.
Where is it? Yeah, I see it. I have a close-up.
Yes, the second picture is a close-up.
Sir,
Sir?
what happened?
Qu'est-ce qui s'est passé?
Let him
Oh.
speak into the mic too, so that it can be recorded.
A car ran into the house.
That's what I figured. Okay. All right, and when did this happen?
February 19.
February 19th,
2019.
2019.
Oh, wow. It's taken a while, sir. Are
Yes.
you in the process of repairing the damages?
Yeah, well, este,
Yes. I got an adjuster. I have an attorney.
Okay. In the meantime, the fence, is there anything that, can it be removed? Would it be?
Yes, if he can remove that portion where the
thing is
pieces are
sticking out?
yes.
Okay.
Because they extend over the sidewalk.
You understand that
Yes.
as it stands right now, it's kind of a danger for you and your guests?
Yes, yes.
So, has it been removed?
No,
No, I have not yet removed it.
Okay, so it needs to be removed, because it's a hazard right now.
Okay.
So as you go through your process with your homeowner's insurance, that part of it needs to be fixed,
Okay.
okay? I want you to do that as soon as possible.
Okay.
This is the paper for the attorney.
No, I don't need to see your attorney's, thing. We just need you to fix that portion. We're not handling your house right now, just that portion.
I do not have the money right now to repair it. I'm going to cut it off.
That's fine.
Très bien.
Huh?
He can remove the pieces that are sticking out, because that was the main concern.
Yes.
All right, is that the only issue? That's it. Okay, that's it. All right, good luck to you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Is Alan Jaquise present?
What's the name?
Alan Jaquise?
Jacques.
Jaquise, the property.
Jacques.
Oh. The property address is 775 Northwest 120th Street.
Yours is just showing up?
No.
Oh.
Okay, the next case is Atitsi Inc. Case number CEODS 2019-0095. The officer is Vanessa Willis.
Good morning, sir. Please state your full name and relationship to the property.
Jack Taravalos, property manager.
Okay.
Vanessa Willis, City of North Miami Code Compliance Officer. Okay. The first case is CEGEF 2019. All those zeros and then an 8. Please place an approved garbage enclosure on your property as required by the City of North Miami. That's the nature of the violation. And to date, they are not in compliance.
That's it. Do we have any?
Trying to. Okay, a picture of the posting is there, and then I have to do a little old schoolness. Have the picture of the dumpster enclosure, or the minus the area with the should be up on the screen with the
Actually,
absence of the dumpster enclosure. This photo was taken on November 14, 2019, so they are not in compliance.
I'm sorry?
I was just saying that they don't have a dumpster enclosure, and the photo was taken November 14th, 2019.
Okay. All right. Sir?
We have engaged an architect and gave us a drawing that we're going to obtain a contract to submit it to zoning for approval and proceed to have 2 or 3 enclosures in the rear of the property. And I wish I would like to give us some time to complete the project.
Okay. All right. Based on the evidence presented, I find that the violation does exist. I find in favor of the city. Obviously, December 11th is not going to give you enough time. I don't even know if January 8th is going to give you enough time, but at least we would need you to come back and give a report as to where you are. So I will give you an abatement date of January 8th and a fine amount of $300. So you work on what you need to do, stay in contact with the code enforcement officer, and at least you'll be able to tell us where you are on January 15th. Okay, and if you need an extension, we'll handle it at the time.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Good luck to you.
He has 2 cases.
Oh, he does? Don't leave.
Okay, Vanessa Willis, City of North Miami Code Compliance Officer. The case number is CEODS 2019-00095. Property address 13001 Northwest 7th Avenue. This property was cited on June 20th, 2019 to please cease and desist storing furniture on the exterior of the building. At this particular location, there's a Rent-A-Center furniture company that is the tenant inside the storefront, and they have been storing everything. It's almost like a staging area in front of the building. So this is what you see when you're passing by on Northwest 7th Avenue, almost maybe 2 to 3 times per week.
Okay.
We're going to engage an attorney to write them a letter that such violations are not against the lease, and they're in violation of the lease, and if they persist, we're gonna proceed to evict them.
Okay. And that's in the rear?
That's in the front.
In the rear or the front?
It's the front of the
The
building.
front.
What's constitute storing?
Most likely they're unloading the furniture.
No, that
from the
was, that,
truck.
that question wasn't for you, sir.
He can answer it, no.
No. What's constitute
Anything
storing?
that should be inside the structure. So say, for example, they wouldn't lock up the store and leave those items outside.
Mhm.
They're literally staging those things there so that they can take them out of the boxes, put the furniture inside, position it inside the store, et cetera, et cetera. So anything, in this particular case, that's that scenario. In other scenarios, it may be like a furniture store where they're literally putting the furniture outside so that you can attract customers to come in. But with this particular location, I've noticed that it's usually when they get large shipments of furniture coming in and it's inside the boxes and they don't really have any place to put it. So they're leaving it outside on the sidewalk, which is also the pedestrian walkway, a right of way, because that's where the businesses, the other businesses are receiving their customers.
I see.
Yeah,
Okay.
sometimes there's furniture, but this time it's actually boxes. So
Okay. All right, because that's, okay. All right, so Mr.
Jack.
Jack.
Fine.
All right. Same thing. Well, actually, this one is different. I like to allow the cases to run together, except that I gave you 60 days for the other case, and this one, I really wanted to set it for 30 days. But I don't want you to keep coming back and forth here every month. So
I
same thing, I do find a violation exists. I find in favor of the city enter an adjudication. I'll let the two cases travel together, so I will also give you an abatement date of January 8th. And a daily fine amount of $150.
thank you.
Thank you.
All right, sir, good luck to you.
Bank of New York Mellon, case number CEGMP 2019-00108.
Is there anyone present? Okay.
The officer is Jose Perez.
Good morning. Please state your full name and relationship to the property.
Good morning, Betsy LaForce, I'm the owner.
Okay. Sir?
Good morning, Jerry Diaz, contractor.
Okay.
City of North Miami Code Enforcement Officer Perez. Today we're hearing the case in reference to the property located at 70 Northwest 120 Terrace. The violation is a reference to the general maintenance of the property, specifically to the paint in the exterior of the property. This violation has actually been open since April 8th, 2019. As of my final reinspection on oh boy. Let's see here. As of my final inspection on November 13th, as you can see, the property still remains to be unpainted.
Okay. Let me look at mine, zoom in. Okay. All right, so you said you're hired a contractor, so you understand the violation, correct?
No, I don't understand it.
Okay.
Let me come in.
Okay, please.
Yes. I'm actually here for the other case, but I could input.
Okay, she has two cases?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, because I'm doing the roofing.
I
Not
see.
not necessarily related to this, but we did a contract that had some work done in the front as repairs, as you saw some partial the resurfacing to make the front look improved. All is missing is the paint. If that's what it is, we can get that done, no problem.
Okay.
I mean,
Okay.
but my part is the roofing.
All right. So,
How much time would you need to get it painted?
I make a phone call, it can be done today.
Okay. So I see why we should not prolong this. I'm fine with giving them the time.
Okay. How long did he say?
He said he could get it done today.
Today, tomorrow, I mean, as soon as possible. I just need to make a phone call, make it happen, that's all.
Okay.
And we're not trying to
So-
pressure them and rush them either, so we're fine with, as long as it gets done.
All right, great. So, based on the testimony presented, I find that the violation does exist. I find in favor of the city enter an adjudication, giving you until December 11th by which to resolve the violation. If the violation is not resolved by the abatement date, that will be a daily fine amount of $200. Next.
And then the next violation, same property is in reference to the house numbers.
Okay, I'm sure you can help with that too.
I'm guessing, yeah.
We need to announce the case.
Go ahead.
The case number is CENBR 2019-00049.
What does she needs to do?
So for this one, just simply install or paint over the existing house numbers so they could be easily visible from the public right of way.
Any particular location or
col-
whatever she wants in front of the house?
Whatever she wants, as long as you could easily see it from the public right of way. So if you
I'm
can see it from the
assuming
street,
it's already there, it's existed, but you just cannot see it. It's not
Correct.
visible. Okay, so you probably need to paint it a particular color,
correct.
different
We
colors,
can
so
maybe
that
paint it
you know,
black
you
or
can
something
see
so
it.
it could stand out and you
Does
can
it
see it
have
from the
to be
street.
painted, or can it be one of those nice letters
Fancy
that you can
gold or
put in-
silver
or
letters.
silver to put in the wall?
As long as you could see it from the public right of way, you'll be fine.
All right. Okay. Good.
Okay, I have a question. How come I have never received a notice from that?
Because the property is actually under property appraisal. It's
Bank
their
of New York.
Bank of New York Mellon. So
Mellon.
that's why all the notices are getting mailed out to them.
Correct.
Oh, to them. Oh, okay.
Yes.
Are you the property owner?
Yes.
So when did you? Okay, that's not me. Okay, and when did you become the owner? When did you?
Okay, there was a foreclosure in 2014, and then the bank, got the house back, and then I got it back 2015. I have all the documents.
Okay,
Because
you
I
got it
called
back
them-
since 2015.
Yeah. Because they told me I have to go downtown to register.
Yes.
She hadn't, because she explained to me a little bit. She received the documents when she obtained the house, but it got misplaced, never made it to recording. So
Oh.
she requested those again because we had inconvenience when doing the roofing permit. It was a big inconvenience.
I would assume.
Exactly, because we couldn't say it was
She's
her
not
house.
saying yes.
Yeah. So she requested that's what she has. So all she has to do is go take it to recording and.
Okay.
and
So once that happens, then you'll start receiving notice. But for now, how did you know to come here today?
Because I posted the property
Okay.
itself.
Okay. All right. Okay, that's it.
Thank you.
All right. Huh? For the
Same
for the-
abatement date.
Same abate. What did I give her? December 11th. Same thing. Okay, get it done.
Okay, thank
All right.
Thank
Good
you.
luck to you. Thank you, sir.
One quick question. Once we get it done, we call
Contact the
You
officer,
could give me a call and I could go out and inspect the property.
and he'll
and I'll close
remove
it out
the
from there.
list.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, she tabled it. So you gotta call it.
Yes. Yes. That's the one the attorney came, right?
The next case is Benami Properties, Inc. Case number CEBPR 2019-00039. The officer is Vanessa Willis.
This is a case where there was a private attorney involved, and he was present earlier, but he also needed to be in court downtown, and so he asked that that the case be continued. He asked for a continuance, so we're granting the continuance. December. When is our next hearing? December 18th is the next hearing.
Next case is Brittany L. O'Brien. Case number CEZPU 2019-00049. The officer is John Dorville.
Good morning, ma'am. Please state your full name and relationship to the property.
Good morning. My name is Liza Latona. I'm the property manager for Miss O'Brien.
Okay.
Good morning, John Dorval, City of North Miami Code Compliance Office. This is in reference to the property located at 13095 Northeast 4th Avenue. This is a CEZPU 2019-0049. This is in reference to this particular property has a renter. I've been in contact with individuals who are managing the property and the renter. And he is running a lawn service from his property. So in addition to parking commercial vehicles at his property, he is also using the city's bulk trash facilities to help facilitate the removal of his work debris, because he works in landscaping, and so he has vehicles parked in his in front of the property that are commercial with the commercial name of the vehicle, of the business, and they also have an inordinate amount of bulk trash that's at the property. So if I had this conversation with the property, the management company, as well as with the property, the renter himself, explaining the situation, explaining what needs to be done and what cannot be done at the property. This actually has been going on for some time. Let me provide I posted a property for this hearing on 10/31/19 at 9:29 a.m. Proper service being given. And this is obviously one picture of the commercial vehicle that's been parked in front of the property, but this is this case could have been both zone prohibited use and a nuisance case. Because in addition to the issue being all the neighbors association, the association as well, the NOMI association, everyone's aware of what's going on in this individual's property. The renter's a nice enough individual, however, he's got his workers coming to the property, they're picking up their checks. He is physically running a business from that property.
All right, ma'am.
So the tenant, as of July, he does have a facility now, and he has a warehouse, and everybody goes there. So I don't think that you have pictures of anything recent as far as that's his personal truck that he drives. But you don't have pictures of any other debris or anything, any other trucks or vehicles being parked there. He unfortunately, he was told that he could not attend for himself since he was not the property owner. And he did not reach me in time to send me the receipts of his particular storefront, if you will, for his property where he has all his business is being run out of he says as of July. I believe it's more August, but as of recent, it has not been an issue. The last conversation that my colleague had with Mr. Dorville, he just said that at this point we just needed to show up just to get a fine, and that's it, and it would be closed out. And I do have, as of July 2nd, an email from him stating that it says, "Hello, Ms. Martinez, the aforementioned violation regarding the RVs has been closed out as of today." So there was nothing else that we knew about. I don't know. At this point, what I was told is we just needed to come and receive some sort of fine that the tenant is going to be responsible for.
Magistrate, the email she's referencing is in reference to another violation that was on because he was storing his commercial items at the property, equipment for his business. This picture that here is of October the 31st. That's his, if he's claiming that's his personal vehicle, he can't have a commercial vehicle parked in the city of Swale. In addition to that, I witnessed probably less than 10 days ago a full onslaught of employees in orange shirts congregating at the property on the corner. So unfortunately, that's not the issue. What the city's searching for, obviously, is an adjudication and the fines to be levied. Now, the conversation that I had a very frank conversation with the renter in reference to the issues. He told me his situation, what he was and was not doing at the property. I told him what I was viewing, so there's no need. The conversation that I had with the renter is reference to, and I did not tell him, so on the record, I know it's hearsay to say what someone else said to you, but what I said to him is referencing to, hey, this is the situation. He was giving me his explanation about how he was running his business and what he was doing at the property. And I simply was very frank in telling the renter, you cannot have these activities at your property. At this point, it's either desist with the activities, stop the activities, or the property owner would be fined. So that's the full scope of my conversation with the renter himself. And like I said before, just reiterating, this activity is ongoing. You know, the having documentation or some sort of paperwork saying, which I've never witnessed, but nonetheless, that's neither here nor there as well, because the activity continues at the property.
Got it. Based on the testimony of the code enforcement officer and the evidence presented, I find that the violation does exist. Find in favor of the city and turn adjudication. Property owners have until December 11th by which to comply. If not, there will be a daily fine amount of $500. Anything else?
Thank you.
All right,
When
before
you-
we call the next case, I
I'm
need to take a break.
I'm sorry, I do have a question. So when you say comply, meaning the tenant can no longer have any of his workers go to the property?
The violation is the lawn care business that and the equipment and the storage of machineries. That's what's before me.
There's no lawn, there's nothing being stored on the property.
Okay, if it's complied, it's complied, and he's gonna go back there and he's going to investigate, and then he's going to close the case.
If I could just, I want to be very clear that no activities associated with the lawn care service can be done at that property. That is the receiving of equipment, the staging of equipment, the to and fro of employees, the congregation of employees, no activity, the placement. I mean, obviously it's a residential, so they have bulk trash, but it's quite clear. And, you know, literally I had associations, individuals telling me, you know, people with the association, people coming and complaining about this particular property because they see, you know, outside of what I do, obviously, you know, we can't be everywhere at the same time, but it's clear that the activities of this property are engaged from the business. So no, you know, under the auspices or I mean, you're probably using the wrong word there. I'm trying to be too fancy, sorry. But it's really, at the end of the day, there can be no activity associated with the lawn care business, none.
Okay.
Anything short of that will be a violation, and then obviously fines will be levied.
We
All
will
right.
let him know. Thank you.
Thank you. Another 2-minute recess.
Yeah, if she has a medical emergency, she needs to go, and that's it, and then she can handle it later. I'm not trying to keep people here for a medical emergency.
Yeah, if you have a medical
That's
emergency,
their
but
call.
she needs
We're back on the record? All right, let's call the next case.
Christina L. Lourdes and Louis Yan. The case number is CEWWC 2019-00108. The
What's the name?
officer is John Dorville. The first name is Christina.
Oh, I wasn't told to take her case off. They just, she asked me because she didn't pulled up and she told me that she had a medical emergency. I thought she was sitting there.
Pass.
What's her name?
Ma'am, bring your paper.
I don't think it's a medical emergency.
I don't-
She
yeah.
has an issue with her itself. It's not a medical emergency. She has an issue.
She's here all the time?
Yeah, I've dealt with her before.
She's
That's her sister. I don't know. This is the first time I'm hearing her. That's why, like, with the other gentleman, that's why I presented it to you. Yeah.
And let's keep going.
That's why I didn't address it.
Got it. Okay. So,
Wanna deal with Christina?
let's go. Sorry, Mr. Dorville. Yes.
Okay, good afternoon. This is in cases in reference to property 13150 Northeast Third Court. The first one we're speaking of is CEWWC 2019-00108. This is in reference to, the violation speaks to the appearance and the disrepair of the roof. This property was posted 11/6/2019 at 2:45 p.m. And the picture represents a property in disrepair. Hold on one second, let me just rotate this properly. This is a skin line section of the roof.
Can you pull that out? Let me see if I can.
You see it?
I can't see.
Zoom in.
Oh, yeah.
Yes?
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely, in general, this property is in disrepair. So there's several issues at this property, but these are the two that first came up as of to this point.
Mm-hmm.
This is tarp. There's several sections of the roof that's tarped, and obviously you can see molding.
Yeah.
Looks like visible evidence of termite, things of that nature.
Okay.
Notice? Proper notice was given. Once again, it was 11/6/2019 at 2:45. I've had absolutely no contact with this property owner.
Okay. Based on the unrebutted testimony of the code enforcement officer and the evidence presented, I find that the violation does exist. Also find good notice, given proper notice to owners that failed to appear. Hereby find in favor of the city enter an adjudication. Owner has until December 11th by which to resolve the violation. If the violation is not resolved by the abatement date, there will be a daily fine amount of $500.
Thank you. The next case, same property, 13150 Northeast Third Court, CEWWC 2019-00109. Actually references, I opened two violations because it's the condition of the roof as well as the fascia boards that are attached. Proper service was given, same date, November the 6th, 2019 at 2:45 p.m. Picture of the fascia boards. Obviously, several sections of the fascia boards are completely missing.
Mm-hmm. Based on the unrebutted testimony of the code enforcement officer and the evidence presented, I find that the violation does exist. I also find good notice, given proper notice, the owners have failed to appear, hereby find in favor of the city, enter an adjudication. Owners have until December 11th by which to resolve the violation. If the violation is not resolved by the abatement date, there will be a daily fine amount of $200.
Thank you.
Next.
D&D Company Properties LLC, case number CEZPU 2019-00015. The officer is John Dorville.
Property address 12640 Northeast 6th Avenue.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, no one
The attorney was here.
on this case.
Yes.
Oh, they were found guilty.
A gentleman just walked out.
Yeah, you want to check and see because he was wearing a blue suit,
Mm-hmm.
glasses.
I didn't pay attention to all that, but a man with a blue suit just walked out.
Oh, they're gonna ask for continuance. Yeah.
That's why. I mean, is he leaving or?
Not this one.
Red,
The
white,
one.
and blue?
That's the red, white,
Huh?
and blue. That's the address for the red, white, and blue.
Oh, yeah, Jeff told me they were gonna ask for continuance. We don't have enough.
Okay, here he is. Mhm.
My apologies. I had to run into the restroom.
That's fine.
So
Okay.
the case is in reference, obviously, this has been going on for some time. The property is a retail establishment, red, white, and blue, owned by D&D Company. Once again, the address is 12640 Northeast 6th Avenue, CEZPU 2019-00015. They are, you know, in the opinion,
Sorry. Are you gonna be asking for a continuance?
Yes, I would.
And we have no objection.
Okay, all
So we
right.
don't go in.
and dial in, okay.
Okay, and I understand that it has already been adjudicated, correct?
It has been adjudicated.
Okay, all right, no problem, sir. And we're continuing until,
We would like 90 days if possible. We've been meeting with Derek Cook, your planning director. We've met with Councilwoman Steen, her staff, and we would also need to process plans, which we're working on. So it's going to take a little bit of time. I don't mind coming in for a status report with you if that's what you would like, Your Honor, but that it is going to take a little bit of time to process the plans.
okay, it's already been adjudicated. Do you have an objection to the 90 days?
I do not, no.
Okay, all right, that's fine.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Daniel Pomerantz, case number CEGMP 2018-00432. The officer is Vanessa Willis.
Good afternoon, sir. Please state your full name and relationship to the property.
Dan Pomerantz, I own it.
Thank you.
Vanessa Willis, City of North Miami Code Compliance Officer. This case was previously heard, and the case is actually for painting. I'm just trying to find it here. Give me one moment. Okay. It was for painting the building at 12200 Northeast 11th Court and 12202. Just trying to find the adjudication. Give me one moment. April, he was found guilty, must abate by June 12, 2019, and a $100 cost assessment was set. And to date, he is not in compliance. He did pressure clean the building, but he has not been able to complete the task at this time. And pictures
All
are
right.
not popping up.
You have photos?
Yes.
Show them.
It's probably one of the better pictures. This one shows it's a white house, so you're seeing the dirt and debris and things of that nature that's on the awnings and on the roof a little bit. You can see it here and there.
Yeah.
And then you have this slide here.
We can't see that. Oh. They haven't been putting it.
Okay.
Okay.
Mr.
P.
Pomerantz.
Will do.
All right, so what's going on?
Well, I'm hampered financially and age-wise. I have to do the work myself. I've pressure cleaned the roof. I've TSP'd the walls. I just haven't gotten around to painting. The weather, every time I go to do it, the weather's weird, but I'm in the process. I thought I could do it the other day. I just have, if that awning is painted, you know, basically it'll have a whole other look, and then the front door. I got the permits. There weren't actually permits required, but I submitted the paint pieces. I said, okay. I can certainly do it within the next, by the 11th of December.
Okay, because
I mean,
that's how long I was going to
did the
give you.
roof. I've, you know, it's a work in progress. I'm 70-something years old.
And you look wonderful. You don't
Thank
look a
you.
day
He does.
over 20.
Neither do you.
Thank you.
Was everyone sworn
Okay.
in here? Oh, just what about me? 15? Okay.
That's it. All right, so go ahead and do your best.
Thank
I
you.
will, I'll give you the abatement date of December 11th.
Okay,
So
it'll
make
be
sure
done.
you do it before that, so that when she comes around, you know, to investigate whether it's done, at least the work. Huh?
Yeah,
Oh,
it'll
it
be
was
done.
previously, that's one of the ones who were previously adjudicated? Okay, yeah, that's what you told me, right?
Yes.
Okay, so it's been
Right.
going on since April.
Well, I did do a bunch of the work.
Okay, and I understand, so you're trying to do it by yourself.
I have to do it by myself.
Okay, sir. All right, so try your best, get it done, and then call Miss Willis, and she can come around and see if it's done
Yeah, fine.
properly, and she can take it off calendar.
I'm looking forward to it.
Wonderful. All right, sir.
Thank you.
Have
Thank
a good
you.
one. Bye.
Oh, well, I don't know if she's tabling it
I table it till, I given him till December 11th, so by December, you should be on the calendar for December 18th, unless he's complied, and she can take it off.
Delisha Bienmi. Case number CEIVY 2019-00152. The officer is Jose Perez.
Bien-aimé, Delicia.
Are we going to proceed?
Yes.
Okay. City of North Miami Code Enforcement Officer Perez. Today we're hearing the case in reference to the property located at 12260 Northwest First Court. This is in reference to a derelict vehicle, specifically a crashed vehicle on the property. The property was posted on November 4th, 2019, approximately 12:20 p.m. Property was also sent certified mail, or sent mail, and this is a photograph depicting the condition of the vehicle. It just kind of has a tarp over it. So, on my notice of violation, I wrote specifically, please cover the vehicle on the property with a weatherproof car cover or have it removed from the property, neither of which have happened.
Was it previously adjudicated?
No, this is the first time we're hearing
First
this.
time up?
Yeah.
Okay. When was this notice for today's hearing?
The notice, as in the posting?
Yeah.
The posting was November 4th, 2019, at approximately 12:20 p.m.
All right. Based on the unrebutted testimony of the code enforcement officer and the evidence presented, I find in favor of the city, I find that the violation does exist. Also find good notice, given proper notice to owners that failed to appear. Hereby find in favor of the city internal adjudication. Property owners have until December 11th by which to resolve the violation. If the violation is not resolved by the abatement date, there will be a daily fine amount of, this is a crash vehicle that needs to be covered, right?
Yes. Or removed, either or. Preferably, they could just put a $10
$10
cover.
All right, so a $50 fine is not so far.
No
$50.
objections. Thank you.
All right. This one, Deutsch? Okay.
Deutsche Bank.
Deutsch.
Deutsche Bank National TR code TRS. Case number CEPOM 2019-00006. The officer is Shanna Sanders.
Shanna Sanders, City of North Miami, Code Compliance Officer. This is the case of reports of previous compliance for 2350 Arch Creek Drive for an unmaintained pool. As of last week, Wednesday, November 13th, the property remains the same. I am showing proper service was given. The property was posted, I'm sorry, that's the one from last month. Property was posted November 1st, 2019 at 11:40 a.m. I have previous photos of the pool if you would like to see. My apologies, this is from the last hearing, so that's why they look that way. I spoke with the tenant, the woman who's occupying the property. She wouldn't let me in the rear this time to re-inspect, but she did give me a verbal saying that it is still in the same condition as of last week, Wednesday.
Okay. And who did you speak to, you said?
I spoke to, she's the occupant. She was the previous property owner, but now she's going through some type of mitigation or something. She's stating with Deutsche Bank, she's trying to get the property back, but going through some type of something legally, do mitigation and foreclosure and something.
Okay.
So yeah, she's been there. She stays over 28 years, but this is the condition of the pool at this time. What is of last week?
All right. Based on the unrebutted testimony of the code enforcement officer and the evidence presented, I find that the violation does exist. Also find good notice. Keep the noise down, please. Also find good notice. Now I lost my track of thoughts. I hate this.
Good notice.
Good notice. That's what I said. The property owners failed to appear. Find in favor of the city enter an adjudication. Owners have until December 11th by which to resolve the violation. If the violation is not resolved by the abatement date, there will be a daily fine amount of $250. This has been ongoing since May.
Yes, it's been going on since May, back and forth. Yes.
Can they at least empty out the pool?
And that's what I was going to ask. It was she's not willing to do anything at this present time, and she's stating
Because of the foreclosure, so maybe the
you
bank.
know, yes.
And the bank has gotten notice, right?
The bank has gotten notice. I've spoke to them on a couple of occasions because they have some other violations that have been presented to you in the past. They're stating that they're getting out there doing it. It's been in. It's been a while with different things going on at this property.
Well, does she know that this could be possibly a health hazard for her too, with mosquitoes and other?
Yeah, and
insects?
that's, yes, she's very much aware of that. That's what, drawed me to the property, at first, because of the mosquitoes and everything. Of course, it was summertime, and mosquitoes, frogs, everything was breeding, so, yeah.
This one? Oh, why didn't you say anything? You did? Okay, so strike everything else that I've said. The daily fine amount of, you said 500? Is ratified. Okay, so maybe then that would put fire under their feet to move on. Okay. Retroactive, yeah. Okay.
The next case is going to be Diane Harden. The case number is CEEXP 2019-00138. The officer is Edme St. Louis.
Good afternoon. Please state your full name in relationship to the property.
Diane Harden. My husband and I own the property.
All right. There are 3 cases, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Go ahead.
This violation is for the painting of the exterior of the property. Now, I have been in communication with the property owner. There is some type of progress because it was a lot worse than what it is, because there's a lot of things going on at the property.
Okay.
Notice to appear posted on November 1st, 2019. This is the initial picture of the property. It's kind of like one of those properties that has like a lot of bushes around, so it's kind of hard to really see, but you could see the property needs painting. And as of the final recheck, which is November 13th, the property is not painted yet.
I can't really tell. Let me look. Let me pull it up myself. 'Cause I
Can you see it?
Okay. All right, I'm able to pull it up on my own screen. Got it. Okay. So this one has to do with the painting of the exterior, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
All right.
Now,
go ahead.
I did speak to the son, and I also understand that they're retired as well, so it's more so of a fun issue. So the son explained to me himself is going to go ahead and take over and fix whatever he needs to fix on the property. I am going to request that we have all the cases run together, because there is a roof issue as well, and that they're trying to go ahead and get a claim. So if we can have the adjudication goes up to 6 months if possible.
Usually the longest we get is about 3, and then Recom have a status.
Okay,
and then
that'll
we
be
can
fine.
extend it accordingly.
No problem. And for the painting, that's the pictures that I have.
All right. So basically, you guys are retired, and your son is going to take over the, I guess, maintenance of the property?
Yes.
Okay. So he's asking for more time to be able to paint the house?
Right, because he works.
Okay. All right. So I do see that it needs, it needs work, needs paint. So I do find that the violation exists. And so I find in favor of the city an intern adjudication, but I will give him time to do it. So what is 90 days? To take us to February 12th?
Yes.
All right. So I find in favor of the city, property owners have until February 12th by which to resolve the violation. If the violation is not resolved by the abatement date, there will be a daily fine amount of $200. What's next?
The next one is for the junk on the property. It's CEJNK 2019-0064. This is the initial picture. Pardon me for the picture because it's kind of like through a gate, but when you're there in person, it's more visible.
Wait a minute. You want me to look through the gate?
Give me 1 second. Let me see. I think I have a better picture. Hold on.
Let me try to pull it here. This is case number 2. Okay, that's better.
This is the final recheck picture. It was a lot worse in there.
Okay, so this is the back. This is the backyard.
Yes.
Um,
This initially came in as a complaint from the neighbors. So
Does it look like part of the fence? It's just leaning. Is that what I'm looking at, or no?
Part of it is part of the fence that's falling apart on the east side of the property.
Mhm.
But there are other stuff too. Just zoom in. I did.
Let me see if I'm able to pull it in here. So. Is
They're
there like a
old
lounge
jet
chair or something?
There's like old jet skis that's like upside down, taken apart.
Okay.
There's other woods on the corner of the tree. But as I mentioned, it was a lot worse than that. And majority of things are being put out for bulk pickup. So, eventually they'll be in compliance with the removal.
All right. So you guys still have some stuff in the back of the house. Just make sure that your son get them out because they can't stay there.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
So for that, I will also, because I'm trying to let all the 3 cases run together, but don't wait, 3 months to get this fixed.
Right.
Trying to get it done as soon as possible. Because if not, then I'm going to start charging you fees and for stuff that you probably don't use and don't need. That's like $150 per day that, that racks up very quickly. So trying to get those out, especially if these are things that you guys no longer use. So adjudication 150. You heard that? Next.
And the last one is for the roof.
Let me reduce that amount on the junk in the back. Make it 100.
Until February 12th.
The only reason is because I want the 3 cases to run together. That's what she wants.
Yeah, we have to fix some of it in the fascia.
Okay. Okay, so the 3rd case is for the roof, right?
It's for the roof, yes.
And fascia board?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sure it's the same thing. They don't have the means to do it, and the son is gonna step in and trying to help them. The house needs a lot of work, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
We've been doing it a little bit at a time.
yeah, I can imagine. Same thing. I'm giving your son some time. We're tabling it. Well, not tabling it. We're giving you a date of February 12th for him to get it done. But, if we're seeing that the work is being done and, you reach out to the code enforcement officer when you come back here on February 19th, then we'll give him more time. But for now, I do find that the violation exists. Internal adjudication in favor of the city, and daily fine amount. And I hate to do this because, these fees do accumulate. So I'll keep it at $250. All right. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
All right. Bye. That's terrible.
This next case was tabled, but I'm just gonna call it out.
Okay. What's that, number 26?
I don't have numbers, but it's Dorothy Martin.
Yeah, that's what I have.
Okay. It was tabled to December 18th.
Okay. You want to put it on the record?
Yes, ma'am.
The next case is Dorothy Martin, case number CEFAW 2019-00168. The officer is Karen Jean Lewis. It's been postponed until December 18th. The next case is Elena Rail, case number CESSP 2019-00060. The officer is Jose Perez.
City of North Miami Code Enforcement Officer Perez. Today we're hearing the case in reference to the property located at 550 Northwest 134th Street. This is in regards to storm shutters that are at the property. The property was posted on November 7th at approximately 10:56 a.m. And here are photographs depicting the property. And throughout the entire property, they still have the storm shutters up. This is the first time we hear this case. Yeah. Correct.
Sorry, back on the record. First time up, and we're dealing with the storm shutters.
Yes.
And you noticed them for today's hearing, and this has been going on since October?
October 17th.
All right. Based on the unrebutted testimony of the code enforcement officer and the evidence presented, I find that the violation does exist. Find in favor of the city, enter an adjudication. Owners have until December 11th by which to resolve the violation. If the violation is not resolved by the abatement date, there'll be a daily fine amount of $100.
Thank you.
The next case is Empire Legacy Management, case number CEBPR 2019-00037. The officer is Vanessa Willis.
Please state your full name and relationship to the property, sir.
Daniel Antoon, property manager.
Okay, sir.
Okay, Vanessa Willis, City of North Miami Code Compliance Officer. Excuse me, the first case, the CEZPU 2019-00057, they were cited that the property is zoned as single family.
We're on 37.
I'm sorry.
The case is
and I'm
flipped.
looking right at the paper. Imagine. I'm sorry. So anyway, I digress.
So give me
Scratch
the
that.
property address so that we're sure we run up.
12615
Okay.
Northwest 10th Avenue. They
That's
have
what
two
I have.
cases. I just skipped to the
Yes,
bottom.
I have that.
I
Okay.
apologize.
Mhm.
Okay, so this one is to provide or obtain a permit for the enclosed garage that had been converted into an apartment unit. Please ensure that the bathroom is added into the permit. It's called to schedule a reinspection. I have not been able to gain access. I spoke to the gentleman this morning, and he told me that the tenant actually that was in there, which correlates to the second violation, but she's no longer there, which explains why I was not able to gain access to see if anything had been done. But there are no permits in the system at this time. Yeah, there are no permits in the system at this time that say that they actually have a permit for anything there.
Okay. It's for the enclosed garage.
Yes, it's an
Sir?
enclosed garage.
Yes, the property was bought the way it was. Then I believe we need some time to convert it the way it was before, as the original way.
And how long we're gonna take to do that?
Can it be 90 days?
Enclosed garage, okay. All right. First time up, right?
Yes.
Okay. Even though it was open since July?
Yes. I've been out on light duty. I had a car accident, so we were tabling the cases that I had on the agenda, so since I wasn't able to go out in the field.
Okay.
So I'm back now.
Okay, I'm glad you're fine. But
Thank
I
you.
wasn't pointing fingers. I was just wondering if it was first
I
time
just, since you
up.
mentioned it on the record, I just felt the need to.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. Because he was on the agenda a couple months back, but, unfortunately, I had my mishap and I wasn't here, so.
Okay. All right, based on the evidence presented, I find that the violation does exist. I find in favor of the city enter an adjudication. What is that? Owners have until December, I'm sorry, how long did we say? 90 days?
He asked for 90.
So that would bring us to February 12th, right? Okay. February 12th, by which to resolve the violation. If the violation is not resolved by the abatement date, there will be a daily fine amount of, what is it, the enclosed garage that was converted? Is that it?
Yes.
Okay, this is a big deal. Without a permit?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure if they purchased it like that or not. You know, they've had the property most, you know, recent occupancy there, yeah. And so,
Okay.
you know, I don't know if they purchased it like that or if they converted it after they purchased it. I don't know.
We
So.
purchase it like that.
Like that?
Mhm.
Okay, so you kind of inherit the mess.
Yes.
Okay, so for that reason, I'll put the daily fine amount of 200 because I'm still trying to get you to do what you need to do to bring it current up to code. Okay?
Thank you so much.
Sure. We have another case.
Yes.
Mhm.
And the next case is same address, 12615 Northwest 10th Avenue. The property is zoned as single family. Please discontinue renting the room in the rear that was formerly used as a garage. This in quotations, rear apartment has a kitchen, stove, refrigerator, etc. inside, and is sealed off from the main portion of the house. I'm gonna go through a couple of the photos that I took when I was there. The first one shows the door that says rear unit on it. I don't know if she's flashing. She hasn't flashed it yet, unless she's not in there. But there's a door that says rear unit, and so that's where the actual the tenant was residing. She's not showing. So what I can do is I can bring it to you and show you. The next photo that you'll see is the actual room where the tenant was living that abuts the garage door. And there's a bathroom inside. And then there's also a kitchen inside. And any single family property should only have one kitchen. So I'll show them to the gentleman and then, oh, she's there now. There you go. If you can see, it's probably
I
too
can't
close.
see a
Okay,
thing.
let me show you the other one. Let's see. Can you see that?
Okay, yeah.
That's the bedroom. And then you have the bathroom. So I don't know if that was included initially with the house or if they installed. And then lastly, the kitchen. It's like a full little kitchen. She has a stove to the far right. And then the sink that's there and a little small microwave and a countertop space.
Okay. All right. Again, based on the testimony presented, I find that the violation does exist. Find in favor of the city, enter an adjudication. Again, because this is something that you guys inherited, I will have the daily fine amount of $200 and with the abatement date of February 12th. How did they not pick up on that when they did the
Well, I'm
the
not sure that they
closing?
did the reoccupancy. What happened, you know, what I believe may have happened is that if they didn't do a reoccupancy inspection at the time that they purchased, which everyone is required to do a reoccupancy inspection. So if they did not do the reoccupancy, it would have never been found. You know, it's like you say you want to sell your house. I'll say, yeah, I'll buy it. And we do a deal behind, you know, without going to a broker or whatever. And this is what you
closing
get.
agent.
Closing
Okay.
agent, title agency.
All right. Good luck to you, sir.
All right.
Thank
so
you.
much.
Thank you.
Eric Vasquez, sorry. Case number MHVIO 2018-01331. The officer is Gary Beswick.
Good afternoon, sir. Please state your full name in relationship to the property.
Sure, Eric Vasquez, homeowner.
Thank you. Is it Mr. Beswick? I think he just stepped away, did he? Okay.
Okay, good afternoon, Gary Bezick for the City of North Miami Building Department. This case is previous adjudication. The last time the gentleman came in here, he brought a picture on his phone that said he's in compliance, and I went back out, do my inspection, and that's incorrect. So I'm gonna show you the picture that I took after I left here. Okay. What he did, he moved the one on this side. He moved this one. But the problem is the sidewalk, the concrete that you see here, the concrete here, they all encroaching on the side of the property. All this is encroaching. Basically, I mean, it's too close to the property line. He did get a permit to install some concrete, but after inspection took place, he went and expand the scope of what it was permitted for, which is a violation.
Sir?
I thought I removed the previous one that he brought me over for, and if I need to remove the other piece, I will remove it. I mean,
You want it, he can remove it?
Yeah, well, he need to remove what he put after the inspection was completed.
Mhm.
He know what he did.
Okay, well, you know what you did. Right. So, whatever you did, undo it.
okay.
Okay.
And I need to find to move on. Whenever he finish, he can call me and I inspect and close.
Okay. We didn't, it wasn't adjudicated, right? It was. Okay. Based on the,
Hold on, let me check. Let me check.
All I need is some time for me to remove it, that's all.
okay.
It was tabled.
It was tabled? All right. Based on the testimony of the code enforcement officer, I find that the violation exists. Find in favor of the city, enter an adjudication. Sure, I will give you, how long does it take? Should I give him January 8th?
Nope, 30 days. December 11th, you'll be good.
Wow.
That doesn't exactly give him 30 days, but okay.
Can I have a little more? Can I have a little more time?
You have plenty of time here. He came in here with his phone, show a picture, and he which was technically a lie.
That's what I thought he wanted me to remove. I mean, what else I can tell you? I mean, I'm here to see if if you want me to remove the other part, I will remove it. But I need a little more time on that, to be honest with you.
I agree. I'll give him till January 8th. Sir, if it's not done by January 8th, that will be a daily fine amount of $300. And I'm holding your feet to the fire because of what happened the last time. I think I was the general magistrate here when you did the representation.
Definitely, I will remove it unless I die before then. But it will be removed.
Okay, we're not wishing that on
Yeah,
you,
okay.
but good luck to you, sir.
All right.
All right.
Flora Alvarenga and Maria L. Mata, case number CEDOS 2019-00102. The officer is Shanna Sanders.
Please state your full name in relationship to the property.
Flora Alvarenga, owner.
All right. Do you need an interpreter or are you okay?
I'm okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Shanna Sanders, City of North Miami Code Compliance Officer. This is the case for outdoor storage located at 1478 Northeast 133rd Street. This violation was originally noted on July 18, 2018, whereas I sent a notice of violation. I sent another notice of violation August 21st, 2019. As of last week, November 13th, on Wednesday, violation still remains. I am showing photos of the property. I'll let the owner explain what's going on. In the rear of the property, there's a lot of tiles, wood. Seems like some type of building materials in the back. I posted the property a couple of times because I noticed when I first originally posted it, all they did was put like a green screen or something in the back, but the items still remain. And our code definitely states green screening and or shielding of the items is not allowed. They need to be completely removed. So again, I'll let the property owner give testimony as to what's going on here and why the items have not been removed and merely just screened around.
Okay. Ma'am?
Yes, we know we had to move that. I thought we could cover it because she said that there were piles of rocks, so we removed the rocks and we cover the area. But I didn't know that we were not supposed to do that.
So are you guys doing like construction work? What's the rocks for? For construction?
No.
You said they covered the rock?
It's more than just rocks. It's rocks, it's broken tile, it was some wood back there.
So
it's,
these
it's
are
a
just
lot
like
of
residue materials for work that you've done on the
Right.
property?
Right.
Okay, well, they can't stay there.
Okay.
All right. It hasn't been adjudicated, right? Because I know it's here
No,
from July.
yeah, I'm looking for an adjudication because again, this has been going on since July. You know, of course, good thing we're past hurricane season, but that's why I originally, cited it.
Yeah.
It was going to be cited either way, but yeah, those items need to be removed, and it's been since July.
Okay. Based on the unrebutted testimony of the code, I'm sorry, well, it was unrebutted. Testimony of the code enforcement officer and the evidence presented, I find that the violation does exist, find in favor of the city. Ma'am, I'll give you till January 8th to remove everything from the, is it the backyard?
It's in the back, but you know, while we're here and on testimony, I noticed when I went to take pictures, there's some wood and some stuff that's on the front as well. There seems like there's some windows. So I'm glad that you asked, you know, was there other construction going on? But there's stuff in the front now as well. So we might as well, while we're cleaning it up, go ahead and remove all of those items.
Do that so that, you know, she doesn't cite you for them.
We removed that already.
Okay. So
that was for the hurricane, and my husband was sick, so he couldn't make heavy weight.
Got it.
But we removed the wood.
Okay, if it's the not fixed or resolved by the abatement date, there will be a daily fine amount of $250.
So
Okay.
I have until January
8th.
8th.
All right. Good luck to you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Francisca and Sorina.
Francisca?
and Serena. The case number is CEPFY 2019-00252. The officer is Vanessa Willis.
Okay. Address is 695 Northwest 130th Street.
Yes.
I know the mom and the daughter and mother
Really?
who were here. That's not them?
I don't know. I've never seen them, so I don't know if
Okay.
they were. Vanessa Willis, City of North Miami Code Compliance Officer. This property, okay. This property was cited back in August 9, 2019 for parking on the front lawn. This is the notice of violation that was sent out. And the property was posted on November 1st, 2019 at 3:39 p.m. It's a copy of the affidavit on the screen. And right now they are in compliance. I went by the property, been going by the property quite a bit because there's other properties in the area. And initially they were parking on the front lawn, but what has happened at this point, they've stopped. But I wanted to try to get an adjudication that they were parking, so that if it happens again, we can cite them as a repeat violator. What's happening with a lot of the parking on the front lawn violations is they'll move the vehicles for the sake of compliance, and then they'll put the vehicles back. So now we're playing a cat and mouse game, for lack of a better analogy, but we're going back and forth with them with moving the vehicles. This property appears to be a property that is being rented. So are the people being made aware that this is what needs to happen? I don't know. On previous occasions when I've spoken to people inside the house, they're predominantly Spanish speaking. So, and I only speak a small amount of Spanish. So I'm trying to convey to them what's going on. I'm not sure that they understand. Any property owner or what have you has never made contact with me other than the people that I see coming out of the house. But at this time, there are no vehicles on the property,
Okay.
on the front lawn.
There's none now, but there were, what was the inspection date?
The last inspection date was on the 14th, on November 13th, and again on November 14th, and there was no vehicle in the front, on the front lawn at that time.
Okay, so then I'll enter an adjudication and costs?
Oh, yes,
Okay.
please.
All right.
Okay.
No problem.
Thank
Oh, I'm
you.
sorry, just for the record, I find proper notice, given good notice, the owners
you.
have failed to appear.
Thank you.
Adjudication costs, because they're.
Costs
quote,
with
unquote,
adjudication.
comply,
Thank
But then they go back to doing exactly the same thing again.
Okay, so until December.
Not, no dates. It's just.
The next case is Marie Claude Richard. The case number is MHVIO 2019-00144, and the officer is Gary Beswick.
For me, for you, it's probably like 52 or 53. It's nowhere near there? It's in an alphabetical order for you? But it starts with an M.
Good afternoon, Gary Beswick for the city of North Miami.
Hold on, she's still looking for it.
55.
It might be 58. Check around number 58.
Good afternoon, Gary Beswick for the city of North Miami. Building Department. This is the case that the unit owner claimed that she didn't do the work on the inside, and you want her to bring information to see to prove who did the work. Do you recall?
We can't hear you.
Turned it off when I was talking to you. I apologize. Okay, I found it. Okay, so let me refresh my recollection. Are there any photographs that usually jogs up my memory?
It was there, but I have one.
I
pull-
have a-
let me pull up Vanessa.
You asked us to bring pictures, you asked me to bring the proofs? Remember?
Give me 1 second. So just briefly again, tell me what was going on with this case.
Okay, the case was, she was cited for interior renovation, and
Okay.
she blamed the association for the work. So that they did the work.
Yes, I remember. I believe she testified. Is she present?
Yeah, she here.
I'm here.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Okay, so you did testify that they hired the contractor to do the work.
The contractor, the mold company
Mm-hmm.
that did all the stuff, and I didn't have any of those things at the time, but you asked me to get you
Mm-hmm.
the proof, and I have them all here.
That's correct. I remember.
And I
Okay.
have everything for you.
Okay.
And also there's people from the Condo Association is here as well. So.
Okay, great. We'll give him an opportunity to testify, but, oh my God.
Pictures.
And you didn't submit those to the city
I
prior?
did.
Well, yeah, she
brought
she bring them to me, but most of what she's showing me doesn't really prove who actually responsible for the work. In my opinion, she's the owner of the unit, so she's responsible for the work that took place in her unit.
No, I think the reason why tell me again the reason why the
It
homeowners
was
association did the work.
A pipe broke, and it went into my apartment, and it was mold and everything else in there.
That's correct. I remember that.
Okay.
Okay, did you have an opportunity to review everything that was submitted? Okay, there's a whole lot of stuff here.
Just pictures.
Oh, these are just pictures?
Pictures and
Okay,
the,
we can look
the
at
mold
pictures.
company who did the work.
Okay.
And the plumbing company that they did the work.
All right.
Want me to bring that to you?
Well, let me see.
We know the work was done, but I think the question was
Who's responsible for it?
correct and why
Okay.
it was done, so I think we need to hear from the people.
Yes. Okay, so yeah, you can pass it up while I look through it, but then I'll have an opportunity. Who's going to be speaking? I don't think I need everybody talking. So who's the main person? Please state your full name in relationship to this property here.
Good afternoon. My name is Sarita Hernandez. I'm currently the president of the Association for Keystone Arms Condo. At the time of this incident, I was not the president, I was the treasurer. The president is no longer available at the premises.
So if you are the treasurer, I'm sure you have firsthand knowledge
Yes,
as
I
to
did.
this. Okay.
Yes, I did. I am currently the president as of April this year.
Okay. So do you understand what's going on with this case?
I have a vague idea, yes, that about the permitting.
Okay. What questions do you have for
Well, basically, the violation is to the unit owner. So that's who's responsible to pull the permits. That's who's responsible for the work that's been done. So basically, what she's saying is the association did the work. So basically, my question to the president would be, did you guys did the work inside of her unit, the renovation inside of her unit?
When this thing happened, it was in January of 2019. It was an emergency situation, and we tried to get estimates for the work that was going to be done. We immediately called the plumber and got that part of it rectified. But as far as the work inside the units, we started looking for people, and Miss Richard brought her son-in-law involved and decided that the board agreed that he should do the job because, as she had said, it was more economical to us from what we were getting quotes on. He, being a general contractor, licensed and everything, the board voted for him to do the work inside. However, Ms. Richards went over and above what the board had agreed to do, the work that was needed to do. She completely reconfigured the entire unit. She moved the doors from one place to the other. She took the closet out that she had already put in without permit when she originally bought the unit. She had a closet in the bathroom. She removed that, put that now in the bedroom. She put in a little alcove in the bathroom area. She had completely reconfigured, which the board did not agree to. We did not sign on for that. We had no idea she was going to be redoing the interior of the apartment. What the board was going to do is redo her bathroom because of what the situation was, they had to take out the tiles from the roof in order to fix the piping behind, because the pipe broke. And we agreed to put back her bathroom the way the way that it was before. That was all that the board had intended to do. She went on her own and redid all the different work.
So you took the liberty and a point of privilege to use was it your son-in-law, brother-in-law, to do a complete renovation?
No, Your Honor, the apartment, if you can see the pictures, the apartment was totally demolished, okay? What my son-in-law gave them a better price. They had higher prices from other contractors. To do a favor to the building, he did it for lower in order to do it. His contract does say permit not included.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, just while you're speaking. What's
Sure.
your son-in-law's name so I know?
Bruno Construction.
Bruno Construction?
Uh-huh.
All right, thank you.
Okay, he did it because he was he did it for us for lower. While he was doing the stuff, I did do a few things differently than it was before because the walls were already out. Everything was taken out of the apartment. There was black mold, and I don't know if it was black mold, but there's mold, just pictures of mold all over the place that you would see. I did not live in the house, in the apartment, during the time that the work was being done, and now it's happening again. They're gonna have to redo some work on the inside because it was not done, it was not done complete, because the board did not give them permission to do all of the stuff that needed to be done. So there's a possibility that it's gonna have to be redone again.
Okay, so you're saying that they had to break through the walls because
Completely
of the mold?
It was mold throughout the whole apartment.
Okay, and your testimony, ma'am, is?
If I may, Your Honor, what the board had agreed to do is redo her bathroom, which is where the pipe broke and it came up through her bathroom. And it flooded the area, the whole bathroom. This affected her bathroom only. We had to take off the tiles and everything from her walls in order to get the back. Yes, it did have mold, as you will see in the picture. And I'm gonna reiterate that when Miss Richard originally bought the unit, she had gutted the unit and she redid the entire unit without permit, and she did not put the proper green board against the wall that absorbs the moisture, and this was probably the reason she had mold. We did not know she had mold until we pulled all the tile from the wall, which the board had agreed to fix her bathroom and put it back exactly the way it was before this built up.
Okay, I don't know if you're in any position to determine whether or not the mold was there prior to the break, the water main break, or after. Because if there was a break, and water was spilled across the bathroom, because water does not stay in one place.
Right.
So I'm going to assume that water was all over the apartment.
It was obvious that the mold was there, because when we took the tiles from the wall, the mold was there. So it was obvious it was there before. But
How
what
long
my
did
point
it take from the time that she had the water break until the time that you had your workers in there working?
They were there within, well, the plumber came immediately. The plumber, we did that immediately. And the work started like a week thereafter. We had her, the gentleman, like she said, her son-in-law, we started looking for bids to take care of this. First, we took care of the water problem and made sure she didn't have that problem. Then we started getting the bids to do her interior, to take out the walls and fix the piping inside and do all of that.
Okay.
And that
So
took
did,
us,
did her son-in-law give you a lower bid from what you were receiving?
yes, he did. And the board voted to use that gentleman.
Okay, and you're saying,
I do want to know, Judge, so I have, and I'll pass it up to you, the proposal from her son-in-law. It is at the very bottom with an asterisk stating that permit is not included. This was addressed to her, to the association and to her.
And that is correct, Your Honor, that it did say that. However, this gentleman is a licensed contractor, and whenever we hire licensed contractor, they're the ones that get the permit. They normally get the permit, and they charge us for us, or whatever the case may be. In this case, he said the permit is not included, which to the board meant we will have to pay for the permit. Not that we're not going to get permit. He's the contractor and he's the one that's going to be doing the work. So we assume he's the one that needs to get the permit. We're not the unit owner, we're not the contractor. It's we did not feel like it's the board responsibility to get the permit. It was either the contractor's responsibility and we pay for it, or the owner's responsibility. But what does the board did not have the obligation to get the permit.
Yes, Your Honor, the permit liable to the property owner and the contractor. Property owner is responsible. They don't want iron, whosoever, it's their property. Before somebody can do work in the place, they got to make sure the person have a permit. So that's why I hope in a violation for the property owner. That's her responsibility.
but if he's entering into a contract obligation with the homeowners association,
the permits still have to come for that unit, because that's where the work going to take place.
The thing is that there's work being done, there was work being done that was set out by the association, and then there's work being done that was set out
by the
homeowner,
property
is
owner.
how I see it.
I agree, there are two different, yeah.
Permits that should have been pulled.
Right.
Can I?
Just a second. And you indicated that, tell me again some of the extra work you believe that she had done, now that I have the proposal in front of me. I need a pen. Where's my pen? Okay, I got it. Sorry. Go ahead.
Like I said before, magistrate, she reconfigured the entire inside of the apartment.
Let me ask you, did you do that?
I did do a few things, changes, yes, I did, Your Honor.
And you don't think that you needed a permit to do that?
No. What he did is he moved the doors, couple doors, and a closet.
Speak into the microphone so that we can have a record.
Sorry. He moved the doors in the closet. That's what he did. Other than that, I have the drawing done from the original apartment to what it's looked like now, so you can see for yourself, because I'm planning on having permits done to it, or what I have
A
done.
permit is required for any kind of reconfiguration and the changes you're going to make to the unit.
Well, it
Require
comes
permit.
down to, I didn't get the permit because, Your Honor, I was devastated. My house was flooded with sewage water. These people try to accuse me of everything that they can in order to just get away from not paying what needs to be taken care of. It's one thing after the other. They had the mold company come out. You can see for yourself the pictures of the apartment with the mold. It was not only in the bathroom, it was my bedroom, it was my living room, it was the whole apartment was demolished. Okay, the whole apartment was mold. And I was out of my apartment for months at a time. And now it's gonna probably end up happening again. And it's because the building never does it exactly the way they're supposed to do. They always try to get away with everything.
Show it to Mr. Beswick. I don't.
In reference to the mold, Your Honor, the mold was only in the bathroom area. That was the only place the mold is. She had her closet when she originally bought the unit and she had reconfigured it. She had her closet in the bathroom. She now have the closet in her bedroom. It's not just a few things she did. She completely remodeled the inside of her apartment.
Oh, huh? Okay.
And we do agree that about the mole and all of that, but the board went ahead and took care of everything.
Almost
The board
everything.
well, the parts that we were obligated to take care of, we did.
Okay. Did you bring somebody else here with you?
Oh.
Okay, I will allow
I
each of
guess
you
we
one
both
person.
did.
Okay, the other board member, one of the other board members,
They're both board members. One is the secretary and the other one is the vice president.
Okay, you get to call one, and you get to call one, and we're
the
gonna
other
make it
board
brief.
member. Okay. Julie?
Only if you have firsthand knowledge. If you don't, then I'm not gonna consider the message. Please state your full name and relationship to the property.
Julie Jones. I'm a friend and neighbor to Marie Claude Richard, and I'm also the secretary of the board of directors
Okay.
at present.
All right, so what do you know about what's going on here?
Well, it's true, the mold doesn't happen overnight, but this apartment has been flooded on several occasions, starting, a couple of years ago? And the first problem was it was backing up into the cabanas, which back up to her apartment, okay? They had the plumber come out, and they had them fish out the waste pipes, thinking that it was being clogged up by feminine hygiene products at the time. That happened twice, and it flooded her apartment then. And yes, it doesn't happen overnight. Then there was a leak in the boiler room. That flooded the apartment again. And then on January 1st, I distinctly remember, it flooded. It backed up into her apartment through the shower and flooded the final time when we got a plumber out that said it's not just that the pipe is being clogged up, it's being compressed. We had a tree resting on top of the pipe that was compressing the pipe, that was clogging up the works, and that was why it was clogging up her apartment, backing up into her apartment at that time. And that's when the board stepped in and repaired the pipe, the waste pipe. And it was throughout the apartment. They tore out not all the walls, but up to a certain height, you can see from the pictures, they tore out almost every wall in that apartment. Is there anything else you would like to know about it?
No, I appreciate your testimony, and I do understand that you guys want to add something.
I just want to add that the board is responsible for everything inside the paint into the walls, which we diligently took care of when these incidents happened. Everything from the paint inside is the owner's responsibility, and we stress that they hold homeowners insurance to take care of those things, or they're going to be personally responsible, and which Ms. Richards did not have the insurance. Our contention is that we took care of each item. We took care of the mold, we took care of the plumbing, our agreement was to take care of 4 feet of wallboard and all the baseboard that they had to remove. During that time, that's when Ms. Richards decided to make structural changes to the apartment without our knowledge. And that's what she got cited for as the unit owner. And we don't feel as if it's our responsibility to pay those citations or anything that goes with it. And since when the first plumber told us it was within 20 or 25 feet out where they thought the problem was existing, we had that pipe replaced. Since then, she's still getting some backup in her shower. So we have the same company come back, and now they're going through the electrical meter room into the back of her wall, which we're paying for, to hopefully resolve the problem from there. What I've been told, even since that pipe's been replaced, is that her shower is still backing up. Well, the work she had done in her bathroom without permit, we found with one plumber when I went in there that under the lavatory sink, there's an illegal S-trap pipe instead of a P-trap. So when I saw that, I started wondering, if the shower pan was installed properly, done by the same plumber. And that's the point we're at now. We've done everything we can possibly do on our end from the inside of the wall out. We don't feel
Anything
as
else
if we
that-
should have to pay anything, any fines or anything, that because it's the unit owner's responsibility to get a permit.
Is there a current lawsuit regarding this matter?
I dropped it. I did not sue them. I paid for a place to stay on my own. They did not pay for anything. I stayed out of my house. The cleaning, they did not pay for.
But was there a case filed?
I spoke to an attorney, but I didn't file.
Oh, okay, so no.
Because I know too many people in that building don't have the money to pay me. They would have been the one that would have been paying the price, so I purposely did not do that.
Okay, so no lawsuit, all right.
May I please address that issue? I believe that Ms. Richards was in the process of filing a lawsuit, and her lawyer had contacted us and sent us a letter stating that he wanted us to send him information. And I think he contacted us twice. The first time, the president at the time had responded. The second time, I responded to the lawyer. And he told me that he wanted to hear from us so he can hear the other side of this story. And I spoke with that lawyer. And after I spoke with the lawyer, he told me, well, you will hear from me either way if we're going to proceed with this or not. And to date, I have not heard from the lawyer.
Let me ask you, does your articles of, or like not articles of incorporation?
The bylaws.
Yeah, your bylaws speak on responsibilities as it relates to what the owner's responsible for and what
It
your board is
does.
Okay, so what does it say as it relates to permit fees? Who is the?
As
when-
far as
when the
permit
board is
fees, it does not,
don't
it,
think
no,
that
it
it
does
was
not
there.
address that in the bylaw, permit fees. But it does state that before any work is done in any unit, the board needs to be notified, they need to get permission from the board, and that they need to use a licensed contractor. That is in the bylaw.
So it
I
doesn't
understand,
speak
but
on-
that's, that she complied with all that. My issue, you have other questions?
Yeah, as it speaks on permit responsibility, because.
I don't think that's gonna be in the bylaws.
It does not
so-
speak to permit responsibility.
That's what I was asking.
I'll
'cause
probably
we-
need to check and see if it's, because I've never seen that in terms of permits.
Give-
responsibility.
Yeah,
But
they'll
if,
say what
if,
we're
if
responsible
this
for.
is, even if the underlying issue is caused by, you know, outside, an outsider, in terms, in this case, you know, the entire complex, the whole building. Because my issue is they entered into a contract with this license. I'm not holding you blameless, because I think that you played your part in it too, and especially if this was your son-in-law, I'm sure that there should have been a conversation in terms of what's going on with the permits.
There was, Your Honor. Every time that it was brought up, they cannot afford it. They refuse to pay additional stuff for the building. They're having problems right now. The only reason that they are now going to contractors, I'm sorry, contractors that are now licensed, because the plumbers that they've used before is the same one that I used, whoever the building was using. I used purposely because I thought that they were hiring knowledgeable, professional people. That's why now they're finally breaking down and hiring people who are licensed contractors. My son-in-law asked specifically. That's why Jay Steinberg stepped down and gave Starita the president to go on, because he didn't want to deal with any of this stuff. I'm not saying that I'm wrong, but what I am saying is that the building refuses to take any kind of responsibility. Now that they're going to have to break back into my apartment again because they did not finish what they started. And it's a constant. You can ask the secretary that she's here, how much of a problem this has been back and forth on this.
Are you back in the apartment?
I'm back, but I can't take a shower in my shower, Your Honor. because it's backing up again.
Okay, so we're here because the no permits were pulled, and
Yeah,
then
for the,
somebody has
yeah,
to
for
be
the, for the alteration that was done inside the unit, which is the property owner responsibility.
Okay, I'm sorry?
Her part of what the interior renovating is the ticket.
Her part of the,
No, no, the
because a lot
violation
of
is-
work was done.
the
So
violation
how
is
do
for
you
the-
separate, here's my question for you, Mr.
Mhm.
Beswick, because I know you want to proceed and, against the property owner and you want this case done, but that's not how I do things. How do you separate the two? What part are you, requesting from the property owner based on the work that she had done? And what part are you requesting from the building, what are you guys now? Directors for their work and for their contract with this contractor?
Well, the only thing the building, in my opinion, the association responsible for is what's outside, which they do have a permit for the plumbing pipes outside, but anything inside that space for the alteration is up to the property owner. Whatever agreement
Even
the
though
property owner.
even though they contracted with
What-
this contractor
that's a
to do
civil
work?
matter between that's a civil matter between the owner and the association. Have nothing to do with the city with permitting. Is who do the work, and the folio. Each unit have
And
its
I
own
guess
folio.
this is where we disagree.
I think it's both, right? So the association should have made sure that the work that they were gonna get done in there should have been permitted. Whoever
Correct.
they went with should have gotten the permits because this person is licensed and insured.
Right.
But at the same time, the homeowner is not.
No, I
innocent
already
in all
said,
of
I
this
said
because-
that. I
because
agree.
she's
So I want to
also
know
in
if I'm gonna,
violation.
if I'm going to fine, how do we split the baby? Because I, at this point, that's my issue. I do understand there's a violation. I do agree with you. Somebody dropped the ball, but I feel that they're both responsible. She went ahead and did things that without pulling the permit, and I'm talking about the property owner, but at the same time, the homeowners association had their own responsibility towards her because this matter was caused because of a faulty pipe or whatever the situation was. And they contracted with this person, whether this was her son-in-law or not. But if you're going to enter into a contract with a contractor to do work, then you have to make sure that, not only this person is licensed, they have the capability to do the work. You also have to know that permits have to be pulled.
Which they're aware, and if it's a licensed person, he or she know that they need a permit, but they take shortcut happen every day. If they're licensed, they know that the permit is required.
Okay, but he's not in front of us here, and he's not the one being fined. So it has to be, at this point, in my opinion, it's both sides. It's you for doing the extra work without pulling the necessary permits, and it's you guys as well for entering into a contract with a contractor knowing that walls were going to be taken down, pipes were going to be, whatever the term is, you know what I'm saying? And all this extra work was going to be done, but then nobody bothered to pull permits and to make sure that everything is being done up to code. And apparently, things were not done up to code if you have to go back and do the work over again. So my ruling is, that's the situation.
Can I just say something?
No,
ab-
I've heard enough.
Okay.
I've heard enough. I've heard enough, and I've read partially what you guys sent up here. So my decision is on behalf of the city, but that's against both the association and the property owner. And whatever fines that I'm going to enter is really between the two of you. And the way we say it in the legal world is against the two of you and
Judge?
whoever.
I think because since we cited her and
We
not the-
cited her?
we cited her. It's under Marie Claude Richard. It's gonna have to be against her, and then whatever she needs to recoup from the association, she needs to take up in a civil matter if she wishes to do so. But
Yep.
it would have to be against her because that's who we cited.
Yeah. So, like I said, I do find that the violation exists. I find in favor of the city. I enter an adjudication. This is so egregious. And do I give her an abatement date? How long is this gonna take?
Well, she has to do a permit after the fact, right?
No, it's new, so you need to give her a permit there now.
Okay, so, since today's the 20th, I'll give you January 8th, and the daily fine amount is, wow. I'll do it $350, since you're all the only person named here, but if the association was named here, I would've went as far as this is so ridiculous, it's 700. So I'll do it at $350, and then you can take up whatever needs to be done with the association.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you too.
Next case is Frank Martinez, case number CEODS 2019-00141. The officer is Jose Perez.
I'm sorry, you hungry? What's the case number? I'm sorry.
It's Frank Martinez, CEODS 2019-00141.
Okay, because I have a Mario Garibaldi.
Because they jumped out of order.
I see. Okay, so
So we gotta go all the way up.
Oh, go up?
It's at number 30, if I'm not mistaken. Does yours have numbers?
Martinez. Mine have numbers.
Okay, number 30.
Okay. Number 30. No, because mine go in alphabetical order, and I just messed something up.
Yeah, mine's in alphabetical order too.
I messed it up.
It's after Francisca.
No, I have to go to M. Martinez, M.A.
This one.
Okay.
Good to go?
Thank you. Yes.
Okay, Code Enforcement Officer Perez with the City of North Miami. Today we're hearing a case in reference to the property located at 75 Northwest 123rd Street. This violation is regards to outdoor storage. There's an abundance of trash and debris being stored in the rear of the property. The property was posted on November 7th at approximately 10:39 a.m. And here's a photograph depicting the condition in the rear of the property. Okay.
Oh, wow.
So you see they got like several items. They got some glass over here, some metal things. Back here they have some more stuff, buckets, tabletops, plywood.
Yeah. Okay. Let me see. You said it was posted when? I'm sorry.
November 7th at 10:39 a.m.
Okay, and first time up, right?
Yes.
Okay. Based on the unrebutted testimony of the code enforcement officer and the evidence presented, I find that the violation does exist. Also find good notice, given proper notice, the owners have failed to appear. Hereby find in favor of the city, enter an adjudication. Owners have until December 11th by which to resolve the violation. If the violation is not resolved by the abatement date, there will be a daily fine amount of $250.
Thank you.
Guillermo Aviles, case number CEEXP 2019-00127. The officer is Vanessa Willis.
Vanessa Willis, City of North Miami Code Compliance Officer. This property was cited to pressure clean and paint. the house. Mr. Guillermo let me know that he was probably not going to be here today. He has surgery scheduled. He's an elderly gentleman, so he has surgery scheduled for tomorrow. So he said he probably was not going to be here. I just want to put that into the record. But anywho, the property was posted. Let me give you the service.
Are we postponing?
He's preparing for surgery for tomorrow?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so he called you to request a continuance, I'm assuming.
Well, there's a process that we have now where they're supposed to send an email. So without that email, I can't, but of course, if you're
Okay,
elderly.
based on your representation to the court that
Yes,
this
ma'am.
gentleman is about to have surgery, then we're gonna give him the benefit of doubt and we're gonna postpone this for another 30
Okay.
days.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. Hmm? That's what I'm gonna do, because it makes absolutely no sense to me. We have people sitting here since this morning.
I just told Jeff. IA Invest LLC, case number CEZ CU 2019-00012.
We're gonna pass it.
Isaac Ross, CEB PR 2019-0031.
We're gonna pass it. Okay.
I'm sorry for this one. I just received an email from his attorney. He's asking that we table that one so we don't have to come back to it. I'm just going to ask that we table that one. He emailed me actually yesterday, not just now.
Okay, 30 days? Okay, no problem.
That's fine.
All right.
Isleen Sifferlin. She was just here.
Please state your full name for and relationship to the property.
It's Lynn Sifrali, I'm the owner.
All right, ma'am.
She stayed.
I know, she said that she was on lunch break and it's been over 3 hours.
Good afternoon, Code Officer St. Louis. This violation is in regards to painting. Before I begin, she's in the process of doing an addition. There's permit on file and everything. Now, I don't feel it would be right to paint the property and then she's adding up.
I'm sorry?
I don't feel like it would be right to have her paint the whole property when she's adding up. She's not adding.
So wait a minute, you already have permit to do a construction?
I'm waiting for it to come back from the DERM for the final approval.
So we let this woman sit here all day so we can do this?
We had to wait on the process of being called up first. So I can't postpone until weeks before.
Okay. I'm sorry, ma'am.
No problem.
All right, we're gonna table this. So you already have permits?
Yeah, I'm waiting for the DERM to do the final so that I could get the contractors and everybody could start working.
Okay, we're gonna set this to eternity and beyond. This is ridiculous.
Thank you.
But thank you. Not you, Edme. I'm not blaming you. I'm just saying. Yes, hon. There's got to be a better way.
Jamil Shoot. And with Rose, case number CEFAW 2019-00202.
Jamil Shoot, owner.
Mr. Shute, do you need an interpreter?
No, my dear, thank you.
Okay.
Jose, this is your case.
Also, yeah. You should know that.
City of North Miami Code Enforcement Officer Perez. Today we're hearing the case in reference to the property at 525 Northwest 133rd Street. This is a dual violation, so there's two violations to a single property. Both are neighbor complaints in regards to the first one being FAW 2019-00202, the repair of the falling fence at the property. Here we have some photographs that were submitted from the complainant along with photographs that I took myself. as you can see, the fence is not in the greatest shape.
Some missing pieces.
So lots
from
of missing
parts.
pieces, lots of just slots that are just hanging. So the complainant is advising that this fence is now tipping over onto his side, causing damages to his fence.
Okay. Do you understand the violation, Mr. Shute?
Yes, ma'am.
So what are we gonna do about it?
Well, this fence, this guy troubled me so much, so I really tired with him. But I'm going to try to fix it a little bit more because every time he tries something, he just push it, fight with it, whatever.
But
Yeah.
it is kind of like an eyesore.
Yeah, but me and him been have little discussion of that before.
Yes, but
you know?
the fence, Mr. Shute, is an eyesore.
We understand. So I'm going to try to fix it, and then
I don't know
we'll
if it
go
can
from
be
that.
fixed. It probably needs to be
I would
replaced
suggest to either have it replaced
or removed.
or removed completely. Yes.
Yeah, because you have the chain link fence. I'm assuming that's his.
He has a chain link.
You want a wooden fence, but this one right there, that needs work.
It's not in great condition
It's
at all.
not.
I mean, I'm going to fix it. I'm going to fix it.
So let's
Eventually.
understand fixing. Let's make sure that we're all on the same page when we talk about fixing. How are we fixing this?
So what I will do, whatever missing, I will get it together and just get it straight because I have no other choice.
Okay. Just remember, if you're going to replace it, you're going to need to pull a permit. Okay.
Yeah, I'm not going to just take it off, you know. Just whatever missing, I'm going to straight it out and fix it up myself.
I'm seeing that there are whole missing boards, right? So what we're saying is we don't want you to get into further trouble with the city. If you're going to fix it up, you know, as you put it, make sure that you talk to him and make sure that you're doing everything up to code, because otherwise you're going to be brought back here.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
For major repairs of that, if he were to want to repair that fence on this condition, I would suggest to get a permit because so much of it is being replaced that you would be required to get a permit.
Okay?
Yes.
So, I do find that the violation exists. I find in favor of the city. I enter an adjudication, and then I'll give you till January 8th to resolve the problem. Basically, that means pull up the necessary permit to get it done. Or if he's taking it down altogether, he doesn't need to pull a permit, does
If
he?
he takes it down altogether, we could resolve the case right there and then.
Okay. Otherwise, sir, I will charge you a daily fine. If this, you know, if you come back here on January 15 and this is not done, there will be a daily fine amount of $200. You understand?
Can it be a little more time, please?
Well, we want to see where we are. So come back on the 15th. Let me see what's going on. Because if you have not taken any necessary steps to resolve it, then no bueno.
No bueno.
And then we have the next case. If it could be announced, please.
Jamil Shute, case number CEODS 2019-00145.
And this case is at the same location. This again is a neighbor complaint in regards to outdoor storage, just miscellaneous items being stored throughout the entire rear of the property. And I have some photographs that were submitted from the complainant. Due to the fence, I'm not able to see into the property, but the complainant submitted several photographs.
That explains why you don't want to take down you're
fence?
storing a few things back here.
Only have my truck and one trailer. And those stuff, I could take them away too. So
You said the truck? I thought
Yeah.
I saw something.
I have a truck, like a gray truck.
That's a lot of stuff in the back. That's why you can't take down the fence, because then you will be in a whole lot of trouble with the city.
Yeah, you got some PVC pipes, some tables.
Mr. Shute, I would not want to be your neighbor. That's a lot of stuff. That's a lot. That's an eyesore. That's why you're having issues with your neighbor. So you need to fix all of that. Those things have to go, have to be removed. This truck, you better not send that to Haiti. I'm letting you know now.
Obviously, he's not mine.
You better not send that to Haiti.
He's not mine. I would
Okay.
send nothing in Haiti right now.
All right. I'm letting you know. So I do find that you are in violation. I find in favor of the city, I enter an adjudication. I'm giving you again until January 8th to fix it. If it's not fixed, I'm gonna charge you $150 for every pipe you have standing back there. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, everybody.
I think 200 on one, 150. I need- All right. Who's the fine gentleman? Sir, please state your full name for the record.
We haven't announced it just yet.
Okay.
We need to announce it.
So we have 5 different cases for this gentleman.
Uh-oh.
Oh, translator.
You need a translator? Interpreter?
Yes, my honor. Sí, necesito un intérprete.
Spanish. Okay.
The first case is CEF AW 2019-00176. The officer is Jose Perez.
Okay, está bien.
Is it Jimmy on? Who's this?
Jiminy.
Yes.
Yeah, Jiminy.
Oh, okay.
Jimmy Nan?
Jiminian.
Jiminian, case number CEFAW 2019-00176.
Sir, please state your full name in relationship to the property.
Diga su nombre completo y la relación con la propiedad.
Víctor Jiminian, soy el dueño.
Victor Jiménez, I'm the owner.
Thank you, sir.
Gracias.
City of North Miami Code Enforcement Officer Perez. Today we're hearing the cases in reference to the property located at 15 Northwest 121st Street. These cases came in as a complaint, and I responded to the property along with the manager, and several of these violations were opened up on.
Slow down for him.
It's okay.
You're good?
It's okay,
Okay.
yes, it's okay.
Okay, he was going too fast.
Sorry about that. Several of these violations were opened up in regards to a complaint that came in directly from one of the tenants residing or who was residing at the property.
Que vivía en la propiedad.
So the first one, we have one for the pressure wash and paint of the walls in front of the property that include the metal bars. As if my final reinspection
Cuando inspeccioné la última vez,
on November
en
13th,
noviembre 13,
some of the work started,
algunos de los
but
trabajos
it wasn't
comenzó,
completed.
pero todavía no se ha
You
terminado.
can see there's several spigots and spats throughout the
Y
entire
todavía hay
fence,
algunos
and the
lugares
walls
cerca
that
de
aren't
la
in the
pared.
greatest condition.
Podemos ver aquí la condición.
This backyard is a safety hazard.
Okay. All right, Mr. Jiminian,
Señor Jiménez,
about the paint and the pressure wash, do you have,
toda la pintura y el lavado
is
a
there
presión,
someone working on the property,
¿alguien está haciendo ese trabajo?
getting the
Dígale que
work
ya está
done?
hecho todo. Aquí tengo la prueba.
Tell her that everything is done already. I have here the proof.
Okay, all right. Jose,
Un momento.
he says he has proof that all the work is done. When was the last time you were inspected? When was this picture taken?
Those pictures were taken on November 13, our final reinspection date.
Mhm.
If it was done after the fact, we wouldn't have seen it because we don't
Bueno, si fue
do
después
third
de esa
inspections.
fecha, todavía no
Okay,
hemos visto.
so when was this done, Mr. Jiminian?
Señor Jiménez, ¿esto cuándo lo terminó?
En esta semana.
In this week.
Okay, that's probably why. All right, show it to Mr.
Muéstrele al
Perez.
señor Pérez.
Show the pictures to Mr. Perez.
Aquí está como estaba antes.
Let him speak into the mic. What is he showing you?
Pero vamos a ver la parte de adelante primero. Vamos a ver eso primero.
Mira, esta era como estaba antes y ahora está pintada completa. ¿Le da el color?
You can't hear him,
Color.
Dunia? Through the translator, okay. Okay, tell him to leave the photos, go back to the,
Ok,
to the,
tienes que dejar la foto y tienes que ir con el intérprete porque tienes que hablarlo al micrófono. Sí.
you had an opportunity to see the pictures?
Yes.
Okay, so you want an opportunity to go back to view it for yourself, or?
It's
You're
sufficient
fine.
with his photographs.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, so then we'll close it with cost?
Yes.
Okay.
For the first case.
Yes.
Este es para el primer caso, las fotografías son suficientes.
Okay, sir, Mr. Jiminian, the code enforcement officer is satisfied that you've done, you've had the work done.
Que el trabajo ya lo ha hecho.
Okay, so he's gonna close it, but there is a
Vamos a
$100
cerrar
fine.
Ese caso, pero hay una multa de $100. It is fine.
Okay. All right, let's move on. Sir, give her a minute. She needs to call the next case.
¿Cuándo tengo que pagar eso?
Tiene que hablar con el oficial.
Case number CEGMP 2019-00121.
Creo que tiene otros casos.
This one was to pressure wash and paint the entire property itself. For the sake of time, he did also show me photographs depicting that the property was painted now, so I'm fine with closing this one as well.
Okay. I
And
just realized the first one was for metal bars, because I was like, why?
the metal
why is
bars
this
and the bars,
different?
yes.
Okay,
And this
got
one's
it.
for the property itself. Considering we did already add court costs to the first one, I'm fine with waiving the court costs
I
for the
was,
second one.
thank you, because I was gonna do that.
Yeah.
Because I thought, for some reason, I missed the whole part about the metal bars. I was looking at the entire property.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mirando la propiedad
All right.
entera, dice.
Okay, sir,
Yeah,
you told him that the code enforcement officer says he's in compliance.
Está satisfecho con lo que ha hecho usted.
Okay, all right, was the next case.
El siguiente.
Himinian, case number CEODS 2019-00111.
You skipped one.
You skipped,
IVY.
Sorry, Himinian CEIVY 2019-00172.
No, this one is for a crashed silver SUV that's being stored in the front of the
Que hay
property.
un SUV que está chocado, que está parqueado en la propiedad.
Sorry. Which was removed, so we could go ahead and
Close that
close
one
that one
out?
out. Yes.
Okay,
Dice que eso ha sido quitado, entonces está siendo
okay, we're closing that one out,
Este
sir.
caso está siendo cerrado también.
Okay. There's two more, we're almost there.
Tenemos dos más. Nos quedan dos más.
Is there two more?
Himinian CEODS 2019-00111.
Que le quedan.
This one is a little bit more complicated. There's an abundance of outdoor storage in the rear of the property,
Un lugar
which is where we get into the second bundle of pictures
y yo tengo unas fotos
that might
sobre
take a
eso
second to
que voy a
load because it's
mostrarle.
quite a few.
Bastantes fotos sobre eso.
Okay. So that was the SUV. Okay. Do- So here we start seeing some of the outdoor storage. For example, the
Aquí
bucket that's in the
Vemos este
trash
lugar.
bin that's
Aquí, por
inside the
ejemplo, tenemos un
pool.
balde, dice, está mirando la foto.
The miscellaneous items that
Y
are
tenemos
scattered throughout
cosas
the
ahí, mire,
property.
atrás. Mire las cosas que están ahí atrás.
Some metal bars.
That is already cleaned.
You got some lawn chairs
Y
and
tenemos unas sillas ahí atrás.
some plywood.
Y tenemos plywood, maderas.
That's about it for the outdoor storage.
Bueno, eso tiene que ver con esas cosas que
Okay.
están fuera.
I think what I see is these are two elderly people, so it's kind of like neglect. You know,
Yes.
and
Yo
um,
pienso que es un señor mayor y tal vez se ha
I'll give him.
descuidado un
th-
poco.
were-
Yo creo
Did
que
he
es
say
un
they
señor
were
mayor.
removed?
Usted dijo que
Because I'm
que
just.
eso que vimos en la foto ya ha sido quitado.
¿Cómo dice?
Eso que así que vimos en la foto.
Sí,
usted
está
dice,
quitado, sí.
That has been removed
Todo está
already.
quitado.
Everything has
Ya
been
está,
removed.
hasta la piscina está cubierta.
And even now the pool has been covered.
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
Todo está limpio, todo está limpio.
All right. That's good.
Everything is clean. All is clean.
Okay. Great. Okay.
Espérate, tranquila.
All right. So we'll close that one out.
Bueno,
And
estamos
what's the
cerrando
final
eso también.
case?
The
Bueno,
final
salud.
one is to secure all the windows throughout the entire property. Some of them are being held up with
Tiene que
tape.
ver con las ventanas en la propiedad.
Está listo.
That is
This one
also
is
done.
CEWWC 2019-00089.
Okay.
Aquí está, la
He-
ventana.
Here it is, the windows.
Show it to him.
Está con aquí los tapes y miro aquí nuevo, limpio.
You see the one first, you see the one with the
Okay.
tapes, and now the new one.
That's taken care of, okay?
Yes.
All right. I did something earlier. I'm gonna take it back. I'm gonna strike the cost.
Voy a
That
hacer algo.
first $100 cost.
Voy
It's
a
not every day
quitar
that I
el
get people who
costo.
come here.
Entonces voy a eliminar el costo que le he hecho, dice la jueza.
You're finished? Did you hear that? It's not every day that I have people come here who are in compliance.
cada
This man
día,
had about
no pasa
a
cada
100
día que gente
violations,
viene a
and
cumplir.
these are clearly
Y
elderly
esto es
people.
Yes.
claramente una
And for them
persona
to come
mayor,
prepared
entonces
with
que venga
everything done,
preparado con todo.
the first $100 that I had
Primeros
assessed
$100
against him,
que le he puesto,
I'm going to dismiss
voy a
that.
quitar eso.
Sir, I
Así
appreciate
que
you doing the
gracias
work
por haber hecho el trabajo
and bringing the
y por
property up
haber
to par.
puesto la propiedad
And
y
I wish
como
you
se
and
le
your wife
pidió,
good luck.
y le deseo a
Thank
usted y
you.
su esposa buena
Thank you.
suerte. Gracias.
Dígale a ella que a la honorable jueza que muchísimas gracias por la oportunidad que me ha brindado.
Thank you, Judge, for the opportunity.
Give me a second. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Good luck to you guys.
Bye. Joan Winokur. I'm gonna go to IA Investment because he was in the restaurant. IA Invest LLC, case number CEZ CU 2019-0012. He has two cases. She said pass. All right, back to. Is that? Are you IA? What is it? Pass still, or he's here? You want to pass? Who's the officer? Her. Karen. Hi. You can come up to the podium. Are you IA Invest? Okay. No, he has a new case and an old case. So his new case, when we called him, he was in the restroom.
Okay, that's number 32 for me. IA Invest LLC. Start. Which one is the other one?
This is 00012.
Yeah, I see that one. I see that one. Your mic is not on, in essence.
He has a new case and an old case. We're hearing the new case now.
And the new case is 00012?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Sir, please state your full name and relationship to the property. Do you need an interpreter?
No, I'm good. I'm okay.
Okay, state your full name and relationship to the property.
Yeah, I'm Mackinson Florian. I'm the owner for the restaurant by 12989 West Dixie Highway, the Natalie's Kitchen.
Okay, sir.
Good afternoon, Co-Compliance Officer Karen Jean Lewis, Natalie's Kitchen at 12989 West Dixie Highway, was cited for failure to obtain a certificate of use on July 25th, 2019. The notice to appear for today's hearing was hand-delivered to Markin on October 31st at 1:12 p.m. And as of the final reinspection, there was nothing in the system for Natalie's Kitchen unless he can provide otherwise.
Okay.
Okay. My problem is it was a couple months ago. I tried to do the
It was a what, sir?
A couple months ago, I went to the dam to give it to them the plan. They do the process. They might be they text me by Gmail, but I tried to show you, but I got a problem with my phone. But I have to call them. I'm asking you if you can give me a couple months until they send it to me, the by text, until to come get the plan, until to do the process.
Well, are you currently operating out of this location?
Yeah,
Yes.
I was there.
Huh?
Yes, he is.
Yes.
The restaurant is fully operational.
Yeah, I can't give you a couple of months, sir. Especially if you're operating, you don't have a certificate of use.
Yeah, I have the first one, but to do the certificate of use, it might be you review the plan, and then to text me until to finish,
How you started a whole restaurant without getting the proper paperwork?
But it was under the name, the Natalie's Kitchen. I tried to change the name, but that's really complicated. But I have the first one for the annual food permit, but
You have a first one for what?
for full food permit,
For food permit?
yeah.
That doesn't have to do anything with the city.
I know. Sorry.
Okay, so what are you requesting?
An adjudication, because this was since July. I had it tabled prior to give him more time to work on it, and here we are now, and it's still at the same state.
What is that? What is
Sounds
that?
like
Take that
someone's on the
outside. Take that outside. Okay, we need to stop with the disrespect. Okay, honey, you can step out and speak to your son on the phone. I would ask anyone who does that to you, I would ask them to give you the same courtesy. Okay? Yeah. Well, sir, I don't know what to tell you, but this is a clear violation. I find in favor of the city, I enter an adjudication. The city has been trying to work with you, Officer Jean Lewis says, since July. Here we are in November. She kept tabling this case to give you an opportunity to get things done, and here we are. And you're asking me for, more time in several months. I can't do that.
But I'm still waiting, until they finish to do the process for the plan, until they call me. I have everything right here. I already pay. After they give it to me the plan, I have to go to the city to finish everything.
All right, the situation is you started this whole thing,
Is that-
prior to doing the necessary legwork first. So, I can't
is that
lay
gonna-
this at their feet. This was you. That was your wrongdoing.
Yeah, I understand that, but it's not about me. It's about them. They got everything. They have to text me to come get the plan to finish. It's not
All
gonna
right.
be long.
Okay, January 8th.
That's fine.
All right, I'm giving you till January 8th. Maybe you keep calling and
Yeah. Thank you.
because this is the 20th, right? Today's the 20th.
Yeah.
Next week, everything is closed for Thursday and Friday. So, all right, sir.
Thank you.
Let me give you my fine amount because I didn't give you that yet. Daily fine amount. This is our whole restaurant. Jesus Christ. No. please call Officer Noel, make sure he's not going to get my food. All right, I'll go $350. $350.
Can't be lower than that.
I was gonna go up. I'm trying to work with you, but people's health and life are in.
I know
All
you
right, sir. Good luck to you.
All right, thank you.
He has one more case.
Oh, he does? Yeah, that you
Previous
did
case
mention
was
that.
already adjudicated.
Another
Which
case?
one?
The next case that we
Okay.
called.
All right. What is it under the same name?
Yes.
Okay. Why is it not next to each other? Because I don't
Because
see.
it's old business.
I see. Okay. Got it. Y'all have me.
The
running
next
off
case
the-
is IA Invest LLC, case number CEFOB 2019-00017. This case was previously adjudicated.
This violation is for failure to obtain a business tax receipt. The business tax receipt and certificate of use go hand in hand. Once you get the CU, you're allowed to go and get the BTR. The notice to appear was hand-delivered to Markin on October 31st, 2019 at 1:12 p.m. And as of November 13th, there's still no BTR on file. And he was found guilty by the previous magistrate, fine set at $300.
Okay. I'm assuming we have no business tax receipt.
For the barber?
No, not the barbershop.
Oh,
That's
for-
different. Natalie's Kitchen.
Oh, yeah. I'm still waiting for the same process. to do
Okay.
that.
All right. You want the two cases to run together?
Yes, we can run them together.
All right. So January 8th, it's already been adjudicated. The only thing that would have to do is ratify it, but let it run the two cases together, and then we'll make a decision on it January 15th. All right,
Thank you.
sir. Good
Thank
luck
you.
to you.
Thank you.
Yes, please. I'm just stretching. Legs hurt.
Joan H. Winoker, case number MHVIO 2018-01260. The officer is Gary Beswick.
Good afternoon, sir. Please state your full name in relationship to the property.
My name is Kenneth Heller. I'm an owner.
Thank you, sir.
It's under Joan Winokur.
Hmm?
Who is he to?
That's what I'm looking, I haven't found the case yet. That's what I'm looking for. So, sir, what is your relationship to the property?
I'm an owner.
Okay. He's the owner.
It's under Joan Winokur.
You see, that's my sister.
Hmm?
Joint owners.
Oh, you joint, okay. So you have it under who?
It's
H.
under Joan Winokur.
Winokur? J-O-A. But would it be under Winokur, W?
No, J.
42.
It's my 42.
Huh?
My 42.
Yeah, okay. So when you guys say it's alphabetical order, you mean the first name?
Yes.
Okay, I've been searching under the last name because that's what. Okay. All right, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Gary Basic for the City of North Miami. The billing official was here earlier. He's the one that want to deal with this. This case was previously heard, and it was found to be unfit, but the fine amount did not put with it. So that's why we brought it back to get a fine amount to it. It was found to be unfit, so to take it to the unsafe structure. Let me show you.
So it was adjudicated, but there was never any
Fine amount, yeah, it was adjudicated to be
Unfit
unfit. Unsafe, for your own term it. But it wasn't a fine amount, was placed on it, so that's why we brought it back to get a fine amount.
Okay. Nobody's living there, right? Somebody's living there?
I am, ma'am.
Oh,
Yes, Your Honor.
okay.
Mm.
I can see it, but I have to, you know,
I don't know how to
look
turn
at
around.
it sideways.
Yeah.
I have to look at
Basically,
it
there's tops on top of the roof. There's
But it looks like it's caving in, no?
yes, correct.
Okay, sir, that's, looks like a dangerous, situation you have going on over there. And it has deemed unsafe. Speak into the mic, sir.
May I explain myself?
Yes, sir.
We have a pending grant from the city for a roof
Right,
under community development.
okay.
And it's been going on, but, I've been signing papers all year,
Mm-hmm.
signing it. Then finally, I had no, the last papers they brought to me was a, I gotta think here, was a mortgage and a note. And I looked on it, and it said, you had the price of it, everything was fine that way, but the problem was to accept the grant, I had to buy insurance.
Mm-hmm.
And the insurance is going to cost more than the roof.
Mm-hmm.
So what I wanted to do is see if you would allow me to try and get some private financing that wouldn't require me to buy the insurance. I've been getting some bids, and I need some more time to get something together privately, and also we've been talking to, what's her name down there?
Yes, please.
My name is Ray Delgado. I'm helping Ken with his situation.
Okay,
Can I say what I've done to help him make it a little faster, maybe?
okay,
All right. Pretty much he was offered a loan to repair his roof, but this loan had the provisions he
Got it.
needed to have property insurance.
Mhm.
The property insurance quote that we got over the 4 years of the loan, even though this loan is self-paying, was going to be more than the repair of the roof, so obviously he can't do that. So we're trying to get a hold of Basile Burt, not sure the number was given, to see if either the city does not require the insurance, and then he could get the roof fixed, or he has to go private financing. So the city's offering the money, it's just the insurance requirement makes it prohibitive for him to get a roof.
Ma'am, I don't want to mislead the city. The problem is if I sign the mortgage, this thing, they'll put the roof up, and then a year later, I'll have to prove
your insurance?
and if I don't do that, I will be in trouble.
Yeah,
I don't want to, I do not wish to make a false statement to
I
go.
understand.
You can,
Oh.
but I'm caught between a rock and a hard place. I thought
Literally.
this thing was all settled in
Mhm.
August or September, and then I'd been signing papers. They sent the 2 contractors out, and they gave bids to the city, and I was waiting.
And then this pops up.
and
I
then-
understand.
Then
No.
suddenly this mortgage pops up.
Yes.
I thought I had all the documents done.
Right.
It was quite a surprise, ma'am.
Yeah.
And so now I'm scrambling around trying to find other money.
And, it kinds of, what is the term that I'm looking for? Because had you had an insurance on the property, then the insurance would have been the one to take care of the roof.
Of course, ma'am. but
So
the-
because now you didn't have insurance, now you have to go through the city, and now the city is requiring that you have
Well-
insurance, and then, it's like,
well,
yeah,
Now I'm thinking that
it's a one big
I-
mess.
I need to have sufficient time to fish or cut bait.
Yeah, but, so this matter was already adjudicated, so
Yes,
just,
and the thing was settled. It was settled.
So
I
what
mean,
do you
I-
want?
Previously, if I recall correctly, I'm trying to verify, but I believe we previously tried to.
Speak into the mic.
I believe we previously tried to help Mr. Winokur with his roof. We had found like the contractor who was going to do it for free, and he didn't accept it. And
Really?
That's when I first came here. I don't know if Mr. Bestwick knows more.
Yes,
Can elaborate.
in some in regards, yes. That's why I want a building official and speak. Building official, that's what I was calling, because he was here earlier, but he couldn't wait all day, so he left
There's a lot of history in terms
Yeah,
of
there's
we
a lot
tried
of
to
things
help,
going-
we
yeah.
tried to give him.
for free. Yeah.
You turned away free work? You had somebody who was going to do the roof work for you for free?
No. But which free work was that?
I don't know.
I don't know. There was an earlier contractor, but he brought, it was supposed to be free, and he brought a Y green, without it, which is a loan that they attach to your taxes.
Oh.
A Y green.
No, I just verified with our city attorney, Judge. This has been going on for a while. It was going to be just a free roof, and he's denied it. So at this point, it's like.
All right, so you're asking for us to attach a fine
Yes.
to the adjudication?
That's correct.
Okay.
Ma'am?
But we're not giving an abatement date, because it.
Can you
the
give me an
way the-
abatement date?
You can give him an abatement date.
All right.
You mean I can have an abatement date, so I can either have, I can prove up with the community development, or I can have a contractor pull a permit. That's what I would like.
This
Say
has been
what?
ongoing
Is that
for a
possible?
while.
We just went over it. I've been giving December 11th all morning, not realizing that it really doesn't give them, we usually give
He's
people
had-
a month.
He's had
And
a long time.
It's from
20.
2018.
This is for
Ma'am?
he's had a
2018?
long, yes, over
Miss,
a
could-
year. It's gonna
could-
be
No,
a year.
this matter has already been adjudicated, sir. The only thing that I'm trying to think is a daily fine amount. That's the only thing that I'm thinking about. And when it's the next time, we need you to come back here so that we see where we are with this. And the city is adamant that you've had an entire year and you've turned down free work, and so this
Yeah, it's
matter
an
just keep going and going. So at this point, this is an entire roof, and he's living there, and this is
very
an elderly man. It is unsafe, but whew, this is tough, huh? It was not adjudicated?
No, it's just for unsafe. That's why I brought it up. They weren't deemed unsafe.
So then my ruling is that I enter an adjudication. I find in favor of the city. I do see that.
January 8th.
January 8th, sir, and daily fine amount. Usually for roof is a lot more than that, but I'll do 300 because whether or not I do 300 or 1,000, I don't think that this gentleman is going to.
Ma'am,
Don't pass out.
ma'am,
It's
just a little more time and I'll straighten this out.
no, Judge.
It's just this mortgage thing threw me.
Sir,
for a
you
loop.
do understand that I'm a little concerned about you as well, because this property is not safe, and it's unfortunate. It's kind of like like I said, the fact that you did not have insurance on the property, not that insurance companies typically do what they're supposed to do, but at least you would have had something to fall back on. You have a roof that's in total disrepair, but you don't have the insurance, to go after to do the repairs. The city gives you the loan, but it's attached to you having to get insurance, and you cannot afford it. So it's like
Well,
you understand?
Yes,
My
ma'am.
hands are tied. That's not what that's not the determination or the decision that I'm here to make. I'm just trying to see if we can move this thing along. And, at this
I
point,
need just a little more time to straighten this out. January 8th sounds fine.
okay, I gave you January 8th, sir.
And you-
Okay?
And can you not fine me until after January 8th?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Okay.
I'll get this thing done one way or
What,
another.
let
Judge,
me go.
just for the record, we're requesting the December date, and we're not agreeing to any extensions or anything.
I know you said December 11th. I give him
Yes,
January
okay.
8th. So when he said, don't fine me until, that's typically how it's done. That's the January
Okay,
8th is
I'm just
the
saying
abatement date.
for the time,
Yes.
because it's.
I will get
I
something
note your
accomplished, ma'am.
objection, but I feel that's not enough time. Okay.
More? Can I get more?
No.
No, Mr.
Heller, ma'am.
Eller.
May I be excused?
Absolutely, sir.
Thank you
Good
very-
luck to you.
Thank you.
Be careful over there.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
George G. Bavars, case number CESTA 2019-00034.
I can't even eat.
The officer is Jose Perez.
Is anyone present for that?
Are you?
She is. Okay. She needs an interpreter. Okay. Please state your name and relationship to the property.
Diga su nombre y qué relación tiene con la propiedad.
Sí, mi nombre es Jennifer Quijano y soy hermana del dueño de la propiedad.
Jennifer Gijano, I am the sister of the owner of the property.
The sister of the owner. She's not a co-owner, just the sister of the owner.
Usted no
Where's
es
the
una-
owner now?
¿Y el dueño dónde está ahora?
Fuera del país.
Out of the country.
Okay. Do you have a power of attorney to step in her shoes?
¿Tiene una carta poder para representarla?
No, pero yo hablé con él.
I don't have, but I spoke to him.
All right. Proceed with your case.
Yeah, I have no objections
Él
to that.
representa el caso.
Hmm?
I have no objections to
I-
letting her.
I do.
No. I'm saying he can present his
Oh,
case.
she's not- okay.
You know, she doesn't have power of attorney. If she has something to say, I'll listen. But she's not stepping in.
Okay. Would she be able to just listen to the outcome? Okay. Do you want to proceed with the case then?
Yeah,
Or
I
do
mean,
you-
she's here. She's been
Okay.
here. Let's just go forward.
Okay. City of North Miami Code Enforcement Officer Perez, through rehearing the case in reference to the property located at 70 Northwest 125 Street. This is the first one's in regard to the advertising short-term rentals to include ads that were placed on Airbnb. The property was posted on November 4th, 2019 at approximately 12:35 p.m. And here we have photographs of the ad. As you can see here, there are several reviews from the renters that have stayed here. They go from July, May, April. It's been rented several times this year alone. I could confirm that I tried to rent it myself for 7 nights, and it allowed me. It would have gone to the next step, but we didn't go there. Nonetheless, what the city's seeking is an adjudication, and for them to permanently remove any and all ads, regardless if it's an Airbnb or any other websites, from any possible short-term rental ads at all.
Okay.
We didn't know anything.
Okay. I know you don't. You're
Yo sé
not
que
the
lo sé.
owner.
Yo lo sé porque usted no es la dueña, es la juez.
Pero mi mamá vive allí.
Happens that my mother lives there.
Y cuando han venido las personas de Airbnb, ella los recibe, pero no sabía que no se podía, no sabíamos que no se podía rentar.
Well, when the people from Airbnb come, she is the one that greets them. But we didn't know. We didn't know that we were not allowed to rent.
Okay. See, this is why you don't jump the gun. You wait and let people. You never know what folks are gonna say. You just wait and okay. All right, ma'am. It's not allowed. It's a violation.
Es una violación.
Okay? So tell your brother, your sister to take down the ad. Take everything down, whether it's on the website for Airbnb, what are the others? Forgot.
Booking.com,
Yes.
HomeAway.
Yes, all of those. You understand? So
Yes.
I do find that there is a violation. I find in favor of the city. I enter an adjudication.
For the advertising, we usually set a, it used to be a citation So the city recommends we do a one-time fee for it instead of a daily recurring fee. That for the advertisement, we used to issue citations for it instead of a daily fee. If possible, we could do a one-time fee for it and the adjudication.
Yes, and in the past, we've gone up to, I think, like 15,000 or something crazy.
That's for a repeat offender, but we're not
For the
seeking
fir-
that
Okay.
at the moment.
No, I wasn't gonna give that. I was just thinking out loud. All right, so we'll do a one-time fee of 1,500.
I say that's a little excessive.
Okay, well,
The citation.
that's a first.
The citation for the short-term advertisement used to be for $100 when it was
Okay.
just citations. So again, we're not trying to burden the homeowners. We just want to prevent this from happening.
From happening again. So, since my 1,500 was high, then, this is the first time that the city has actually told me that my fees are excessive. So, all right, so we'll do 250? Okay.
Now, when it comes to the second case for the actual short-term rental, that's when we might go a little big on the fines.
All right, let's call the second case. I'm sorry, adjudication, there's a one-time fee of 250.
Lo que le está diciendo es lo siguiente, que hay una multa de $250. Le ha reducido de 1,500.
George Bavaris, CESTR 2019-00010. The officer is Jose Perez.
And this again is with the same property. This now it's a violation in regards to the short-term renting, that there are confirmed rentals that were held, again, based off the reviews and prior conversation with the property owners. They have rented several times throughout Airbnb. So we would like, again, an adjudication with a one-time fee. Being that it has been rented a couple times, the city obviously would take that into consideration for your adjudication now.
All right, based on the testimony presented, I find that the violation does exist. I find in favor of the city, I enter an adjudication. I will enter, this is a one-time fee as well, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And how many short-term rentals have you confirmed?
Well, based off the reviews alone, I could see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and there's a second page, so the list goes on. So at least 7 times.
All right, I'll do a one-time fee of 500.
Una multa de ese de $500 por ese. So total is going to be 500 and 250?
Correct.
Correct.
Good luck to you, ma'am.
Buena suerte, señora.
Pero, no, espérame, dile, que ya le mandó un email a Airbnb, mi hermano.
My brother also already has sent an email to Airbnb
Okay, that's
to
good.
close it.
All right, you tell him that he needs to do that.
Bueno, tiene que decirle que tiene que hacer eso.
All right. Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
The next case is George H. Gutierrez, Nico. The case number is CEFAW 2019.
We're going to pass it.
The next case is Jose Antonio Iglesias Aleman, MHVIO 2019-0.
Ma'am, is that you? We'll pass it. I don't want to keep you guys waiting. If somebody's not here, then we're going to call on the next case.
The next case is Joseph Babuyan.
I'm sorry? Okay. Munkapalea, you need to stop.
Case number CEEXP 2019-00080.
Who was that?
Joseph.
Pass. Who's
Next case, Ketty
Who is it
Schultz
that's talking?
and William
again?
Gracias. No, it was table.
I'm sorry?
Ketty Shoot,
Pass.
Letty Brown, Lirong Zhang, Lirong Zhang, case number CESTA 2019
Voy a
00.
necesitar ayuda para traducir.
What is your name? You need a translator?
Yeah.
Can we help her?
Okay, I'll call the case number over. Lirong Zhang.
Is that her?
Yo rento. Yo soy, el Lironsen es el dueño y yo estoy rentando.
That's her?
I am the tenant.
Okay.
Leon Zheng is the owner.
Okay. Okay.
The case number is CESTA
Está presentando el caso.
2019 00029. Sorry, the officer is Jose Perez.
My apologies. The resident wanted to get some information. All right, so this one, we're doing the STA first, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. City of North Miami Co-Compliance Officer Perez, today we're hearing the case in reference to the property located at 15 Northwest 127th Street. This is in regards to short-term rental advertisement. Here we have some photographs of the ad that to this day has not been taken down as well. And several reviews for the rental of the property.
But some of it may have to do with her. There's something about Mitsubishi Gallant that may have to do with her. She may be the violator. You
That's-
understand? So there are other issues. Am I looking at this?
No, it's short-term rental and advertisement.
Oh, okay. I was looking at the next one. Okay. So short-term rental advertisement. Well, maybe she's here to say that she's the tenant who's the part of the short-term rental. you know?
From my understanding, she's actually one of the property managers.
That's not what she said. Tell me again, what is her role? What is her relationship to this property?
Una vez más, dígame qué relación tiene usted con esta propiedad. I'm renting there.
That's what she says.
Okay.
You don't want to hear how long she's been renting? How long have you been a renter at the
¿Hace cuánto que está alquilando? 2 years.
Okay, then we're having a case of subletting the property.
subletting the property?
Yep.
And is this a multi-unit or is this
No, it's a
just
single-family home.
single-family home?
Es una casa.
Okay, who else lives there?
¿Quién más vive allá? Myself with my family.
How many people are there?
¿Cuántas personas? 5.
Okay. Is there anyone else that's renting on
¿Hay alguna otra persona más que está alquilando?
from
el lugar?
you or from the property
¿De
owner?
usted o del dueño?
A veces, o sea, yo vi que por Airbnb rentaban en esa área.
I hear
Y vi que
Airbnb.
podía hacer algo de dinero para poder pagar la renta.
I saw that through Airbnb they rented in the area, and I thought that renting it would generate some money.
Okay, so you've been renting the property to Airbnb?
Entonces, usted,
You go ahead, I'm sorry.
entonces, ¿usted ha estado rentando la propiedad en Airbnb? Yes.
And previously, they actually had another case that I closed a while back. They were renting through Airbnb, and it was for a trailer, actually, a mobile home that was being stored at the property. They took that ad down, but here again, we have now the property itself being rented. So,
Okay, go ahead and present your case.
well, I showed the photographs already of the listing.
Hemos dado las fotografías ya.
So at this point, we would request again a fee
Que
and an
se
adjudication
haga
for it.
una multa y se haga una adjudicación.
So basically, if I can paraphrase, she has just testified that they have been renting the property for the past 2 years and
they're
that they have been
subletting.
subletting through Airbnb.
Mhm. Yeah, which more so would go towards the other case because the other one's for short-term rental. This one's more so just for the advertisement itself. The city wants the advertisement to come down from any and all websites, including Airbnb.
Es que sean quitada la propaganda de todos los lugares, inclusive Airbnb.
All right. So, and whatever fine amount that I give, that's gonna go against the property owner, not so much the.
Cualquier multa que voy a hacer va a ser
Okay,
con el
so
dueño
then
del-
let's the
de la
record
propiedad.
reflect that this
Bueno,
is,
que el récord diga eso.
it is what it is.
And the homeowner has been made aware of the situation because the mailing has been going out to that person. They just never made contact with me or never tried to anyhow.
Okay. Well, based on the evidence presented by the code enforcement officer as well as the tenant, I find that the violation does exist. Find good notice, given proper notice, the owner has failed to appear. The property owner has until
El dueño de la propiedad tiene
January 8th
hasta enero 8
to resolve the violation.
resolver la
If the
violación.
and we're just dealing with the advertising right now,
Simplemente
correct?
estamos hablando
Correct.
con la
And that's the one, actually, this one has a, wait a minute. I didn't give an abatement date in the last case. Did I give him an
Estaban
abatement
los
date?
otros casos que no le ha dado una fecha de
One-time fee.
Okay, okay, so what happens if it's ongoing, if it continues? I can give a one-time fee, but
¿Qué es lo que
that
pasa
doesn't
si esto
necessarily mean
continúa?
that
Y si le doy una multa de una
Then
Another-
a violation would be
another
opened.
violation?
It would be
Okay.
then a repeat offender.
Okay, all right, so, how much did I do on the other one?
¿Cuánto le
For the
damos
advertisement, you
anterior?
did 250.
$250?
Por
Well, I'll
propaganda
keep
le
it
dio
uniform, I'm
250.
fair.
Voy a
Okay.
mantenerlo uniforme,
So,
voy a
will
ser
it be
justa.
a
Entonces,
one-time fee of
estoy dando una
$250?
multa de $250.
And for, did you provide testimony for the,
Testimonio que usted ha dado.
for the second one, or do you want me
Y
to?
por el
Let's
segundo,
present it first.
Go ahead.
hay un segundo caso y está presentando
Lerong
el señor.
Zhang, case number CESTR 2019. 2019-0009.
City of North Miami Code Enforcement Officer Perez, today we're hearing the case in reference to the same property. This time it's in regards to the short-term rental. This time I was able to confirm a rental from July 8th to July 10th, being 2 days. I went to the property and physically saw a person there, and I take a snapshot of their rental confirmation on their phone. And here it says they're renting the property. Their check-in was Monday, July 8th, and they checked out Wednesday, July 10th.
Y checkout era julio 10.
Okay. Again, based on the testimony of the code enforcement officer as well as the tenant, I find that the violation does exist. Find in favor of the city, enter an adjudication. Again, to be fair, I will set the one-time fee at $500, just like I did on the other case. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Gracias.
All right,
So total is 750?
correct.
Correct.
And they need to seize any and all operations, including all the rentals ads that are
Tienen
being
que
put
pagar
up.
todas las operaciones y todos los alquileres. Okay.
Correct. I'm saying,
Because you gave one-time fees for the both, for the last one, because they had already removed it. Yes.
okay.
Lurleen Nimhart. I'm sorry, you're right.
Afternoon.
Lurleen Nimhart, case number CEIVY 2019-00216. The officer is Jose Perez.
Please state your full name for the record, ma'am, and your relationship to the property.
My name is Donna Burnside. I'm a tenant.
Okay.
City of North Miami Code Enforcement Officer Perez, that we're hearing the case in reference to the property located at 13715 Northwest 4th Court. We're hearing the first case in regards to a white derelict Mitsubishi Galant that needs to be either covered with a weatherproof car cover or removed from the property. As of my final reinspection on November 13th, you can see the vehicle is still there.
So we left the whole
Driveway clear.
just cleared, and then we just parked on the grass.
Well, essentially, it was on the swell first, so it progressed.
Ma'am, do you understand the violation?
I do.
Is this your vehicle?
It is, Your Honor.
Okay.
I'm a single mom, and the car was my ex-husband, and he left it there. I did not know. When I contacted him in regards to the vehicle, he told me that there was a sticker on it and that it had to be moved on the side. I try not to get in any conversation with him because he promised the car to my son. And there is domestic violence in our household due to him. So I try not to get involved. The reason why the parking spot is missing is because the car that I drive is usually parked there. I've lived there for 14 years. I had no idea that that would have been a problem. I did once I found out that the car was not supposed to be there. I had it removed.
Okay, so it's gone.
Yes, it is.
All right, we're gonna close the case. Good luck to you, ma'am.
Thank you.
She has another one?
They're both for the same reason. It was parking in the front lawn and for the derelict vehicle.
Okay.
So if one complied, then they both complied.
All right.
Do you need to see the pictures?
Yes, please.
Yes, show it to the officer. Okay, who's that? What number is that? All right, you're satisfied?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Good luck to you.
Thanks.
Which one is it? Where is it? Okay. With an S? Let me see. Now that I understand how it's done. I don't have Stanberg, I have Teamsters. I don't have that. Is it old business? Okay.
The next case is Stembridge Real Estate, Co. Inc., MH. The case number is MHVIO 2019-00084.
Sir, please state
The
your full
officer
name.
is Gary
sorry.
Beswick.
I apologize. Sir, please state your full name and relationship to the property.
Pastor J. Saint, I am the winter.
All right, sir. Just for the record, I am starving.
I know.
But because I know that all of you guys have been here all day, I'm not going to take a break. So we're trying to move it along as quickly as we can.
Thank you.
I have half a sandwich and soup right here, but I can't get to it because, you know. Oh my goodness. We can't. That's not gonna be. It's not good. Yes, Mr. Beswick.
Good afternoon, Gary Beswick for the City of North Miami. They apply for a permit, but the permit is not being approved. It's got to go to Miami-Dade Fire. So that's where we're at with this one. They apply for a permit, but it's not being approved or issued.
Okay. So, are we? What are we doing?
Well, basically, you have a short abatement date because there's kids that it's a school. Remember we discussed.
Okay, now I remember. Now I remember. Okay.
Yeah.
So he applied for the permits, but this is what happens. You guys start restaurants without, involving the city for the proper paperwork. You're starting schools without getting the necessary paperwork, and
No, I don't start.
this is
My school didn't start without permit. I've done this since 2013. So this is He just asked me to fix the bathroom that's already, I've been permitted before to do all the work inside, spending $55,000 to fix the place. He came over, he could just give us, this need to fix, this is the time you need to take care of it. Until the last minute, everything inside was already fixed, everything fixed, nothing left. Now the city is the one holding everything.
Unfortunately, the work that he did required permits from the city to get inspection because the place was in bad shape.
Understand that, but you did not give us any paper to say that, or you need time to say we need permit on something. Until October the 1st, I came to the city and see what's going on because he hold my certificate of use. I never have the last certificate of use. I pay for it and I went and pick it up. When I went and pick it up, he said, the people say, I have to see Mr. Biswick. What's going on? When I call, that's when I never get hold of him until I personally come to the city and ask what's going on because I fix all he required for me to fix. Then they print me a paper, I need permit.
Okay, so
Well,
it's been adjudicated,
Yes,
correct?
and they was notified from February of this year, so
You never
notification
give-
was good.
All right, so now it's before the city, the permit application?
The
is
application, yes, they got to
Okay.
go on to Miami-Dade Fire.
All right, so then we'll do January 8th?
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, all right, sir.
Thank
Good
you.
luck to you.
Mario
Bob.
Garibaldi. Gabardi. Okay.
New business?
And Fiorella Garibaldi.
New business?
Case number is going to be CESTA 2019-00028. The officer is Jose Perez.
All right, ma'am, please state your full name and relationship to the property.
Fiorella Garibaldi, I'm the owner.
Thank you.
All right, and this first one's for the STA. Okay. City of North Miami Code Enforcement Officer Code Enforcement Officer Perez. Today we're hearing the case in reference to the property located at 131 Northeast 121 Street. This first case is in regard to short-term rental advertising via Airbnb. We have some photographs. First and foremost, I'm going to present this into evidence, being that on Google Maps, the property itself is labeled under Casa Monet. Here we have the ad itself. Magical private room. This is one of the ads. We have some reviews there.
Can I say something?
In a second, he's still presenting his case. I'll give you an opportunity to respond.
Here we have another rental ad under beloved website, or sorry, retreat.guru. Again, Casa Monet. Here we have a separate Airbnb advertisement as well under the main property instead of a private room. This one's Casa Monet as well. Another one, charming room and beautiful home. This is again same property. This one's for cozy room and beautiful home or house. Sorry. This one's more recent now for the Casa Monet again. All right, those are my pieces of evidence for this one property.
Okay. All right, Mr. Garibaldi, you wanted to add something?
Yes, yes, it's one house, and I have 3 rooms. I live there by myself, so I rented the rooms when I wasn't here.
one of the ads that he was pulling out, I don't even know. It was like a retreat that my friend did at my house. So I think she posted it. That was not even me, but the Airbnb was me. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so as responsibility of a property owner, we are responsible for all the ads that are put up, even if it's on a friend on your behalf. Unfortunately, that's something that we would still be responsible for. You would have to contact your friend and have them take that down. So part of the cause today, or what we're looking for today, is for having all of these advertisements removed, because they are against the city's ordinances. And we want an adjudication as well as a fine to be level with the other cases we've heard today.
Can I say something?
For the rental.
Yes, I'm sorry.
I did take them down. I spoke to you on the phone because I was in Europe when you went to my house. So after I spoke to you, I took the ads down, and I actually rented my house out for a year, which I have a contract here because I'm moving to Europe. That's why I was renting out, because I was half the time out. I didn't want my house to be alone. Plus, it was a good income. The 232 reviews that come out there, they're not just from my house. I used to have another property before, which are sold already. For like 5 years I had. So they're probably from there, not from my house.
Yeah, so as of this moment, the one that does remain is the one from the Retreat Guru, which still needs to be taken down, like I previously stated. So you might want to reach out and have that removed.
Like I said, I didn't have no idea about that. That was not.
Okay.
I mean, I knew they came to my house to do a workshop, but not that they had posted an ad.
Yeah.
All right. Based on the evidence presented, I find that the violation does exist. I find in favor of the city enter an adjudication and a fine amount of $250. Go ahead on to the next case.
Mario and Farella Garibaldi, case number CESTR 2019-00008. The officer is Jose Perez.
City of North Miami Code Enforcement Officer Perez, that we're hearing the case again for the same property. This time, this case is in regards to rental violation. The short-term rental that occurred at property. One was confirmed via me in person from July 7th to July 28th, 11 days via Airbnb. I have photographs of the rental agreement, as you can see.
I'm sorry, what are the dates?
July 7th to the 28th.
And that would have been for how much?
11 days.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry?
How much?
How much? What?
For the 11 days. That's gonna be my fine amount.
I'm not sure. Let's go back to the advertisement. $189 per night.
What does that give you?
1,800.
I'm
no,
sorry,
1,000.
I was not renting a room for $189 a night. You must have something popping out wrong there. I know that girl was the last girl that was renting. She was renting a room in my house, and that's when you came, and that's the last time that somebody rented when I took it down.
Okay, how much were you renting it for?
I was renting rooms for like $45 a night, at the most $50 a night. Nobody will rent a room for $189.
All right. I still feel yours is different from the ones that I've heard before, and so I will find in favor of the city enter an adjudication, and the fee is $1,500. Abatement date January 8th. Correct.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank
you.
I have a question. Is
Yes.
abatement date, what does that mean? Because they're already being taken down.
Well,
okay, if you're
the other
compliant.
one, the one that I mentioned about the Retreat Guru still hasn't been taken down. That one has to be taken down before that date. and any other rental ad at all, regardless whether it was you or a friend or someone, also needs to be removed by that date. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Mercia Pierre Saint. The case number is CEBPR 2019-00029. The officer is Vanessa Willis.
Please state your full name and relationship to the property. Okay.
Vanessa,
Sir, you want to state your name?
You want to say something too?
No? Okay.
this should be short and sweet. This
All
is a
right.
good one.
Okay.
Vanessa Willis, City of North Miami Code Compliance Officer. The property owner was cited for installing a driveway without a permit, but she has since obtained a permit. She did that yesterday. The only reason why I didn't close it is because there's no payment on it. They're in the process of submitting everything they need to submit. So and I just found out they did it yesterday. She told me this morning when she walked in. So once they've started the process and had the permit, then it can be closed. Not sure if she want to say something.
Okay. You wanted to add something?
Well, I want to know if you can give me more time to finish that.
Okay. So, do you want me to table it, or you want to table it till January
Actually,
8th?
yeah, table. Since she has the permit, yeah, I would say to table it, because if otherwise you would be adjudicating and all that stuff. So since she has the permit, I would just say yes, please table it.
Okay. So I'll give her to January 8th.
Okay.
All
Thank
right.
you.
ma'am.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Table till January 8th. She obtained the permit.
The next case is Nason Siegel.
Pass.
Raul Herrera.
Pass.
RK Sands, Susi Plaza, LLC.
What's with Regazio Center?
We already heard of Regazio.
We did?
This one is for the 40-year.
Okay, hold. Huh? Not yet. There's no one here, right? Okay. All right, pass.
Shine Investments.
Pass.
Teamsters Local Unit.
I remember, okay.
Let me make sure for Regazio.
Good afternoon, sir. Please state your full name and relationship to the property.
Good afternoon. My name is Leonel Morales. I am the Executive Assistant and Controller of the Teamsters Local Union 769.
So, okay.
Just let me find it on the screen here.
I'm timing you, John.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Quickly here. This is for the property 12365 West Dixie Highway. The file number is CEGMP 2019-00134. This property was posted on November the 6th, 2019 at 10:33 a.m. It's a very simple case of just having, they have cracks and holes in the asphalt in the back of the property. The Teamsters own the property. I had an opportunity to speak with the gentleman about the property, and he just didn't have the timing, so he needs an extension so he can get this repaired.
Okay. So just tabling it for, is that what you're asking, or
Well, I'm
adjudication?
trying to find out. He didn't tell me about how much time they needed.
Our next e-board meeting is going to be next Tuesday. I already have the quotes because of our rules and procedures at the office. If that they need to approve whatever are the better options. So at Tuesday, I'm gonna have an answer from them. So a few more time in order.
We
to
can table it for
comply.
60 days.
Okay.
Yes.
So was it January 8th or February 12th?
February 12th.
Okay. So till February 12th. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Have a nice one.
You too.
It was tabled to February. February 19th, really. Valsin Morency,
Pass.
Venice Lane, Inc.
Pass? Oh, okay. Not pass.
Not after 6.5 hours of sitting here.
I understand. I'm so sorry.
No, that's okay.
Please state your full name and relationship to the property.
Yeah. Paul Shapiro, property manager, Venice Lane. Is Vanessa here?
She stepped out to the
got it.
bathroom, but
Okay, thank
she
you.
informed me that you were seeking an extension and you already have the permits, so the city has no objection with allowing the extension.
Okay.
Can I just explain something to you? We pulled the permits, they had an assessment, the contractor got the permits, they started the project, and the contractor called me and said, you know, I think we're gonna have to put handicap spaces in here, or at least one. This property has limited parking. There's not even enough parking spaces on the property for the unit owners and tenants. They have to park on the side of the street, which is illegal. I sent a letter to the city of North Miami, to the building department and zoning, and on October 25th, and they never responded, asking if this could be grandfathered in. So I'm gonna have to go next week to the city to see if we can get the one handicap space removed, because it's gonna occupy 2 unit owner spaces. It's a disaster.
So.
So they
90 days?
requested an extension, and we have no objections to the extension.
Okay, so we're doing February 19th?
Fine by the city.
All right, sir. Thank you. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Also, for the record, would it be possible to change, I'm not getting any notices from the city of North Miami.
Because it's being mailed out to what's registered on the property appraisals page, so you would have to get that situated with the county.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, very
Thank you.
good. Okay, thank you.
All right, sir.
Enjoy your lunch.
Thank you. Whenever that may be.
Vital Doce and Edith Doce.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
She has.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Please state your full name and relationship to the property.
My name is Edith Dorsey.
My God.
And Vital Dorsey, but my husband just passed away.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And
My condolences on your husband's passing.
thank you. And,
There's a lot of cases. All right.
Yeah.
Okay. My God, I'm
Okay. We're starting with the BPR, correct?
Yes. It's going. The case number is CEBPR 2019-00042, and the officer is Jose Perez.
City of North Miami Code Enforcement Officer Perez. We're going over the property at 13745 Northwest 3rd Avenue. This originally became an assist call from the police department. I was called out. Officer Fernandez referenced case number 2019-29349 in regards to a tenant dispute. Nonetheless, when I arrived to the property, I observed multiple violations, one of them being altercations to the property without any permits on file. So that's the first one we're looking at, BPR. So the city's requesting that they either revert the property back to its original condition or apply for the correct permits.
So if I'm reading this correctly, they turn a single-family home into 4 units?
Correct.
it's not true.
And
You
then
have the
we
pictures?
have photographs that are
Okay.
gonna load up in a
Okay.
second. Several photographs.
Okay. I'm going to hold you to that, Ms. Dulce.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, here we go.
My God.
So here we have the first one marked as Unit D, which was the one where we responded to. So this Unit D was being rented to the tenant that had dispute.
all that.
Ma'am, we're not going to do that.
Okay.
You've been doing this a lot today. Okay? We're going to allow the officer to testify, If you have questions for him, I'm going to give you an opportunity to ask him questions. What we're not going to do,
Okay, so I'm sorry.
we're not going to do, you're not going to interrupt him. You've done that with your phone. You keep talking. And now I'm going to hear the case with or without you. And if you do this again, I'm going to ask the officer to escort you out. Are we clear?
Yes, ma'am.
As I was saying, this is where I originally responded to. There was a tenant dispute, and the officer escorted me to the side of the property where the gentleman was renting that specific side of the property. Again, marked as Unit D. Inside Unit D, we had a makeshift shower and stove. I'm sorry, it should have been turned.
Repeat that again.
1 sec. This should have been this way. Sorry about that. Anyhow, we had a makeshift shower.
Mhm.
So this was put in with the little sink. There was also, why is this being funny? Anyhow, we also have the AC unit that's being held up with just a piece of plywood and some duct tape. He advised that the property owner had broken into the property itself as well. I had more pictures of the inside of the unit. Oh, those didn't get uploaded. But as we could see, that was done. We also have a shed in the back that was being put in. This is now being regarded as Unit C. We have another separate entity here that I believe was turned into a closet. We have a Unit B. And again, these are all doors with deadlocks. Here we have the notice of lease, right? So the person who was living there was Jose Pilot. His lease was from October 19th.
2018.
Yep. And this photo was taken August 16, 2019. So it's been there for a while. You can see he was paying monthly rent.
Yeah.
Have her license. Why are these being funny? Nonetheless, in regards to the building permits required, that's for this case. The rest of the evidence I'll further explain when we get to the other cases, so we don't drag this out too long.
All right.
So the
Miss-
city is requesting either all the separate units be reverted back to its original condition as a single-family home, or they apply for permits and go through the proper procedures to get this rectified. Ultimately, the property is zoned as single-family, so I'm not aware of any exceptions in the building department to even allow the multifamily unit.
Okay. Miss Dulcie?
It's the same month, this month, he leave October, September 1st. And this man is my daughter who is find this man and the family member on the job asked me to give him favor to create place for him because the way the him was there, he was living with a lot of family. He was giving a lot of trouble. He still when he take medication, he's out of control. And he asked my daughter, and my daughter giving him favor. I create some place in my house to put him.
Yes.
And
If I may, right now we're not talking about why you had it rented or that if you did or did not have it rented. Right now, we're solely speaking on the fact that the property was altered from its original condition.
Is this man not there no more? He's leaving.
We're not
And
speaking
We're
about
not
the
talking
man.
about that. Ma'am, we're talking about the different.
Okay, finish. Because
Yeah.
I already finished. I cleaning. All the stuff you see is not there no more.
I'm not talking
And-
about the cleaning. Let's take it one at a time. Do you want me to get you the interpreter?
Okay.
All right, go ahead. Let's try to help her understand. So when I rule, I need to make sure that she's clear on what
And that's
I'm
why I
ruling
wanted
on.
to separate the cases so we could break
Yeah.
it down and explain it thoroughly.
Okay. So here's the issue. The first issue, you have several cases. The first issue that we're having right now is the fact that you have a single family home that you turned into 4 separate units.
No. Kala songo au songo kaili.
No, the house is a big house.
Kala songo kaili.
It is a big house.
Petite moi jeune monsieur a, il me fait me créer en place, me mettons chambre dehors.
My child found this person and I created a space. I made a room outside
To rent him.
to rent to him.
But I saw when I finished rent him there, he always have when the inspector come in, he always have only 3 months there.
Oh, and I rented to him. When the inspector came in, he only had 3 months left there.
Who is that and what's that person's name?
So my daughter know him. He was a Spanish guy.
My daughter knows him. He was a Spanish guy.
In my job, and he asked my daughter, he give you the Spanish lot of trouble, and he asked my daughter, il parle avec petite moyen dans l'hôpital là, et puis petite moyen fait me créer en place.
He spoke to my daughter at the hospital and she had me create a space for him.
Okay, but you entered into a lease agreement with him?
Oui.
Yes.
Okay. All right, so that's one person. Who lives in unit A, B, C, D?
I put the numbers
because gamin na confused le vin pote médicament ba il a marché papier pour tout le monde.
because the old man was confused when he or she brought the medicine. He was going around knocking on all the doors.
Okay. So each door is a separate entrance to a separate unit, correct?
The house is a big house.
Only on sell efficiency me there.
I only have one efficiency on the back.
Only back. La bi le put my le pharmacie a put médicament.
When the pharmacy brings the medicine,
La marché frappé pour kay tout le monde parce que gamin na confused.
they go around knocking on everybody's door because the old man is confused.
So who's everybody's door that they're knocking on?
Gamin na ka fait ça.
The old man is doing that.
I know, you said he's knocking on everybody's door. Who's everybody?
No, na big house là.
At the big house.
Yeah, who else lives there?
The big house. Big house again get 3 moun ki living là dedans.
In the big house, there are 3 people living there.
Okay. And each of them are paying rent?
Non, un seul moun ki responsable pour tout moun son famille.
No, only one person is responsible for everyone. It is a family.
So, just as I understand it, you were called there because 2 tenants were fighting, correct?
Correct.
Okay. All right.
Parce que gamin na confused. Le moun vin frappé pour devant. Na pe demander moun na so besoin.
The reason for the altercation is the old man was confused. When someone comes and knocks at the front, he comes out asking, "Who are you? What do you want?"
Il fonce sur moun na bon arrêt.
And he launched towards a person and he got into a fight with them.
All right. I
That's why
think
they
I've
call
heard
the
enough. Based on the evidence presented, I find that the violation does exist. I find in favor of the city entering adjudication. What the city is requesting, in addition to the adjudication, is to either return the property into its original form, which is a single-family home, or she can apply with the city about the 4 units, but Again, the city will make that determination as to whether or not it's zoned for that. But for now, I find that you are in violation. I don't know what you're going to choose to do. You have until January 8th by which to resolve this violation. If it's not resolved, there will be a daily fine amount, ma'am, of $500.
Your Honor, $500?
Correct.
Tell her that the woman has left already. I cleaned everything.
In addition to cleaning everything, I don't know what that means. What specifically, in terms of the doors, does the original single family home, does it have all these different entrances or these different doors?
I wouldn't know as to, I don't have history with that specific property, but a single family unit would have free flow throughout the entirety of the property.
And based on what you saw when you were there, that was not
That
the
was
case?
not the case.
Okay.
So
That's fair enough.
if you're going through Unit D, you can't access Unit A.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Got it. She
Tell
only
them-
copped to one. She at least she copped
Tell
to
them I
one
removed
efficiency
all
in
the
the back.
numbers.
I'm sorry?
Interpreter speaking, the statement was, tell her I removed all the numbers.
Okay, it's not just the numbers. There's got to be free flow inside the house. Meaning that if I'm on Unit A, I should be able to walk through the house to get to Unit D. If you have put up any partitions, right, throughout the house, that's what we're talking about. If you have put any partitions that,
No, I have removed them. I have removed them already.
Okay.
She could schedule an inspection before the abatement date so that I could walk through the property if need be.
Okay, contact the officer so that you can give him access to the property, and he can see for himself what's going on. Okay, let's go to the next case.
Vital Dose, case number CEMHE 2019-00010. The officer is Jose Perez.
City of North Miami Code Enforcement Officer Perez. Today we're hearing the case in reference to the same property as the above. This case is specifically to the extermination of the property and providing reports of said extermination. When I did arrive, the tenants were complaining that there was a severe infestation of roaches, etc., termites. So the property should be exterminated.
The people that were at the house were people who were not clean. They never cleaned. They were very filthy. They're already out. Here's the paper. I called the company to do the fumigation to remove all the roaches.
This is dated before I even opened the violation.
Yeah.
Yes, this is dated 6/3/19. I opened the violation on 8/16/2019.
I always do that before.
And I do it again.
And I do it again.
Okay.
So
we'll give her until again January 8th, so the cases can run together.
Yeah.
And
she could provide a more current extermination report.
Yes, and then there will be the daily fine amount of $150. Let's call the next case. I'm gonna pass out.
Why are they charging me $200?
I said $150.
Why?
You need to get it done. If it's not done by January 8th, you're gonna start accumulating fees.
Actually, we would like to table that case for now.
We do?
Yes.
Okay, then strike my ruling.
Thank you.
So is it going to be tabled to January 15th?
Yeah, sure. That's fine. Thank you.
The next case is Vital Dose, case number CEODS 2019-00117.
City of North Miami Code Enforcement Officer Perez. We're hearing the case in reference to the same property as the above referenced. This violation is in regards to the outdoor storage of the miscellaneous items that are being stored at the property, to include shutters, trash, and debris.
Already take them out.
All right, I'll
Can
give,
Oh no, I was asking if she provided any photographs or anything of that.
On my telephone.
Or we could just set the reinspection for, all the cases across, so we could be a more timely matter.
okay, it's just a matter of whether or not I'm going to enter a ruling. You know, she's
Yeah.
telling you that she's
Yeah.
she's
No,
in
if-
compliance. Typically, I give you some time to go in and reinspect.
Mm-hmm.
But if she has photographs, if you look at it and you feel you're satisfied, then
Definitely.
we can close it. Oh my God, I don't feel good.
In the backyard. All of that needs to be picked up. All of that needs to be picked up. Yes, good. All of this needs to be picked up. All of that needs to be picked up. Where are the pictures of that removed? So you don't have pictures? She doesn't have photographs depicting that it was picked up, so she does not.
It's right here.
It's right
So
here.
I will take it after that, you see.
One sec.
I take it out, and I pen there the wood.
What about all that? No, come back here. No. She doesn't have photographs.
Adjudication.
Yes.
January 8th, $100.
The next case
I
is Vital
tried
Dose.
taking photos from when I had taken them out.
Fine, when the officer goes back for a reinspection, if it's done, then he'll close it out.
Mm-hmm.
The next case is Vital Dose, case number CEWWC 2019-00092. The officer is Jose Perez.
City of North Miami Code Enforcement Officer Perez. Today we're hearing the case in reference to the above property. This case is in reference to the roof that needs to be repaired. When I responded to the scene, there was leaks coming in from Unit C, where I had originally inspected the property. There were leaks coming in from the rain.
Are you having
Already
a roof
fixed
leak?
it.
Yeah, I don't have no picture, but I already fixed it.
I don't have any pictures, but I already fixed it.
Okay. All right, so we're gonna leave it to
January?
8th
Mhm.
as well?
Yep.
Okay.
Is it tabled or guilty?
When was the reinspection?
The reinspection, notice of violation. Well, the final reinspection was November 13th, but the original reinspection date was August 30th.
Okay, so I'll do an adjudication, January 8th, and if it's not in compliance, then $250.
Okay.
It's the final case. Vital Dose, case number CEZPU 2019-00064. The officer is Jose Perez.
City of North Miami Code Enforcement Officer Perez. Today we're hearing the case in reference to the above properties as well. This violation is regarding to the zone prohibited usage. This one is more so on the fact that the property was being rented as a multifamily unit instead of the single family unit. Again, the photographs we already showed. The city attorney did want me to present one more photograph into evidence, though. So the city attorney wanted me to present this one depicting an Avner Asset Management with contact information.
Mm-hmm.
What is that?
This
What
is
happened?
She's asking what is that? This is one of the contact sheets, I guess you could say, that was handed to the tenant that was residing at Unit C.
By whom? Who gave him that?
It was given to him by the I guess property owner, or I'm not sure who ever wrote the lease. Avner Asset Management, but here it has their contact for information. John or Marsha.
I see.
Eileen.
Okay, I see.
I also looked it up on Sunbiz, and that's not a proper
Those
business.
people left.
Hmm?
Those people left.
It's also not
Those people left
an
September 1st.
established business on Sunbiz.
Okay. All right. So this was for advertisement, right?
No, this is for the zone prohibited usage of the multifamily unit that was or being made into the multifamily unit. So just zone prohibited usage for the rental of the separate units.
Okay. I guess her testimony is that these
Yeah.
people have moved out, but nonetheless, I will enter an adjudication, and I'll give you, the time you need to go in and inspect and
Yeah,
go from
and
there.
the city is requesting that at the time of reinspection that the other units are vacated, so that we don't have disputes down the line of.
Well, that's
I do
that's
not
the
have
that's the
multi-apartment.
ruling. The ruling is
Yes.
you're supposed to cease and desist, right?
Yeah.
I don't have
This is a big house. This is a
apartments.
house, private house. I don't have apartment. I put the number. I told you why I was to put number. I already take it out. So I don't have apartment in my house.
Okay, ma'am, that's what we're saying. We're saying that to reach out to him, tell him that when you are available so that he can come and do an inspection. Once he inspects the property and, he can close out what you have been in compliance with. Okay? Good luck to you. And I know you've been
Thank
here
you.
all day, and so have we, I guess.
The actual adjudication. It was January 8th, the same thing.
Adjudication.
The fine amount,
I didn't enter a fine.
no fine. Wilmington Savings Fund Society. Zurch Condo. We're going to go into old business. 13033 Holdings Group, LLC. Yes.
Good afternoon, sir. Please state your full name and relationship to the property.
Good afternoon.
It's 13033 Holdings Group, LLC. The case number is MHVIO 2019-00126. The officer is Gary Beswick.
Good afternoon, Gary Beswick from the City of North Miami Building Department. Did you obtain the permit, sir?
13033 Holdings, Ramiro owner. Your Honor, the engineer is done with the plans, and I just found out last week that he needs elevations from the survey. So I hired the surveyor. He's doing the elevations, I think, probably this week, and we'll hand them to the engineer. He's promised me one more week to finish the plans. Now, I found out yesterday that he might need me to order a percolation report also, but I don't know yet. He's finding out with the city.
January 8th.
January?
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll table January 15th, correct? All right, sir. Good
Thank
luck
you,
to you.
Ma'am.
Mhm.
Abdias Jean Pierre. Abdias Jean Pierre.
Pass.
Anicia R. Saint-Hill.
Pass.
Carlos. Oh, I'm sorry, Ambrosino Corp.
Good afternoon, sir. Please state your full name and relationship to the property.
Gennaro Ambrosino, I'm the director of Ambrosino Gallery, of
Okay.
Ambrosino Corp, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm tired.
All right.
Ambrosino Corp. Case number SDNOV 2019.
00068? Is that the one?
Yes, sorry, I had to record it. SDNOV 2019 00068. The officer is Aaron Barber.
Good afternoon, Aaron Barber, City of North Miami Code Compliance. This is an older case. This has been, was adjudicated on June 6, 2019, with the date to comply of August 28th, 2019. They did request and receive a postponement, and as of the posting of the NTA on November 4th, there was still no compliance. It's for a dumpster enclosure. However, I do understand that the property owner has applied for and received his permit.
Okay. All right. So you did receive it, sir?
Yeah, I received it on Friday.
Okay.
But I just noticed that they put the wrong contractor. This is not my contractor. Because the thing is that the first one, they rejected, and this is beyond me why they would accept, if they don't want the enclosures to be done in chain link fence anymore, once they take the papers from the contractor and they see that it's chain link, just tell them. They jerked us for 2 months with this until they said that it was not accepted. And we changed for this one, and now that we changed for this one, they put somebody's contractor with a galvanized chain link fence on it. So I'm gonna have to go and see what they need to do now to change it to my contractor.
Okay. So what do? We just give a new date, we postpone, it was already adjudicated,
Yes,
right?
the case was adjudicated back in June, on June 6, 2019,
Okay.
with the compliance date. So
Okay.
we can, he does have the permit in hand. Again, it does have the information is incorrect.
said-
Okay, are we closing it out? I'm trying
We
to
can
understand
close
what
it
it
out,
would.
yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right, sir, good luck to you.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Carlos B. Morales. Carlos B. Morales, the case number is CELDR 2019 00011. The officer is Shanna Sanders.
Sir, please state your full name and relationship to the property.
Ricardo Morales, representing the owner.
Thank you. How, in what capacity did he show you a power of attorney?
He's out of the country now, but his brother.
Okay, well, same thing with the other lady. Go ahead.
Oh my Lord, this looks small. Did the screen go smaller? Shanna Sanders, City of North Miami Code Compliance Officer. This is a case for report of previous compliance. Is for a case, I'll just give a brief description since reports of previous compliance. It was already adjudicated
for not having the proper driveway installed. Property address 1506 Northeast 131st Road. As of last week, Wednesday, November 13th, vehicle still being parked on the front lawn. Proper driveway needs to be installed. I spoke with a woman at the property who stated that she hired a contractor to do some work. I think she said they took some money, so she had to hire a new guy. But again, as of last week, still parking on the front lawn. As you can see in the photos depicted on the screen, the front driveway area or front yard is literally, rocks and dirt from them parking there all the time. If you're going to allow testimony, I'll let the brother of the property owner explain why they're parking on the front lawn and what's going on. But again, no permits obtained for this type of driveway.
Are you familiar with what's going on?
Sure. Long time ago, my nephew spoke with her probably about this issue, and she told him that there were no sidewalks in the neighborhood, so we couldn't do the driveway at that time. And if you go around the whole neighborhood doesn't have the 90% of the neighborhood doesn't have driveways. There were also under inspector in the back at the time. I think his name was Gary. He told my brother that we couldn't allow to do the driveway because we have a lot of trees in front of our lawn yard. So that's why that we never. Now we have a bunch. I was given a bunch of papers. Then we receive a note from the city to remove the pile of papers. That's what we did. We never thought that we're bringing the devil with the papers, along with the papers. But at this point, that's what we're seeing. Nobody have a driveway on the whole neighborhood. We don't have sidewalks. I don't know what's going on.
They don't have sidewalks?
It's no sidewalk along this area, along this street in particular. But
where are they supposed to park?
Well, as I explained to his nephew, and it was an older gentleman, I think the one who identified himself as the property owner, some months ago, if not maybe even last year, that they're to park along the front of the property, along what we would consider the swell area, which would be along the front. I would say maybe 8 feet of the frontage from the street on 8 foot in is where they are to park the vehicles. I explained to him that he needed to be parked parallel to the house, facing the direction of traffic, in or park in the rear of the property. But again, it's
do they have access? Do you have access to the rear of the property that you can park there?
I know there's a fence. She told me one time that to park in front of the property, because everybody do the same thing in the whole neighborhood.
Okay.
So that's what we do.
All right. So let's not look at what our neighbors are doing and say, this is the way to do it. They may not be in compliance either. They may be in violation.
Yeah,
they may have cases here that we don't know about.
Yeah.
So listen to what the officer's telling you to do and how you're able to park the vehicle. And then in the meantime, do they need to go to building department to see what they can?
Yes, I've instructed them that yes, he does. Like as he said, he has piles of tiles and pavers on the side of the house. They've been moved from one side more or less just to the other, but they still remain. But he needs to get the proper permits because a woman, again, she said she was the property owner, stated that they were going to have them installed really soon. So again, as I explained, pull it with the proper permits because you don't want to end up with another violation on your hands.
She's not representing the owner. I don't know who you talked with.
But I was posting the property. She came out and had a conversation with
she's
me.
our cousin, but she's not representing the house.
Okay, what she's saying that she's been in communication with different people who have presented themselves as the owner. So, you know, she doesn't have a photograph when she goes into these houses. If somebody comes and say, I'm the owner, then, you know, she probably has no way of
I know.
confirming that this is the case. What she is saying is, you need to go to the building department and, building and
Building and zoning.
and so that they can tell you what is the proper way or the right materials that you need to build the driveway up front. That way you guys are not faced with the same issues, because you want to make sure that it's done up to code, which means that if you're gonna have to pull permits and then do it the correct way. Okay? I do find this is old business. Right?
Yes, this is old business, yes.
Okay, so it's already been adjudicated, so
Yes,
we're gonna
ma'am.
give January 8th, January 15th. So, sir, you have, you know, through January 15th to get something done, okay?
January 15th.
January 15th, that's your next hearing date. So when
Alright.
you come here, we need to see the progress,
All right.
okay?
We'll figure it out.
Okay, good luck to you.
Thank you.
The next case is Hector Martinez.
Pass.
Is it
It's Zach? Is that it?
Isaac? Okay, well, I can't pronounce the last name, so the case number is SDNOV 2019-00069. The officer is Aaron Barber.
I'm going to ask you to state it for the record because we're both having a hard time. We
You think
apologize.
I can pronounce it? It's Tzfadia.
Okay. Perfect.
Aaron Barber, City of North Miami Code Compliance. This is old business. This case was opened back in February, adjudicated on June 6, 2019, order to comply by 8/28/2019, also postponed. As of the posting for the NTA on November 4th, 2019, there was no compliance. This property owner had been sharing his dumpster had been stored on the previous case that we heard, 775. His dumpster is not enclosed right now as well.
Okay. What's going on with that?
Okay, my dumpster sitting on the Ambrosino, the guy was here with a red jacket.
Okay.
Sitting on his property, we were supposed to do it together and share the cost.
Okay.
Then
Okay.
he left, he had some health issues, he had to go to Italy. And I never heard from him, I had my own problem. I don't want to get into it. And I thought he took care of it, and apparently he did. But now he wants to do it on his own and never bothered to tell me, so I'm gonna have to do it myself.
Okay.
And Aaron knew about it, that we were supposed to show it together, remember?
At one time, I was told that they were going, since the dumpsters do sit side by side on the 775 Northeast 125 Street property, that they were going to be enclosed together. However, the property owner from Ambrosino Corporation did tell me that he was not, his intentions at that time, this was maybe about 3 weeks ago, that his intentions were not to enclose his neighbor's dumpster, that his neighbor was going to need to move his dumpster onto his own property and create his own enclosure.
Okay.
He never bothered to tell me that.
Got it.
But as I said, if I need to do it by myself, I'll do it by myself. I just need time. I wasn't ready.
All right. Right now, the dates that I'm dishing out is January 15th.
Is that enough time for me to get permit and everything? I have no idea.
I
I
don't
never
know.
did something
Don't-
like this before.
You have to talk to Miss Barber, and she'll walk you through it. At least by then, we need to see progress.
Hey, January 15th?
Correct.
Okay, I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is that it? Nope. I wish.
Jean Josue and Jacqueline.
Pass.
Jean Narcisse and Berlinda.
Pass.
MJ LaFrance.
Pass.
NMB Partners.
Finally.
NMB Partners LLC. The case number is MHVIO 2019-00122. The officer is Gary Beswick.
Sir, please. I don't know. We have one gentleman. Sir, are you going to need an interpreter? No? Okay. Guys, thank you. All right.
Yes.
Did you? Okay. All right, sir, please state your full name and relationship to the
Sure.
property.
Good afternoon, Anthony Ortiz on behalf of NMB Partners. I am the GM.
Good afternoon, Gary Beswick for the City of North Miami Building Department. They apply for permits, but it was denied. They need to go to Miami-Dade Fire Department.
Okay. What's going on?
Hi. The permit we applied for was partially approved. The comments said Miami-Dade Fire approval required. We contacted the fire department. They came out. They gave us the approval. Here it is. I went back to the building department, said, here's the approval. Then they changed and said that now we needed them to stamp the plans. So that wasn't stated in the comments. All it said was fire department approval. Results here. Inspected approved.
Well,
No violations at this time.
Can I interject for a
So
minute?
if they're changing what was in the comment section, then I don't understand, why once they clear, why would this direction so vague and not stating fact what they actually needed was something stamped on the plans. So that's why we're not we don't have the permit yet.
Your Honor, if he's a licensed contractor, he should know when
So
a
I'm not a licensed contractor.
Okay.
I'm the GM for NMB Partners.
Okay. So whenever a permit is applied for and they ask for fire, it doesn't mean for annual. What he's showing you is for businesses for the annual, but for the fire department, actually, it got to go down to the fire department for them to actually look at the plans. So it's completely two different
So
things.
I was about to say, so what he's saying is completely different from what you just told me.
What I am saying is that I complied with what was asked for was Miami-Dade Fire approval. Here's the Miami-Dade Fire approval.
That's the reason I made my
What I
statement.
am saying is that the instructions that they gave us, which I found out when I went to the city to pick up the permit, was that I needed to have the permit. So how was I supposed to get the permit stamped when the building department was still in possession of the plans?
That's why I made a statement first that if it was a contractor, when it say fire required, they will know exactly which fire they're talking about.
Well, since this began, you've been dealing with me. I was here with court before. You know that I'm the GM for NMB Partners. You know that I'm not a contractor. So these comments were issued to me, and I believe that you're under the understanding that I represent the ownership of the building, and I am not a contractor.
I know, but there's a contractor that's supposed to apply for the permit. I'm pretty sure it wasn't done by an owner. So whoever applied for the permit, that's who the comments are for. It's not for the property owner.
Again.
It's for the person that applied for the permit.
Well, I like to, if you want to look at this comments, it's very clearly it says Miami-Dade Fire approval. It doesn't say anything on there about having plans stamped. We would have done it had it been clear in the comment section. Now I understand your point. I understand what you're saying. I get it. That I should have known that had I been a general contractor. Understood. But we did get an approval from the fire department. They actually came out to the property. They fully inspected the property and determined very clearly that there were no violations based on their professional opinion of the fire department in Miami-Dade. So
It's two different entities, Your Honor. The inspectors that ride around in the car is not the inspectors that look over plans. It's two different things.
All right, guys. January 15th?
Sure.
Hold on, Your Honor, because I'm not sure if we have adjudication in this, so that's why I need adjudication.
No,
Hold
we're
on.
doing old business. These are not old
Is
business?
adjudication? When was the abatement date? Okay. Okay. So you said January 8th?
January 15th. Isn't that that's what we're given for
Okay.
things that are already adjudicated, right?
Okay, for some reason I think January 8th.
Huh? Yeah. Mm-hmm. That's what I was told.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, sir.
Bye-bye.
All right, we are taking a 15? 15 is good for you guys? 30? We're taking a 30-minute break. All right, we're back on the record. This hearing is adjourned